Hello! How's it going, everyone? You're just gonna have to bear with me for a second while I change some settings on Streamlabs. Hold on a second. We always need to change our donation links and shit like that. So you can make sure everything's working. Hold up. Let me do some calls while I'm doing this.
The Cypher is a type of unmanned surveillance craft. It will alert the patrols upon discovering an intruder. If you're spotted by one, the reinforcements will come running. Raiden, you need to stay out of the Cypher's field of vision. You can't afford to be apprehended.
But Colonel, there's nowhere to hide.
Jack, snap out of it.
Hang from the railings and let the Cypher pass you by. Try hanging, and keep an eye on the grip gauge.
What's wrong with you, Raiden? I don't think I've heard these ones in a while, actually. We haven't spoken to Stillman yet. He has a good call if you've been in the woman's bathroom before meeting him. He will somehow magically know that you've been there. Okay, I think I'm almost good. I think we got a resub there as well, so let me check that. Lexi, thank you very much for the 47 months. Cheers. Okay. Let me just catch up with chat a bit now as well. Ice Arrow, thank you for the 15 and the year, the 12 months in a row. Another day of Metal Gear goodness, exactly. Many and many more days to come. Let me scroll up. How's it going, Safi? Infernal, Az, good to see you. Run Riot, Banjo, Sons of Liberty. Anyone else I'm missing here? Shining. Young Snow, how's it going, man? Solidus Ace. Let's see.
Use the chaff grenade to set up electronic interference. The Cypher will be offline for as long as the chaff is active.
That's exactly it.
I see we're playing on NG+. It is extremely rare that I play on NG+. I never really do it. Because I don't want Raiden to look like this fucking goofball during cutscenes. You know? Especially when we do these big story playthroughs. But it is cool, I think, to do it every once in a while. We probably should do it every now and then to show the stuff that's only available when you play on NG+. I'm not even sure. There's probably stuff that I'm not even aware of. I know the codec calls on the tanker with Snake. You know, how he has different thoughts. Does Raiden also get different thoughts on the plant? I don't think he does he? Maybe he does? Does he say different things on the codec? Of course, Raiden gets the goofy glasses and Snake gets the badass glasses to further highlight their contrasting characters. Hey, how's it going, Wexford? Raiden looks like a goofball regardless? Yeah, but especially so with these dumbass glasses. Let me call Stillman. No response? Have we spoken to Stillman yet? I'm assuming we have. Wait, is that not Stillman's frequency? Did I get Stillman's frequency wrong? It's 141.12, isn't it? I don't think it is 141.12. 140.25. It's Otacon's frequency. Yeah. Now I remember what it is.
The sensor aid that I gave you is set so that the position of bombs will appear on the radar. Didn't I say that if you don't first initialize the radar, you won't get anywhere? Now search for the node. If you're not sure where the node is, ask your superior officer. He should know. Right. There's still C4 in the strut where you are.
Where?
All right, let me give you a hint. Look for a place that guys have never entered up to this point. A special place that guys have wanted to enter but simply couldn't. A place that you couldn't enter if the situation wasn't as such. Oh, looks like you were in there already. My.
Fucking ridiculous call. A place that guys have always wanted to enter. A place that you couldn't enter if the situation wasn't as such. My.
It appears that Fat Man placed bombs within each of the struts. It's likely there are no bombs planted on the connecting bridges. Head for the struts for which you have not yet finished disposing of the C4.
Actually, let's go in there and freeze that bomb first. Shine Sparking, thank you for gifting the sub to Outer Heaven. Here's your hint. She's a woman. Skibidi-loop-a-doo-doo-doo.
Raiden here. I took care of the C4 in Strut C. The ceiling of the women's bathroom was set to blow.
That's not like him.
Anything wrong?
Maybe. Pliskin's reported other locations too, and none of them are effective demolition points.
What do you mean?
It means that they wouldn't be the best places to choose if you wanted to destroy this place.
Are you saying they don't plan on blowing the shell up?
It certainly seems that way. So far, we haven't seen anything but a waste of good explosives. Unless, of course, we're missing something.
A trap?
He couldn't have overlooked the fact that I would be called into this. There's something going on.
Okay. I think DRK did the majority of the optional calls here. I think he was talking to Pliskin and learning about Dead Cell and all that. Let me just make sure we're up to date with Pliskin. I'll give him a call.
What you see flying before you is a Cypher. It's a saucer-type UAV for surveillance and communication support of land and marine operations. It may look strange, but it's very stable. The Cypher is capable of vertical takeoffs and landings in tight areas measuring as small as 3.5 meters. Also, it features a fully autonomous system that allows for tracking and analysis of man-sized targets. You can confuse the Cypher's sensors with chaff. This not only blocks its movement, but also prevents data transmission to its controller.
I have to see if it was a revenge act by Dog. It was completely unintentional. I did not mean to set up DRK with terrible supplies. I had no idea that I only had a couple of chaff grenades. I had no clue. Chat was trying to convince me. They were telling me to take revenge on DRK for the stairs incident last time. But the stairs incident, he wasn't even that bad. It was mainly my own fault for not checking my items. You know, I had a ration. And I didn't realize that I had a ration. I just didn't think to check if I had a ration for some stupid reason. But that's funny.
The Cypher transmits its status and mission data to its controller via data link. Discovery by a Cypher unit means you've been discovered by your enemy. The important thing is to stay out of its visual range.
I never get these calls about the Cyphers. This is interesting to see. So I guess I just never do calls out here around the Cyphers.
Pliskin, what do you know about Stillman?
He's a bomb disposal expert. Probably the best in the world.
What else?
What do you mean?
Like why he retired?
Are you here to gossip?
No.
Then get back to work defusing those C4s. If there's something you need to know about Stillman, go ask him yourself.
Okay, I guess we didn't do all these calls. Let's see.
Pliskin, SEAL Team 10's Bravo team's been wiped out.
Is that right?
Is that all you have to say? I thought they were your comrades.
Yeah, too bad.
Too bad. Did you know they were used as a decoy to support my infiltration?
No, but it doesn't surprise me.
Man, you are cold. They were your friends.
What do you want me to say? That you killed them? Or do you want me to say it wasn't your fault?
I just...
Listen, kid, I don't have time to wet nurse you, or provide you with a shoulder to cry on. You got a problem with your conscience, you take care of it. Don't bother me.
I love that one. Raiden's like a little child pestering their parents. But what about this? But what about this? What does this mean? Tell me, Daddy.
Pliskin, you seemed pretty focused on the Navy captain. Something catch your eye?
Yeah, remember the handcuffs were cut? There was something on the other end of that.
Do you know what it was?
Well, no, forget it.
What do you mean, forget it?
Just what I said. Forget it. Talk to you later, kid.
Hey, Pliskin, were you really a SEAL?
That's what I told you.
But
But what?
nothing.
Listen, kid, you're on a mission. Thinking about anything else can get you killed.
Alright, let's go and freeze a couple of bombs. We'll do more of these calls later. You unlock a lot of calls during this part of the game. I think the arcade did a few of them, but looks like we still have a couple more to do. Yeah, I think after Stillman, the lighting subtly changes. It still looks kind of similar, but a bit clearer. Before you meet Stillman, it's like very hazy, very kind of dreamy looking, and it kind of still has that look, but a bit clearer, I think. I think it'll be more noticeable on the bridge to strut F. Okay, so here we don't get an automatic call with Stillman after the second bomb, but we can still call him to check in. And we can check in with Pliskin over the course of the bomb disposal too to see how he's getting on. And we'll hear about the bombs that he's disposing. And he'll give us little hints and tips for what we should be doing.
Raiden reporting. The C4 in Strut B has been disposed of. The wall containing the transformer panel was set to blow.
You're taking too much time. You should work a little faster.
There's no time, Raiden. I've got my hands full here, so it doesn't look like I can help you. It's in your hands.
Well done. It looks like there are no more bombs in that strut. Now, head for the other struts.
Do you guys keep a master document of all these details, or is it just being memorized? Just memorized. Yeah, I don't keep any list of things or anything like that. Now let's call Pliskin.
Raiden, I'm done with one more C4. This one was in a spot so narrow, I had to crawl in to get at it.
Ah, maybe I will have to do something like that. The ration call. Yeah, we'll do that. Let's do a save call with Rose.
Jack, do you need to save?
You guys have been doing it for a decade now. Yeah, we've been doing it for a really long time. Over a decade now, really.
Jack, it must be so nerve-wracking to defuse a bomb.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Okay, that was a stupid thing to say. Sorry.
That's all right. It's just that I've never been trained in this stuff.
You okay? Are you feeling well?
I almost threw up a few times.
Oh, Jack.
But I'm okay. It's not like I'm in this alone.
Oh, yeah, that's true. What do you think about when you're defusing those things?
I don't think so much as remember. And I know that I need to resist that and keep my mind blank. I can't let myself be overwhelmed by the fear.
So, am I a part of what you try not to remember? I was just kidding. But I guess this isn't a good time for that.
No, it is. And I do think about you. I'm trying to remember what's so special about April 30th.
Any success?
No, not yet.
You need to stay alive so you can.
Okay, that's a deal.
Hey, how's it going, Hardcore Junglist? It's good to be back. Honestly, wouldn't be surprised if you guys know these games more than Kojima at this point. Well, maybe in some sense. Like, I think... I don't think most developers really play their own games. I think it's quite uncommon. You know, they play it while they're making it, testing it and whatnot, but once it's out in the world, I don't think they're going home and playing their own games to, you know, for recreational purposes. And I don't think Kojima is particularly great at games either, I think he said. I think he's also said that he doesn't really get much time to play games either. Like, it's very rare that he plays games, and when he does, it's just to look at, you know, what everyone else in the industry is doing. So, yeah. I'm sure we do. I'm sure we are much more acquainted with these games than he is. But of course, he would also have a lot of knowledge related to them that we would not have. Yeah, he says he tries to watch a film a day. Oh no. Right, I'll just shoot him from here.
The sensor you receive from Stillman visualizes the C4's detected odor on the radar screen. This means that the radar must be enabled in order for you to take advantage of the sensor. Raiden, log into the node first. Strut A's node is in the north block of the first floor. Make doubly sure you stay out of the enemy sight.
Doubly my
If the radar
balls.
goes offline, the sensor is useless. The C4s will become invisible to you again. Make doubly sure you stay out.
Yeah. Yeah, let's see if I can do a fancy strat here.
Freeze!
Oh, nice. Quickly freeze the bomb while he's staring at the fence. Fuck you. Beautiful.
The enemy is attacking.
No, he's not.
Looks like the enemy sentries have the defensive perimeters of each strut covered. You'll be safe as long as they don't radio for more men, but if you're spotted, run for it. Find a good concealment and wait until the backup leaves. You won't be able to defuse the bombs while you're being chased down, believe me.
There are still bombs in that area that haven't been disposed of. Search carefully. No one's going to leave a bomb in a place that easy to reach. It would be more worthwhile to search convoluted areas that can't be reached simply by walking.
This is your favorite track in this game, Az? Yeah, I like it. It's it feels quite Bond-like to me. Just that melody. But yeah, it really fits with just the look of this place too. Super sleek. The super polished and sleek.
Freeze!
I forgot to do my fancy method here. That's okay. I love so many of the tracks. I really like the Strut F theme as well. The bongos. Love the percussion in Strut F. Twilight Sniping, of course. Yell, Dead Cell. Remember, I had no idea that that was a saxophone for the longest time at the start of Yell, Dead Cell. Just because it sounded so insane. Like, it sounded like some kind of monster. Even though it's like very clearly a saxophone, but it just sounds like some kind of shrieking animal. I didn't know what I was listening to. And just eventually one day it hit me. It was like, oh wait, that's a fucking saxophone that's making that sound. There's a lot of sax in the soundtrack, which I think is fitting with the New York theme. The jazz. Habino is that's his main instrument as well, the sax. He's a great sax player.
This is Raiden. The C4 found in Strut A has been frozen and disposed of. Explosives were planted in the pump room on the first floor.
This is all wrong. This is something only an amateur would do.
What do you mean?
All the bombs that have been found so far don't appear to be in the right kind of locations. And the quantity of explosives isn't sufficient either.
Even Fat Man can make mistakes, right?
No, there's something else going on here. Get a move on with the disposal, Raiden. I've got a bad feeling about this.
Do you think it's a trap?
I don't know, but I'm gonna tell Pliskin to watch his back too. Just hurry.
That's a dude? I always thought it was a chick. Naruhiko Habino? Yeah, it's a man. Okay, let's check in with Pliskin, see how he's getting on.
One more bomb defused. There was one I managed to find only because I took a good look in first-person view. You should try it too.
Is he called Fat Man because Raiden is a little boy? Maybe. Maybe that's part of the subtext. Bum. But yeah, I always like to shout out Habino because he's a bit of an unsung hero, I think. Everyone knows Harry Gregson Williams, but Habino composed more music than him for these games. Does all the in-game music.
There's somebody there.
Does all the in-game music, composed Snake Eater, the Snake Eater theme. Ghost wrote for Harry Gregson in MGS4. Not completely, but some of the tracks that were credited to Harry Gregson were actually made by Habino. Kaiser with the 66 months. Thank you very much. Harry Gregson still deserves props, though. He also made some great music for the series. But it's just that so many people don't even know that Habino exists. Boom. Hey, how's it going, Chisel? Maybe it isn't different. I think it is slightly clearer. This is something that I've always been meaning to really check. Is how the time of day passes and how, like... You know, because the game takes place over the course of one day. When the plant starts, the sun is just about to rise. It's like the early morning. And then when you come up the elevator for the first time, the sun is up. The sun has just risen. And then it's kind of less obvious, I think, how the time of day shifts until you get to the sunset, you know, until it's the whole sequence with Emma. But I think it does subtly change after certain scenes, like with Stillman. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is clearer now compared to how it is at the very start of the game. Just slightly. Not as foggy. No, I think it's gotten a little bit brighter, I think. I don't think it's gotten darker. When you come here at the very start of the game, it just feels really dreamy. Just like it's very foggy and kind of hazy. But it looks quite clear now. Ba-da-dum-ba-dum.
Raiden, log into the node first. Strut F's node is in a small room in the southwest block of B1. Make doubly sure you stay out of the enemy sight. If the radar goes offline, the sensor is useless. The C4s will become invisible to you again.
The Arsenal Gear sequence takes place at night, yeah. I mean, for the most part, you're inside during that sequence. But there is that one scene on top of Arsenal Gear, you know, the completely insane scene with Ray and Fortune and Ocelot and all that stuff. And you'll notice during that scene that it's, like, very dark, pitch black. I think you can even see the moon up in the sky at one point during that scene. And then there's the Arsenal Gear crash. And then it's the early morning of the next day. The morning of April 30th.
Raiden, log into the node first. Strut F's node is in a small room in the southwest block of B1.
But yeah, I think Kojima wanted to do some symbolic stuff with the weather and the time of day in this game, like the thunder and lightning on the tanker, which I think it was to foreshadow Raiden, like kind of looming in the distance. And I think in the script he noted the rising of the sun aligning with the unmasking of Raiden. Like how the plant starts with Raiden masked, and it's just, and the morning is just beginning. The sun hasn't risen yet, so he's still kind of under the surface. And then when the sun rises, he's completely revealed. Emma's death is supposed to align with the setting of the sun as well. You know, the sun sets as she dies. But yeah, it was probably to take advantage of the new hardware as well, and to take advantage of this new technology, do all this new stuff with lighting. I think they wanted to do a lot more with shadows as well. You know how they introduce shadows on the tanker, how you can see the enemy's shadow? But in the end, there aren't many areas in the game that really play with shadows. There's that one area on the tanker. The bottom of Strut A is one of the few areas in the game. With noticeable shadows as well. And it's actually an area where the enemy can spot you by seeing your shadow. They can see your shadow and then track you based on that. And I'm not sure if there's any other area in the game where guards are capable of doing that. Is there any other area with guards and that also has working shadows like that? I don't know if there is. There's the vamp fight, which plays around with shadows. You know, he can, if you don't shoot out all the lights in the area, he can freeze your shadow. He can keep you stun locked. How's it going, Tribal Warrior? Welcome to the channel. It's good to have you. How's it going, Monty? Render Hall. Good to see you.
It's possible the terrorists will attempt to destroy the big shell in retaliation for the SEAL strike. Defuse the bombs before they make that move.
Colonel, do you really think they'll blow up the big shell?
It's highly possible. We'll have to listen to their demands in full. They are pros. They won't hesitate to take the upper hand if they see an opening.
Do you plan on meeting their demands?
Absolutely not. You're the only person I can depend on. You must remove the explosives quickly.
MGS4 never explains how Vamp can freeze your shadow. His knives are just packed with nanomachines. You know, and that's how he freezes your shadow. He throws a knife at it, and then you stay stun locked. So yeah, I guess the knives are just filled with nanomachines.
It's possible the terrorists will attempt to destroy the big shell in retaliation for the SEAL strike. Defuse the bombs before they make that move.
Call me crazy, but don't they explain that in this game? Maybe they do. I can't remember. If you, there probably is a call related to the attack. Maybe we'll do it when we get to the Vamp fight. Maybe they talk about that attack and give some explanation for it. It's hypnotism. That's the explanation they give. Oh, cool. Okay.
Raiden, log into the node first. Strut F's node is in a small room in the southwest block of B1.
Right, okay. So I guess you're being hypnotized by the knife. I think the knife flashes, doesn't it, when it hits the ground, when it hits the shadow? So you're probably being hypnotized by like the knife itself. Some sort of knife magic, knife hypnosis.
If the big shell explodes, massive quantities of chlorinated chemicals used in killing marine bacteria will go up in flames along with the crude oil. If that happens, expect a large amount of harmful chemical substances, including dioxins, to be released into the atmosphere. Dioxins are common nomenclature for polychlorinated dibenzodioxin and polychlorinated dibenzofuran. They are organic chloride compounds that are highly acute and toxic, and are powerful chemicals that can cause cancer, genetic disorders, and birth defects. On top of that, they do not decompose easily, nor dissolve in water, making it easy for them to accumulate within the bodies of living organisms. The environmental impact on the bay and coastal area ecosystem would be unfathomable. Environmental restoration would likely require several generations. That is why we cannot allow them to blow up the big shell. Raiden, you must disarm the C4.
Stando Power, thank you very much for the Prime sub as well. Cheers. The Colonel cares deeply about the environment.
Raiden, log into the node first. Strut F's node is in a small room in the southwest block of B1. Raiden, log into the node first. Strut F's node.
Yeah. I guess the arcade did the call earlier where Rose talks about this place.
It's possible that...
Yeah. Let's check in with Stillman, maybe learn a bit more about Fat Man.
There are still bombs in that area that haven't been disposed of. Search carefully. Strut F has a solid makeup with areas that can't be accessed simply by walking. If you jump off from the top, there should be an area that you can access.
Stillman, tell me something about Fat Man.
Well, to start, he was born the son of a clockmaker, neglected by his parents and without friends. It seems that he spent a lot of time by himself in his father's workshop. Maybe that was the reason, I'm not sure, but apparently he has had a tremendous fascination with clock mechanics since he was a child. It was at the age of 10 that a guidebook that he found on the internet changed his life forever. That guidebook served as a basis of his eventually piecing together an atomic bomb. It was from there that he came to be known as Fat Man. Soon enough, there was no one associated with bombs that didn't know his name. In a sense, Fat Man was a hero. Although what he did was recognized only by those in the trade, I'm sure that it served to greatly stir the ego of the teenage boy at the center of it all. But he leaves his mark nowhere else. Apparently he was hated and shunned by everyone in school. So he went on to focus all his energy on explosives. He scorned the reality that surrounded him and instead chose to embrace a world that would easily grant him recognition. Well, to be sure, it never amounted to anything more than, say, occasionally bringing a gun into school. Eventually, Fat Man came to Indian Head, the exercise training facilities of the Naval School Explosive Ordnance Disposal, at which I was a lecturer. He absorbed all kinds of knowledge, as if he hungered for bombs. Close to 20% of the students at Indian Head flunked out of what is truly a hellish curriculum. Despite this environment, he achieved extraordinarily high marks that were without precedent. After leaving Indian Head, he joined up with NEST, said to be the most accomplished bomb disposal unit. It was there that he apparently got into some trouble.
What exactly?
You got me. But Fat Man was definitely not cut out for group operations from the very start. Having been ousted from NEST, he was picked up by Dead Cell, which was already becoming notorious for being a motley crew of sorts. It seems that it was through surprise attack maneuvers later conducted by Dead Cell that Fat Man completely subdued his former companions from NEST. While being the most peculiar individual among my students, he was also the most talented. Be sure not to underestimate him. Are we clear?
Okay. Anything else?
There are still bombs in that area that haven't been disposed of. Search carefully. Strut F has a solid makeup, with areas that can't be accessed simply by walking. If you jump off from the top, there should be an area that you can access.
You've got rations. Rations are military food provisions capable of life recovery. Select a ration in the menu display and press the confirmation button for life recovery. If you equip yourself with rations, you can automatically recover life the moment it hits 0. Field rations are not just emergency food. For a soldier, it's a vital factor in maintaining combat efficiency. Rations are the result of concentrated research and development efforts on the part of the U.S. military's cooking laboratory. Together with calories, meticulous attention is focused on balanced nutrition. Freeze-dried, the rations are easy to carry and keep well. It ain't home cooking, but it'll satisfy your nutritional needs. What's on your mind?
Well, just between you and me,
Sure. What is it?
I prefer rations over Rose's home cooking.
Oh, no.
That bad, huh?
Snake's lying there. It ain't home cooking. Sounding like an advertiser. It ain't home cooking. Let me see. Is there any more ammo here? No, it's gone.
Nothing here.
Nothing here. Hey, what's up, Phantom Cigar? How's it going, man?
Freeze!
Don't even think about it. Ba-dum-bum-bum. Hey, Billy. Let's check in with Stillman.
This is Raiden. I just finished disposing of the C4 in Strut F. Found explosives on B1.
Hey, you. Has anyone ever told you you have some issues? Well done. It looks like there are no more bombs in that strut. Now, head for the other struts.
What? Nice, we got it again. Remember when I got that dialogue a few marathons ago? And we wondered what the hell was going on? Right, I think you get that. Yeah, I think he says that when you've killed a lot of people. But you won't always get it in that call. Like, I think there's a variety of ways where you get that he can tell you that in like he doesn't have to deliver that line in that particular call because it sounded weird the way it was edited together with the rest of the dialogue there. You know, you can tell that it was recorded separately. But yeah, I think there are a variety of ways to trigger that particular dialogue. And I think it's based on the amount of people that you kill. That's what he's referring to. You know, that you have some issues. Although I don't know. Is that the one that you get? Is that the one that's based on your kill count? I don't know. Was DRK killing a lot of people with Raiden?
Equipping yourself with Sensor A will bring up a visual representation of the odor of C4s on your radar. It will appear as a mist-like image. C4 is sure to be planted anywhere where there is a response. Search carefully.
No, I don't think it's. I don't think annoying him in the fridge triggers anything. You know, plus Stillman has a few calls that change depending on how you've played. You know, checking the woman's bathroom, he'll comment on that. He'll know if you've been in there. The speed at which you play, he will comment on as well. Like if you're slow freezing the bombs, he'll mention it. It seems kind of tricky to get the call where he comments on how fast you are. Like even if you are really fast, you'll still often get the slow call. I forget exactly how you consistently get the fast call now, but yeah, it's weird. And I think that's the one that's based on your kill count. I'll ask Bad Humans next time he's here, because I think he's researched this. Let's go and get the suppressor over here.
What's going on? Respond.
It's really funny how he says it in that call. Just it comes out of nowhere. Just this jab from Stillman, and then he just immediately segues into something else like he didn't just attack you. What did he say afterwards? He just went, he just started talking about the bomb that I froze. Like, well done, you froze the bomb. Has anyone ever told you you had some issues? Well done, Raiden. Now, moving on from that. I just had to get that off my chest. Yeah, he says, well done. He just immediately moves on.
Communications with Strut F have ceased. Carry out an investigation immediately.
Oh, here come the boys.
The situation is normal. All clear.
Has anyone ever told you you had some issues? By the way, I'll have some food in the kitchen for you.
Nothing here.
Nothing here. This is where we get our SOCOM suppressor.
Everything's going smoothly over here. I just finished defusing another C4. For some reason, there was one planted on an enemy soldier's back.
Hey, the classic.
To throw something, such as a grenade or a magazine, press the weapon button to cock your arm and release the weapon button to throw the object. Remember, the distance thrown varies depending on how...
I thought he had a call about the suppressor if he just had the suppressor equipped by itself. I guess not. If I equip the SOCOM...
Raiden, don't get yourself... That pistol you have is a SOCOM. It's a .45 caliber offensive handgun designed for the American Special Ops Command. With 12 rounds of .45 ACPs, it has outstanding stopping power. The SOCOM has a minimum service life, averaging over 6,000 rounds, and has a 5-round group capacity that extends within a 1.4-inch radius. It's a bit large, but the SOCOM is a gun you can trust. It also comes equipped with a laser aiming module. A suppressor can be attached to the SOCOM to silence gunshots. You should try to find one.
Okay, now let me just see if I can get a call about the suppressor now. Probably can't, but I think I'll be able to get it once I attach the suppressor.
Put your thermal goggles.
Yeah.
Raiden, look at the enemy you knocked out. See the stars revolving over his head? When the stars disappear, the enemy will regain consciousness. Keep an eye on the spot above their heads.
I haven't knocked anyone out here, Snake. Okay, there we go. We'll attach the suppressor.
Looks like the enemy sent... Your SOCOM's got a suppressor. The suppressor uses multiple partitions to reduce gas discharge and keep sound and muzzle fire to a minimum. By keeping the internal baffles moist, sound can be reduced by approximately 38 decibels. That suppressor can be screwed and secured to 10 different positions. This function allows you to adjust the gun's impact point, but that doesn't really matter. That's because the suppressor's already been adjusted. You should be able to get the same results you got when you didn't have a suppressor attached. This'll reduce your chances of discovery, as long as you don't leave too many bodies around. Your ammo is also limited, so don't go shooting everything in sight.
All right. Got a mine detector. Anything to say about the mine detector, Snake?
That mine detector that you're equipped with displays the location of Claymore mines that aren't visible to the naked eye. It's not your run-of-the-mill mine detector. It's the latest model to use the technology developed in a private Mew chem lab. It isn't a metal detector. It's based more on the various systems used in chemical detectors. In short, it doesn't respond to a mine's metallic casing. It actually detects the elements used in explosives. Basically, it's similar to the sensor that the old man gave you.
Okay.
The one that responds to the smell of C4. That's why you can accurately detect the location of mines, despite the fact that you're in a metal-based structure.
Hey, how's it going, Crow? Okay, I think we can get out of here. Ooh, are you coming down here, sir? Bum.
Put simply, bomb disposal is a one-on-one with fear itself. Don't try to run away from it. Instead, acknowledge the fear and take it straight on.
DRK found out today that the laser sight will make polygons in front of it see-through, and Raiden can see through barricades when looking through the laser plastic. Yeah. I remember Gil telling me about this before. He was wondering if it was an HD collection issue. But I've never really fucked around with it myself. think he noticed it when he was just leaning up against a wall. Let's see if we can do it here with this wall. Hiss Lizard with the 8 months and the 2 in a row. Thank you. So like if we're here. Oh, I forget how he did it now. I think he gave an example like at the corner of a wall here, and he was able to like see through the wall. Where was DRK doing it? Maybe it wasn't a wall like this, I don't know. In the room where you meet Pliskin? Okay. And what object was he aiming at? Oh god. Boom.
Be careful. There are Claymore mines around there.
Who is this?
Stealth-equipped Claymore mines, invisible to the naked eye. Use the mine detector.
Identify yourself.
Just call me Deep Throat.
Deep Throat? You mean from Shadow Moses?
Mr. X, then.
Mr. X now, is it? Why would it matter if I called you Deep Throat?
Never mind about that.
Why did you contact me?
Let's just say I'm one of your fans.
Colonel, someone calling himself Mr. X just contacted me. Do you know anything about it?
No. And whoever it wasn't a burst transmission. The transmission was sent from within the big shell.
He called himself Deep Throat at first. Do you think...
I caught that part too. But the possibility of it being true is none. Gray Fox was the one who used that alias in Shadow Moses, and he's dead.
Is it an enemy trap?
Could be. Exercise extreme caution.
Okay. So, in the Japanese version of the game, it's, that call is even stranger with Mr. X. Because whenever they play lines from MGS1 that are word for word lines from MGS1, they actually play the audio from MGS1. They literally cut to MGS1 Gray Fox audio. So it's very strange. Makes it feel even more unreal. I think the Japanese voice actor for Gray Fox as well died in between the release of MGS 1 and 2. But yeah, very strange. Almost giving the impression that the ninja is playing a recording, mixing their own dialogue in with the recording, making it seem even more like they're just following some sort of script. Safi, let me take a look at your clip here. One second, chat. Huh, I'm not really noticing it. Hold on, chat. I'm just looking at this clip. What am I supposed to be noticing in this clip? Check the laser attachment. Oh, hold on. Oh, it's in the attachment itself. Oh, right. Okay, so we're looking at the actual, the attachment. Yeah, I wonder if that's an HD collection issue. You look at the attachment there, it's all clear colored. Weird. Okay, we're not getting X-ray vision here. We're just getting cloudy, a cloudy looking attachment. Yeah, I wonder if that's a thing in the original game. Or maybe it always looks like that. Does it always have that color? I don't think it always looks like that. Yeah, it definitely doesn't look like that normally. Weird. Okay. Yeah, there's some funky shit going on with this attachment then, it seems. Hold on as well. Let me just scroll up in the chat just to see if I've been missing anything. He passed away and they reused the dialogue as a tribute. Yeah, it was partially a tribute to the old actor that played him. But it's also just kind of interesting with regards to the story too, I think. You know, that they were completely okay with just smashing the reality of the situation by playing the old audio. Like, really, you know, really seems to fit with the game, I think, as well. Who passed and whose audio? The Japanese voice actor for Gray Fox. In the Japanese version of MGS2, when Mr. X repeats Gray Fox's dialogue, they play the original audio from MGS1. So you have this new actor speaking for the majority of the call, but whenever they say words that are word for word lines from MGS1, they cut to the audio from MGS1, which makes it feel even more unreal. You know, how is Gray Fox still alive? What's going on? I'm hearing this dialogue again. Japanese, and in Japanese it is literally the same dialogue.
Jack, do you remember the day we met?
I'm kind of busy right now, Rose.
You're right. Sorry.
I do remember. It was right after I transferred to New York. There are all these tourists around you in front of the Federal Hall.
A group of middle-aged Japanese ladies came up and asked me which building it was that King Kong was climbing in the movie. I said it was probably the Chrysler Building. And then you showed up and started mouthing off. You were like, no, it's the Empire State.
I said the Chrysler Building was in Godzilla.
We started arguing, and I forgot all about the tourists. I was insisting that I was right, and you were doing the same. The next thing we knew, the Japanese women had gone away, and we ended up going to the Skyscraper Museum to see who had the better recall.
We argued all the way to Battery Park.
And for nothing.
Since the museum was closed, we went our separate ways from the museum. And then I found you again by coincidence out in the base corridor.
An amazing coincidence that we were actually working at the same place.
That night we went up to the top of the Empire State.
It was so beautiful. I could look down on the Chrysler Building from 120 stories above ground.
I felt overwhelmed. I didn't care anymore who was right.
And that was our first date.
We watched King Kong in your apartment a bunch of times that night. Didn't sleep till morning. If it weren't for that coincidence, we wouldn't be together.
I know. I'm sorry, Jack. I'm taking up your time again.
What?
Take care.
Bye. See you later. Lasso Boy, thank you very much for the 18 months. Much appreciated. Let's deal with Strut E. Oh God, I'm gonna get caught. Oh, you saw me even when I was crouching there? I'm calling bullshit on that. I thought that was gonna be a clutch fucking dodge. Alright, I'll shoot you first. I should have shot him first anyway, I just forgot. Cool detail here, if you don't have the suppressor for your SOCOM, you can still... What? Is that a trophy for just shooting a camera? I've shot... This is like my millionth playthrough on this console. Shooting 15 cameras? Okay, I guess this is only the 15th? That still doesn't really seem right, but okay. It's kind of shocking to see a trophy anyway, because I usually have the notifications turned off. I don't know how the notifications got turned back on. I usually just ignore trophies. But anyway, what I was saying, even if you don't have a suppressor here, you can shoot the cameras here without the suppressor and still get those guards down there, for example, they won't hear you, where they normally would in other rooms. And that's because you can make more noise in this room, because there's already a lot of noise naturally going on in the room. There are a few areas that are loud in this game, and in those loud areas you can make more noise. The enemy's hearing range isn't as good, and this is one of those areas. The engine room on the tanker is another one of those rooms where you can make more noise than usual. You can get away with loud SOCOM blasts relatively close to other guards and they won't hear you. Oh, right, he's already asleep. Fuck, there goes the bomb. You can turn them off on PS3, yeah. We'll take out the last two cameras. The how the sparks look.
Why are you late with your status report? What's going on? Respond. Communications with Strut E have ceased.
You know what? I'm gonna cheese it here. Looks like it has to be all one save. Oh, maybe that's why, because we're playing on NG+. So it's taking other playthroughs into account. Do I have the platinum now? I have no idea, and I don't care, but I don't think so. So I haven't done all the BR missions on this account.
Raiden reporting. All C4 in Strut E has been frozen and disposed of. The baggage moving on the conveyor belt was set to go off.
Raiden, the roof of that strut is accessible. Check there as well.
Master, thank you for the 53 months.
You can use the holes left behind from collapsing floors to your advantage. Tip the bodies of enemies you've taken out into the ocean to hide them.
Raiden, Stillman is a top-notch explosives technician. Follow his orders and disarm the explosives.
Hey, Bad Humans, you're back. I have a question for you, Bad Humans. We got that call from Stillman earlier where he, what does he say again? He says like that you need some help, or oh no, he says, has anyone ever told you that you have some issues? We got that call earlier with Stillman. And the requirement for that call is your kill count, right? Or the amount of damage that you've dealt to the enemy. Oh, is that the erotic behavior call? Oh, okay. Now that makes a bit more sense. Right, so if you've done the bathroom-related Easter eggs, you'll get that, right. Yeah, and I think there are a few different ways you can trigger the dialogue, right? Because I got it in the middle of a call where he's talking about bombs. You know, I was calling him to give him my update on freezing the bombs. And so we got like a really funny segue where he went from saying, has anyone ever told you have some issues? Well done. You've frozen the bomb. You know, he completely, just a complete non sequitur. But I think you can also trigger it in a different way. I think there are a couple of different ways to trigger it. Bad Humans, does he have a call that reacts to you killing a lot of guards as well? I think he might. I think that was another one that we did a while back. But maybe it was just that call that I'm thinking of, and I thought it was because of your kill count.
I've taken care of that annoying fly. What's the situation over there?
Puzzling. I saw a man dressed like a ninja just now.
Ninja?
It's the only way to describe it. A kind of cyborg ninja, complete with a sword.
What?
Are you hiding something from me?
These fucking glasses.
Olga, are you sure it wasn't an Arsenal Tengu?
Don't be a fool. Think I wouldn't know the difference? I've never seen field gear like that ever.
All right, we'll intensify patrols. Anything else?
Actually, one more thing. You'll find it hard to believe, though. I saw a man hiding under a cardboard box.
Where?
On the connecting bridge to Shell 2. So you believe me this time?
I've seen someone use that box trick before. We'll lay a trap on the Shell 2 connecting bridge.
Over and out, then.
Freeze! You must be one of Dead Cell.
Course not. What a thing to say.
Drop your gun!
Not a chance.
I saw a female soldier. Russian.
Must be Olga Gerlukovich.
How do you know?
Unlike you, I've been briefed.
She's not a Dead Cell?
No, she commands a Russian private army.
They must be the ones patrolling the big shell.
That's right. She's led the group ever since her old man, Colonel Gerlukovich, died. Watch yourself with her. She's a tough one.
Okay. Bad Humans. He has calls relating to... Like, he has different calls. He has a call that's related to rations. He has a call that's related to alerts, kills, and speed. Damn, what does he say about rations? And what do you have to do? Do you have to eat a certain amount of rations? That sounds like a pain in the ass to do on Extreme. I'm not sure if I've seen the alerts one either. It's interesting that Olga does the dramatic flip there. And then later, after the Fat Man fight, we see the ninja flip up back into the same spot. Another little hint that they're the same person. Flipping out as Olga and flipping back in as the ninja. I ate 10 rations. I know it didn't trigger with 7 rations. Okay, okay. And what about alerts? I wonder, is there an easy way to grind 10 rations? Not sure what the best way would be on Extreme. It's usually a pain in the ass just getting 1 ration. Aren't you eating a bit too much? Hunt the Great Ones with the tier 1 sub. Thank you very much. Fellow Bloodborne enthusiast. Cheers, man.
Raiden, that's a Harrier 2 you see over there.
That's what shot down the SEAL chopper?
That's right. Unfortunately, the weapons you have at the moment aren't up to the task of neutralizing this plane. Leave it alone for now.
Okay, maybe I'll see if we can trigger the alert call after this.
Raiden here. The C4 reported on the roof of Strut E has been taken care of. Explosives were planted on the Harrier 2 stationed on the roof.
Good work. Only one more left to go.
This is Pliskin. Do you read me, Pete?
I'm here. What's up?
Raiden, you need to hear this too.
I'm listening.
I checked out the bottom of Strut H for you, Pete.
Wait, what's this about?
I asked Pliskin to look around. Knowing Fat Man, I can't shake the feeling that all the bombs so far were just wrong.
So did you find anything?
Yeah, a hell of a lot of C4s packed into the bottom of the strut. Pete called it right.
I knew he had the real thing up his sleeve.
So all the other ones were dummies?
No, they're a threat, all right. But the detonation wouldn't be enough to destroy the entire shell. But the C4s Pliskin found would inflict serious structural damage.
That's not the bad news either. These are sensor-proof.
What?
New model, I guess. The ionization sensor can't detect them. The whole thing is sealed tight to prevent vapor leak, and there's no trace of that cologne signature. Pete, looks like he fooled you.
Yes.
But you managed to find the thing anyway.
It was sheer luck.
Bombs that are invisible to the sensor?
Any ideas, Pete?
Are there more out there?
I'll go see for myself.
You can't move fast enough.
He's right. I can try the spray from a distance.
Hold on. There's something not right about this one. I can feel it.
Well, Pete, should I come back and get you?
No, there's no need. Raiden, you have one left to go, correct?
Right, except for those scentless ones.
How about you, Pliskin?
I have 2 left, not counting this one.
Okay. It'll have to be me. I have the level 4 card that'll get me into Shell 2 in any case.
You'll never make it. With that bad leg of yours, they'll spot you for sure.
That won't happen. I can walk just fine. I can even run.
What do you mean?
That bomb 5 years ago. I messed up. Even with all my experience, I lost it. And a church was lost in the explosion. All those kids playing nearby, too. These past 5 years, I've lived a lie.
Lied?
Yes, lied. I didn't lose my leg in the explosion. So many dead. All because of my mistake. All I could think about was hiding from the crime, shielding myself from the public outcry. I wanted people to be sorry for me, for my weakness. I faked being a victim myself because I couldn't bear to face the families of the real victims. This is no prosthetic. I can keep my footing on catwalks and hike over deserts. I lived my lie so well I haven't even answered to myself for my sins. It was supposed to be a shield, and it's become a shroud instead. I've killed my soul by playing the victim. Instead of protecting me, it's made my life even more hellish.
What good can that do the victims?
I know. I'm a coward.
Hey, Pete.
God forgive me. I can walk with my own 2 feet, and I need them to stop Fat Man. His crimes are also mine. One of omission and arrogance. No one should teach the skills I taught him without a clear conscience. This is the only way I can diffuse my own sins.
I get you, Pete.
Take it easy now.
That one's all yours. You got it, Raiden?
I understand.
Pete, I've taken care of guards in struts G and H of Shell 2. I wouldn't recommend you go into any of the other struts.
I owe you one.
I'll get back to freezing the baby bombs then.
You do that too, Raiden.
I'm on it.
I'll have the radio with me if you need to get in touch. Just don't ask for Peg Leg Peter. He's gone for good.
Diffuse my own sins? Really? Come on now, Peter. You don't need to be that dramatic.
Who's there? Who's there?
Oh, you asshole.
Enemy sighted.
Enemy sighted. This guy didn't even notice. Okay.
Communications from the heliport on the roof of Strut E have ceased. Carry out an investigation immediately.
I'm gonna spam alerts here to see if we can get the call with Stillman.
Huh? Huh?
Or maybe he won't have the balls to call me out for shit now after that last call. After his confession, you know, will he still be able to call me out? After what he's revealed about himself? Will he still talk shit about me?
Who is that? It's the enemy. I need help.
Okay, it's probably not going to be more than like 10 alerts, right? Stillman calls you out for killing too many people, for getting too many alerts, for eating too many rations, and for being too much of a pervert. and for being slow at freezing bombs. This is a really good place to farm alerts.
It's over there!
Oh, who's there? Whoa. Oh, who's there?
He's over there!
Oh, where did you come from? Did DRK get the call where Rose loses her shit at the start of the game if you get caught? That was a call I only found out about like a year ago or something. He did that one, yeah. Not sure if he only found out about it relatively recently as well, but I remember I was kind of shocked when I found that out. Like, maybe it's like 2 years ago now, but not too long ago. It's a really good call, I think.
Well done. It looks like there are no more bombs in that strut. Now, head
Thanks,
for the other
Stillman.
struts.
Thanks, man.
Stillman, how you feeling?
All right. It's been a while since I've run, though.
Guess that means it's also been a while since you've run out of breath, huh?
Are you accusing me of something, Raiden?
No, I didn't mean anything by it.
No.
No, I should be condemned.
Wait, everybody makes mistakes.
But it's the reasons behind those mistakes that become the real issue.
What do you mean?
The reason that bomb exploded, and the reason that I was saved, is because I was confronted by fear and I couldn't handle it. Halfway through disposing of the bomb, I succumbed to that fear. And when I realized what was going on, I had turned around and was running away from the bomb. The one who paid the price, however, wasn't me. After I regained consciousness from the shock of the blast, the first thing that my eyes met were the corpses of children crushed under a pile of rubble.
Stillman.
Yet, what do you think I felt at that time? A sense of relief. Relieved that it wasn't me.
Oh.
And that's not all. At the time, I was known as the top bomb disposal technician in the United States. And to someone like me, who had neither a wife nor children, that reputation was everything. I didn't want to lose it. That's why I lied about losing my leg. Ran away from the responsibility that was mine. Closed my eyes to the victims. Stirred up the sympathy of the public.
All right, Stillman, that's enough. For now, let's just worry about what we're going to do about Fat Man's bombs.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know if we're gonna be able to get this call. Cody, thank you for the 6 months. Yeah, I'll get 5 more alerts. And if we still can't get the call, I'll just move on. Oh, Cody with the 5-pack as well. Thank you very much. Trying to get a very specific call at the moment if you're just tuning in. Stillman can call you out for getting too many alerts, and I'm just not sure how many alerts you have to get. And I'm not entirely sure if you can even trigger it at this point after he makes his confession. Okay, 2 more. Love the bongos. Okay, last one, and then I give up. Maybe you have to trigger it while you're...
Well done. It looks like...
Well done, yeah.
Is that you, Raiden? I haven't reached Strut H yet.
Stillman, do you really think there are bombs that the sensor's not picking up?
Right. Sealing the entire casing of the bomb prevents the odor from leaking outside. It's a technique that I, for one, didn't teach.
But wasn't leaving a signature of sorts Fat Man's aesthetic touch?
Perhaps this Fat Man is not the one I knew.
What?
Fat Man right now is fragile and weak. What's more, he's dangerous. Watch yourself, okay? Looks like Pliskin shouldn't be having any problems. You better look sharp as well.
Oh, don't worry.
Stillman, do you really believe that Pliskin is not a member of SEAL Team 10?
He's probably not.
Then exactly what is he?
I'm not sure. But there are other things that I am sure of.
Like what?
Like that I can believe in, that's what. There's something about him. A certain something that's found only in men of strength, trustworthiness, and reliability.
I see. Anyway, I'm getting back to the mission.
Wait, maybe you can only get these comments when he's giving you his analysis on the bomb? You know, like... Because every time you freeze a bomb and you get his input on it, he's analyzing your performance, right? Yeah, so maybe you can only get these calls during those particular calls. You know, maybe you can only get this criticism from him during those particular calls. I don't know. Which means we probably won't be able to get any more of them now. Because because the rest of his calls are very specific calls, scripted calls. Once you get to the end of the bomb disposal, you know? I don't think he mixes any other dialogue into his confession and stuff like that.
Well done. By the way, Raiden, did you happen to see the technician that came down along with me?
No, I didn't.
I see.
Wait, Stillman. Is that guy really...
Raiden,
What?
disposing of the C4 is our first priority. There's no time. Get back to the task at hand.
Right. Gotcha.
Okay, I give up. Yeah, I bet you can only get his input during those bomb disposal calls. Which means we probably won't be able to get any of these optional things now. If we're at the very end of the bomb disposal.
Return to your positions. Increase security. Understood. Sending reinforcements to the roof of Strut E. Exercise extreme caution around the heliport.
Raiden, like I said before, there's a huge load of C4s at the bottom of Strut H that won't show up on the radar. The old man's right. There's got to be the same thing in Shell 1. Watch your back.
Who's he asking about there? Otacon.
I just got a call from Pete. He made it to Shell 2. I guess he really can run.
Pliskin,
I'll take good care of Pete. Don't worry. Raiden, don't ever turn your back on that Olga woman. Olga Gerlukovich, daughter of Colonel Sergei Gerlukovich, ex-GRU and former Spetsnaz commander. She's the leader of Colonel Gerlukovich's private army that's been wandering around the Big Shell. Those men were gathered by Colonel Gerlukovich. Following his death, she inherited his command and now exercises full control. Her father's name was widely respected throughout the old Soviet regime, and he was the goal of just about every military man.
Why would a respected soldier become a leader of those cutthroats?
The collapse of the Republic resulted in a lot of unemployed soldiers. Most found themselves suddenly cast out into the civilian world, hopelessly lost. The colonel took these men in. He organized a mercenary army and led his men from battle to battle in various disputed regions around the world.
Sounds familiar.
Hoping that one day he would rebuild his homeland. Rumor has it that during the Shadow Moses incident, he planned a rendezvous with Liquid Snake's men and assist in their uprising. I assume that the revolt figured into his reconstruction plans for the Soviet regime. I also heard that Ocelot, Liquid's right-hand man, was an old friend of the Colonel's back in the old days of the Soviet Union. In any case, Olga inherited her father's military genius and has become a force to be reckoned with. She was born and raised on the battlefield, and she's as tough as she looks. Not my ideal choice for a date.
You sound like you've met her.
No, I haven't had the pleasure. Just remember what I said. Don't turn your back on her.
Yeah, it's interesting seeing Gerlukovich as a reflection of Big Boss here. Anything else, Pliskin?
That's a tranquilizer gun with a sound suppressor. Hit an enemy with that, and it's good night. Sleep tight. The time in which the tranquilizer takes effect depends on where you hit your target. If you want to knock somebody out with a single shot, aim carefully for vital spots like the head or heart.
I think I've seen this modified gun before.
Yeah, it looks like the same gun used by Solid Snake 2 years ago. Following that terrorist incident, similar models were made and sold among the fans of his exploits. I think that's one of them. That's an American military M9 modified for tranquilizer bullets. When the tranquilizer bullets hit a target, the round uses the force of the impact to mix the drug, also producing a gas in the process. The pressure of the gas drives a built-in piston that injects the target with a powerful anesthetic. It's like firing a small hypodermic syringe. This M9 is a tranquilizer gun that knocks out the enemy. It doesn't kill them.
Liquid's right-hand man, yeah. Interesting choice of words. All right. So let's actually continue here. I really need to experiment with these Stillman calls in another playthrough to see if we can find a way of quickly and consistently doing them all for these marathons. Probably just go now, right? Love how the box is the exact same height as the conveyor belt. Meaning the box is very useful in there. You can just run along the conveyor belt and nobody will be able to see you. Ooh, hello. You going down there? Ah! You're coming back up. What are these wigs? We're playing on NG+, so I have all the special unlocks. The blue wig gives you an infinite O2 gauge, meaning you can breathe forever underwater. The orange wig gives you an infinite grip gauge. And the infinity wig, which is the brown wig, gives you infinite ammo. And we also have stealth camouflage. So yeah, just the cheat items. When will I wear the wigs? I don't really plan on wearing them much, but I can show you what they look like if you want. There's Ginger Raiden. The hair matches the glasses as well, too. Beautiful. Here's the blue wig. And here's the brown wig. And maybe his regular hair is also a wig. I do think it's interesting that there's a call later in the game with Emma where she questions the reality of his hair. And then you can follow it up by calling her, where Raiden gets upset. He's like, this is my real hair, you know? And then it just so happens that all his secret items happen to be wigs. Kind of interesting, given that call that you can get that brings his hair into question. But it's kind of a theme with Raiden, right? Everything related to Raiden seems unreal. He's always questioning his reality. He doesn't really know who he is. We find out that his blood is artificial and his real blood has been taken from him and all of that. So even his hair comes into question. So who knows? Maybe this is his main wig. Maybe this is just his main wig. And these are all his alternate wigs. Got all the dog tags here. His artificial blood in this game isn't white. It's red. In MGS4, it's white. Where are you going? Oh god.
Who is that? It's the Unknown, Undead.
Jack, what's going on? Answer me! Jack? Jack!
Oh, really bad humans. They actually wanted to make his blood white for MGS2. That was their original plan, was it? I didn't know that. That's interesting. Did DRK talk about the mission failed screen? When he was playing the start of the plant sequence, did he die at all at the start of the plant? Is anyone here? I don't know why I didn't just sprint straight away. Go. I didn't hear him speak about it. Yeah, maybe he didn't trigger any game overs. I'll talk about it when I'm back at the next bridge, because there are other interesting things to talk about relating to that bridge and how it affects the mission failed screen. No. Oh, we're on regular extreme anyway, so I can't go for the fancy strats. Okay.
The sensor A that I gave you is set so that the position of bombs will appear on the radar. Didn't I say that if you don't first initialize the radar, you won't get anywhere? Now search for the node. If you're not sure where the node is, ask your superior officer. He should know. There are still bombs in that area that haven't been disposed of. Search carefully. Strut D, in which you're currently located, has a solid makeup. Thoroughly search the lower as well as the upper level. Sensor A can't specify the exact location of bombs. It's unfortunate, but only the area can be localized. Once you've got the area, you'll have to continue your search using your own 2 eyes.
Raiden, leave the odorless C4 on Strut H to Stillman. Your job is to dispose of the C4s left on Shell 1. Locate every last one. Raiden, log into the...
Shut up.
Raiden, leave the odorless...
Tell me about this place, Colonel.
Raiden, log...
No.
If you see an approximately... Raiden, log...
Maybe DRK already came to the sediment pool and got the Rose call, you know, where she just tells you about the area.
Raiden, still...
Weird, okay. Fuck.
Who is that? It's the enemy. I need help. Something over there.
There's something over there.
Huh?
I guess he did come into the sediment pool. Okay. Weird. Right, I thought I heard footsteps behind me, but then I didn't hear an alert, so I said, fuck it, I'm just gonna keep standing here. Oh! I'm so dead. Oh my god!
Return to your positions. Increase security. Reinforcements are on their way to Strut D. Intensify security measures.
What a mess. Gonna waste all my ammo with this mess. That wall shot wasn't really a bad shot, because I thought he was going to keep running. So you can't call me out for that one. I didn't know. I couldn't have predicted that he was going to stop right there. I was trying to aim ahead of his path to catch him. Oh, that was close. He was taking out the binoculars. I love that little mechanic in this game. How they all have binoculars that they can take out to see further.
Attack team, come back at once. Guard team, stay alert.
If they catch someone else get shot like that if they notice someone else getting shot. I think that's the only instance where they'll pull out the binoculars. Oh my god, look at this. Fuck it, go. So many guards. I really should have gotten the radar.
It's the enemy, and you down.
Jack, is that you? I can't believe it. Stillman's prosthetic leg was all a big lie.
Don't be too hard on him, Rose.
But he's got no right to go around pretending he's got a prosthetic leg. That's an insult to people who really can't walk.
Everyone's got their own reasons. Sometimes you've got no choice but to lie.
You're right. I guess it is necessary sometimes.
Rose?
Rose?
It's nothing. Well, see ya.
Make doubly sure.
I really hope they can shorten these loading times in the Master Collection. It seems like they are fixing some issues with the new collection, so it'd be great if they could, you know, because if you play this game on PS2, these calls load up instantly. It's instant, but look how long it takes on this HD collection.
Make doubly.
Like as soon as you call it, it comes up on PS2. It's like 3 or 4 seconds on the HD collection that you have to wait for every single call.
Understood. Reinforcements are on their way to the DE connecting bridge. Exercise extreme caution.
Okay, I'm going back in. I'm not sure if it's faster on modern Xbox consoles.
I have the last C4 frozen. There's nothing showing up on the sensor now.
Good work, Raiden.
You're way ahead of me, kid. I still have one to go.
How's your bomb, Peter?
It's a bomb, all right. Sealed C4, and in huge quantities.
You think there's another one in Shell 1?
For sure. Somewhere at the bottom of Strut A.
Why are you so certain?
If this bottom section of the strut is demolished, Shell 2 will be well on its way to destruction.
You mean that Shell 2 will actually sink?
Not immediately. There'll still be 5 struts left. But if Shell 1 loses a strut at the same time, it'll be a very different story. The big shell's structural integrity depends on a very exact balance. If both shells lose a strut each, the whole structure will tear itself apart under its own weight.
What do we do?
I have a sensor that can locate even those scentless C4s. It makes combined use of a neutron scintillator and a hydrogen bomb detector.
You brought that stuff with you?
Of course. I made the calibrations while I was in the pantry.
Does it work?
I just tested it, and it definitely responds. But the best I can do is a sound beacon, not the radar.
Sound?
The shorter the interval between beacons, the closer the target.
I get you.
There's another one in that pantry I was in. You can go back and get it.
It's all yours, Raiden.
I'm going to study it some more and see if the freezing process will work. Don't touch the other one until I say so.
Okay. I'll stand by until you radio in.
It is the same on Xbox, Young Snow. Okay. Yeah, it'd be cool if they could sort that out. It seems like there are people who really care working on the Master Collection, which is good. Like little details like the laser being fixed on the tanker. You know, the scene where Snake points the M9 at Olga. The face-off scene between them before the boss fight. In the HD Collection, you can't see the laser pointing from the M9. But on the Master Collection, they have fixed that. So that's a sign, you know. I wasn't expecting them to fix any of the current problems on the HD Collection. Because for the most part, they're details that really only the hardcore nerds give a shit about. They could easily get away with just releasing the same HD Collection. So that's a good sign. I still, you know, I would still temper your expectations. Because who knows what problems it could have, but it's a good sign anyway that they're fixing some of those smaller details. Oh my god, man! Fucking Strut D.
I hit him. I need some backup here.
How was I supposed to know you could see me there? Oh, I'm dead.
What the hell happened? Raiden!
It'll only be 30 FPS on Switch. Yeah, it'll be 60 FPS on everything other than Switch.
Nothing here.
It was really terrible PR from Konami showing the Switch footage first and creating all this confusion regarding 720p 30 FPS. It was like heavily implied it was going to be that way for all of, like, for this whole Master Collection on every system, but no, it seems like that's not the case. That was just poor communication on Konami's part. That would be absolutely fucking disastrous. If MGS2 was fucking 30 FPS on a PS5 when it's 60 FPS on a PlayStation 2. No, I don't think that's gonna be happening. Bro, do you know what they did when they first showed eFootball? No, what did they do, Bad Humans? Yeah, I don't know what they were thinking, showing the Switch version first. Just, it was a really bad move.
Raiden, I've readied a sensor that's capable of detecting odorless C4. It's stashed in a safe I was hiding in the Strut C pantry. Fetch it.
They showed the mobile version when talking about next-gen graphics. Okay. Oh, Konami.
Stillman, how are you doing over there?
I'm checking it now. It just can't simply be a bomb that doesn't respond to an odor. There must be something else planted there.
Exactly what is it?
I'm not certain. Give me a little more time.
Raiden, I've readied a sensor that's capable of detecting odorless C4.
Right.
Raiden, go pick up that sensor for odorless C4s. It should be in that room in Strut C where you found Pete.
Shohei, I still need to confirm that that is true. But that's what everyone was saying at the time when they were advertising their new Silent Hill collection. The footage from Silent Hill 2 that they showed was not of their own version, but was of the fan remaster, not the original remaster.
Raiden, a full life gauge will slow down the consumption of the grip gauge.
I need to ask Enigma about that next time he's here, or Nub Zombie. But yeah, everyone was saying that at the time, and I think even those guys were saying that, so... But I still need a full confirmation. Oh hey, let's spray the little flies here. Just because we can. Little bastards. I wish there was a call about the flies, but I don't think there is. Okay, so now that we are finally past Strut D, we can talk about the mission failed screen. There's a cool little detail as well in on this bridge that we can see. If we look at what's written here, we see W18A and then a dash and D, and we are right next to Strut D. W18A is the code for Strut D. And if we go over here, each area in the game has a code like this. And right here we have W16A. C. We are right next to Strut C. So there we have W16 for Strut C, W16A for Strut C, W18A for Strut D, which might mean that we are currently in W17, right? Because we are currently in the area in between both struts. I don't think we can see W17A written anywhere on this map. It just tells us what the code is for the areas that are connected to it. However, if we kill ourselves, let's see what we can see on the mission failed screen.
Raiden, is everything all right? Raiden! Raiden!
So if you look at the very bottom of the screen here, it says vanished point. And what does it say right beside vanished point? W17A. So this vanished point thing here will tell you your area code. Pretty cool. And all of the other bits of text here also relate to your in-game performance and things like that. Arm strength, that's your grip gauge. See, that's the very first thing that's written underneath exit. Arm strength, GTH, arm strength. Prudence underneath that, that's your save count, how many times you've saved. Below that is ammo used. Underneath that, alert number, 20 alerts. Underneath that, NUET, that's supposed to be like neutralized, I think. That's your kill count, 34 kills. Below that, DMGAMMOUNT, that's damage amount. Just, I guess, like your points, the points of damage that you have taken. Underneath that, you have camera coordinates, camera position X, camera position Y, and area move. I think that's the amount of times that you've moved between areas. That you've moved to a new area 155 times. And I always forget what the other codes are. Oni Komodo YK, I think is like an anagram for Konami Tokyo, but Oni Komodo is like also the name of another place, I think. The numbers above that, I'm not sure if those numbers ever change or what those numbers mean. Maybe someone in chat knows. Gakuratas, that's always written up there as well. That never changes. It always says Oni Komodo, it always says Gakuratas, and I'm not sure if those numbers ever change. I think I found out some things about this screen. Go ahead, Bad Humans, and if you can confirm what any of these things mean on the right, you can also let me know. I always forget. And the one at the bottom right, DSJW 897. Yumi Koritos replaces it during Arsenal. Oh. I'm just going to kill myself in Strut D.
Raiden!
Yeah, the code at the bottom right changed. Now it says DSJW 80984. Will it be the same if I kill myself again?
Raiden!
It's different again. Interesting. Method of death? Nah, because I killed myself in the same way both times and it was a different code. What about that code at the top right? Has that changed? It was 613 something there, right?
Raiden!
Yeah, that one stays the same, I think. Ooh, hold on.
Raiden!
Now are we getting the same code at the bottom right again and again? So I think DSJW is designed by JNT Works. JNT Works was the first pseudonym Juntaro Saito used before becoming JNTHED. He also did 2D design and was responsible for this screen. Oh, is this like his signature on the screen? He's kind of putting his stamp on it.
Raiden!
No, it was 581732 or something. So we are still getting different numbers. Do you have any idea what the numbers mean, Bad Humans? But yeah, either way, it's interesting how this screen factors into the story, right? Because this screen is literally a part of GW, or that's how it comes across, right? Because once you insert the virus into the AI and the kernel starts to go crazy, this screen also starts to go crazy. It appears when it shouldn't appear, and it says fission mailed. So it's like it's broken along with the AI. As the AI breaks, so does this screen. And it makes sense, right? Because this is the screen that analyzes your performance. It's also interesting that it says mission failed instead of game over. Because MGS1, it says game over. On the tanker, it says game over. And then you get to the plant, and it doesn't say game over. It says mission failed. Why did they change it from game over to mission failed? Well, a game released in between MGS1 and MGS2, a game called MGS VR Missions. And in MGS VR Missions, it never says game over. It always says mission failed, as in you failed the VR mission, because you're doing VR missions. And of course, a lot of this game revolves around the idea of simulations, and we're told that Raiden's only experience up until this point is his training in VR, and this is his first real mission. So it's there to maybe make you question the reality of what you're seeing, like a lot of what this game does, or to maybe convey the idea that reality is becoming indistinguishable from simulation, from unreality. But yeah, pretty cool, all the little details in the mission failed screen. Also, I know that the cap for damage amount is 30,000, but during the Tengu fight, it'll go over its cap, only to return back to 30,000 during the Rei fight. Yeah, I think I remember you talking about that before. You've been keeping track of the numbers there, Nambrew. Yeah, I'm not sure what the deal is. Maybe it has something to do with, like, the amount of time it takes for you to die, or, like, specifically the part of the map that you're dying in. I don't know. Forgot that this guy stops and looks over the rail. And I don't know how he got over to that other rail. I was trying to flip him over the rail he was looking over. How did he get back over there?
What can I do for you, Jack?
I love you. Rose, no comment?
About?
I've killed someone.
Jack, it's a battlefield.
My opponents are living, breathing human beings. This isn't like the VR training. They have bodies. They have had lives. I took all that away from them.
But you've got no choice if you want to survive.
And yet, maybe because of the VR training, I can't help but try and block out that reality. It's the only way I can manage to fight.
Jack.
What?
I don't care what it takes, just as long as you come back alive. Do whatever it takes, please. Just come back in one piece.
Okay.
Oh, we didn't talk about the gasp either, did we? On the mission failed screen, you can get a few different pieces of dialogue, obviously. Sometimes Rose will call out for you, sometimes the Colonel will call out for you. But pay attention to when we get Rose, because every time at the very end of her dialogue, there's a pause, and then she goes, let's see if we get it.
Raiden, is everything all right? Raiden! Raiden!
No.
Raiden, what's going on? Raiden! Raiden!
Nope.
No, this isn't happening. Jack, you have to answer me. Jack! Jack!
There we go. So, for the longest time, I just thought that was Rose crying. Right? It's just a cry. It's just a little whimper. Oh, I'm so sad. But no, that is Rose getting fucking killed. That is Rose's life support getting cut off. Because her life depends on Raiden's success. And if Raiden dies, so too does she. And so too does Olga's child. They're all hooked up to the same network. And yeah, if Rose's nanomachines register that Raiden has been killed, she too will get killed. Yeah, there are a few variations on Rose's death dialogue there, but there's one constant. Every single one of them has the pause and the afterwards. She always cries out for Jack in different ways, but that's the one thing that always stays the same. And I think that's supposed to be your hint that there's something kind of up with this gasp. I was mind blown when I found this out for the first time, because I was reading it on a Japanese translation, and I couldn't really make out what I was reading exactly, but I noticed they were talking about Rose's gasp. And I immediately knew what they were talking about, because the gasp is memorable. I was like, oh my fucking god, there's something to the gasp. The gasp isn't just a gasp. But I knew exactly what they were talking about, because it is a memorable thing. And maybe that's why it's memorable, because they put focus on it. They want you to notice it. But yeah, I think pretty much everyone just thinks it's a little whimper, that it's a little cry, and that's probably how it's supposed to come across. Like, it's not supposed to be obvious that there's something up with it. Maybe in Japanese it sounds a little bit more pained or something. But yeah, I think this is in the Japanese scenario book. It's like a note in the script that's only in Japanese. Bad Humans, maybe you can confirm if this is a scenario book detail. I think this is something that's written in the Japanese only scenario book, which we are getting a translation of with this new Master Collection. We are, for the first time in English, we will be able to read the scenario books, which have been only available in Japan for the longest time. We never got a translation of them, and they're filled with like, you can read the entire script for the games with like developer notes and commentary on the dialogue and on certain scenes, and that's where we get a lot of these details. These very well hidden details. MGS5 also mimics this scene with Rose, with Ocelot's game over dialogue. Ocelot has game over dialogue in MGS5 where he calls out for Snake, and then there's a long pause at the end, and he goes, "Ugh!" He kind of has this grunt, and that's supposed to be him snapping out of his hypnosis, and because he's hypnotizing himself to make himself believe that he's talking to the real big boss. And that little is him snapping out of his hypnosis and realizing that this is the fake big boss. Yeah, so MGS5 does the same thing in a different way.
Peter, I have sensor B.
Good. Head to the bottom of strut A.
How's your invisible bomb?
I'm looking at it, but I'm keeping my distance. How's Pliskin doing?
A few more minutes. I just got to the last strut, but there are a few enemy sentries I have to take care of.
Does it look bad, Peter?
Maybe. It's an odd one. The detonator hasn't been activated.
What?
But the sensors are live, which means...
This is Pliskin. I've located the last C4.
Is that it?
I'm about to freeze it. Then...
Wait! Pliskin! Damn! That was it!
What's going on?
The detonator just woke up. It's counting down!
What happened?
The big ones were rigged to be activated when all the baby C4s went offline. Right. The one in Shell 1 should be counting down too. Hurry!
What's the remaining time?
200 seconds.
200 seconds?
Right. Move! Get to the bottom of strut A now!
Let's do it. Cut the music. They don't have speakers outside. I'm all out of SOCOM ammo. Ah, God. Do I want to bother? No! Oh, I thought I'd be able to get to the door just before the alert triggered. Fuck.
Raiden, is everything all right? Raiden! Raiden!
The Master Collection is the old games, remastered. No remakes. Not MGS Delta. It'll be the original MGS 3. Or, you know, just the kinda subsistence MGS 3. The second remaster, hopefully a somewhat updated remaster. A somewhat fixed remaster.
Freeze!
Although it will have some of the archival footage replaced. The definitive versions will still be the original PS2 versions, I'm sure, for all these games. But, yeah, hopefully they'll fix some of the problems with the HD collection, even if they do have to replace some of the archival footage. Apparently there are 8 shots in total being replaced with regards to the archival footage. You know, the real-life, documentary-like footage that the games use. Some of those will be replaced. And not just in MGS 3. I thought Nitroid said 6. Was it 6? I thought they said 8. 6 or 8. I don't know if any of the MGS1 shots will be replaced.
Pliskin.
Probably
Listen
not.
Carefully.
What is it?
I fell for it.
Fell for what?
Fat man has my number. A proximity trigger. Microwave.
Microwave?
With a 7-foot range. It's not a technique I taught him. Neither was that multi-bomb booby trap. Looks like he's far surpassed me as far as explosives technique goes. As for the rest...
Pete, get the hell out of there.
There's less than 30 seconds left. It's too late.
No!
Pliskin, get away from Strut H as fast as you can.
Pete!
Right. Keep your distance. Use the spray from as far away as possible.
Me?
You can do it. I know that.
I'm not so sure.
But I am. Do it. I know you can.
Get real.
Get real, Stillman. Yeah, he wasn't entirely sure about that shot though, Bad Humans. He said maybe he just didn't remember it. So you never know.
Colonel, Stillman is dead.
I know. Pull yourself together, Raiden.
You don't give a shit, Raiden.
I can't do this alone.
Jack, are you listening? All right, calm down.
Stillman is dead. There are no more explosive specialists.
You're fine. I won't let you die.
Rose.
All right then. Is Sensor B equipped?
Yes.
See if it responds or not. Jack, no matter what, you have to bring an end to this crisis.
Okay.
Get real means something completely different in this game. It's another little thematic detail, right? It's all about... It's kind of funny considering that's... The game is all about reality. Unreality. Trying to get real. That's what Raiden is trying to do for the entire game. He's trying to get real. Trying to become a real boy. And he even gets swallowed by the giant sea creature, just like Pinocchio.
Colonel, I've neutralized the bomb.
Good work, Raiden.
It was a great loss for everyone.
Yes, it was.
Colonel, any damage report on the explosion?
Seems that the duct for diverting the contaminated seawater was destroyed, and the central section of Shell 2 is flooding. The explosions ignited the oil slick on the surface.
What about the toxins?
The chemicals stayed in containment. There's no immediate danger.
Is the big shell stable?
Shell 1 was unaffected. The price was high, but the threat of the bomb is over for now.
What's the next objective?
Rescue the President. Get back to the upper level.
Roger that.
All right, let's go back.
Raiden, the terrorists have retaliated for our bomb neutralization.
What?
A hostage has been killed, shot in the head. They shot one of them on the roof, just to make sure we caught it. One of our satellites caught it clear as day.
Damn.
They announced they would kill one every hour from now on.
What are my orders? What should I do?
Stay with your mission objective. Rescue the President.
What about the other hostages?
President Johnson is your first priority.
Priority my butt. They're all in danger.
Jack, be reasonable. I know what you're feeling, but you can't save them all.
No, not by myself.
Are you expecting that Pliskin to come through?
Well...
Looks like he's turned his radio off too.
I can't complete this mission by myself.
That man was not included in the simulation. He is not a factor in this mission.
What do you mean by that, Colonel?
Your mission must remain a solo effort.
What about the SEALs? No second attempt?
They haven't even gotten to planning that. All we can do is wait. In the meantime, you're our only hope.
I understand.
Raiden, go and rescue the President.
Raiden.
You can start off by getting to the upper level of Strut A.
Alright, so here we find out about these hostages that are supposedly getting shot. But then later it turns out that that might not be the truth, that the Colonel may be telling a fib here. But we'll hear more about that later. Why would the Colonel be lying to him about such a thing, though? There's a line in the next scene that I never really talk about. So I think I just forget to talk about it. You know, Fortune has a line in the next scene where she says, "You've seen the fires of hell, haven't you?" And I think what that line is alluding to is to Raiden's real past. Like who he really is. The fact that he isn't just a VR-trained soldier. That he has a real dark history that goes far back into his childhood. That he was, you know, a born and bred killer from a young age. And Fortune can somehow see this in him. Almost as if she's like, you know, looking into his past. And I've always thought that that line might have been designed to replicate how Mantis sees into Snake's past in MGS1. You know, in MGS1, when Mantis has those lines like, "I see you have suffered the same trauma." When he says that to Snake, and then Meryl questions him about it, and he says, you know, Snake tells her about his past and all of that. I always wondered if that line was supposed to be Fortune mimicking Mantis in a way. You know, you have these boss characters that are able to somehow see into the protagonist's past. You know, how does Fortune know? You know, it kind of feels Mantis-like. That she can just, like, look at him and read him like that. But, yeah, just always made me think of Mantis in that one moment where he comments on Snake's past. Oh, the bug's bugged this time.
I can't tell you how happy I am that you were alive after all. I knew this moment would come. Show yourself and finish me, like you finished off my father. Otherwise, you'll be the one to die.
Oh, crap.
That's not him. This could be interesting. You've seen the fires of hell, haven't you? Maybe you can give me death. My name is Fortune, lucky in war and nothing else. And without a death to call my own. Hurry, kill me, please.
There we go.
Fortune's railgun packs some power. A direct hit will kill you. Do not present her with a target under any condition. Stay behind cover. Right. Rose did a bit of research on Fortune's weapon.
The big rifle that she carries appears to be a personal railgun.
Railgun?
Yes, an electromagnetic gun that fires bullets with magnetic force. As a movable conductor, it uses plasma electrons to boost acceleration capabilities. The kinetic energy of the ammunition is approximately 10 megajoules. Incidentally, that of a 140mm smooth bore gun ammunition is 20 megajoules.
I can't believe something like that even exists.
It's not available, though. What she has is only a prototype.
That thing sure doesn't sound like a prototype.
Problems with the rail plasma and inter-rail electromagnetic release have yet to be solved. Evaluations exist that criticize it as unacceptable as a field weapon because of the high risk of accidental discharge.
But hers doesn't?
Most likely, probably because she's lucky.
Unbelievable.
Either way, it's a weapon that she alone can wield, that's for sure.
Yeah, and a weapon that's uncontrollable, too.
Be very careful, Jack.
Enigma! Thank you very much for the raid, and welcome anyone coming in. I'm probably getting drowned out a little bit at the moment because the music is very loud for boss fights here. But thank you, man. And welcome anyone coming in. Thanks for joining us. We're doing a crazy 5+ day Metal Gear marathon. Non-stop. 5 days straight. How's it going, everyone? I hope you've been enjoying Yakuza 0, Enigma. Thanks for joining. Thanks for the raid. Ooh. I'm probably going to get killed here. I want to shoot a shot at Fortune. Even though it's going to miss, I want to shoot at her. Because I think we can get a call related to it, but it's going to be risky. I'll try here.
What good are you?
Oh, God!
What is she, a witch? For some reason, I can't hit her.
I don't understand. She's obviously impervious to attack.
What are my options?
Disengage her and get out.
The elevator is still upstairs. My retreat's been cut off.
Hang on until the elevator comes down again. Your weapons can't hurt her, and you need to stay alive. Use whatever cover you can find and invade her.
Oh, you finished it. Nice.
Don't even think about attempting melee combat. Keep your distance and evade her attacks. Just buy some time until the elevator arrives.
Okay. Maybe I should try controller port 2. I'm sure some people did. Uh-oh.
Right. Fat Man just contacted us directly.
Fat Man called us?
Yes. Looks like he placed a bomb on the heliport. He specifically asked for you, right?
What?
He's killed off Peter. Now he's after you.
Why me?
How should I know?
Look, this is really not a good time for this.
The countdown's already begun, right?
Great. How much time do I have left?
I'll show you the count. 200 seconds remaining.
So he's planning on taking this place out.
It looks like he has a different agenda from that of Dead Cell.
What about backup?
None. There's no time.
Which type of explosives is it?
He didn't say.
I'll take over, Queen.
What is it?
It seems our friend Fat Man is out of control.
He'll actually try to destroy this place?
Yes, this could unravel everything we've planned.
But why would he do such a thing?
Who knows? But he's nothing more than a stereotypical mad bomber now. He's completely lost sight of our ideals. And with it, his loyalty to Commander Jackson.
All right. I'll take care of the wayward soul. It wasn't him.
Unfortunate.
I expected more of this one, really.
But he couldn't kill you, I see.
Completely useless.
Then he's all mine.
Later, then.
Now!
Now!
Damn!
Vamp. Are you gone? No. No, that death was meant for me. Why am I the only one that can't die? Alone again? Cheated out of death again? How long will you force me to live? How much longer, Dad? You've punished me enough. I thought you could give me peace. But you couldn't kill me either.
There's no need for sorrow, Queen. I died once already.
Vamp.
I can't die twice.
It's very kind for the timer to wait for us here until we get right up to the top. Waits for the player. All right, let's keep going. Raiden's now reaction there is another. It's interesting because in the Japanese version, it's a very, very quiet now. It's the exact opposite of that now. In Japanese, it's just like a moment of focus for Raiden. He's saying it to himself while he's concentrating on the shot. He's just like, now. It's just like this acknowledgement, this focus. But in English, he wants everyone to hear it. But yeah, they probably weren't sure on what the direction of that line should be, because in the script it was probably still written in caps. Or with an exclamation mark beside it, at least. I'm not sure if it's written in caps. Alright, to Fat Man. I'd love to stream the Japanese version. but unfortunately you can't play it in Japanese with English subtitles. Now that would be amazing. That would be something they could add to the Master Collection. Oh man, that would be like my dream addition to the Master Collection. If I had to have one feature in the Master Collection, that would be it. English subtitles and the ability to play in Japanese. Because then we could mix up marathons with the Japanese version. And, well, not just for marathons, but, you know, just for playing the Japanese version. What the hell am I doing here? But Raiden being cool and calm doesn't really work. Well, like, he's still the same character. He's just not as heightened, you know? He'll still be, you know, all of his dialogue is gonna be the same. His relationships are gonna be the same. The way he behaves in front of Snake, the way Snake treats him, the way the Colonel treats him, his exchanges with Rose, like all of those are, you know, are gonna be the same. Just his tone will be more subdued. Quentin Flynn, you know, really takes it up to 11. He's so unbelievably on edge a lot of the time. Which I think still does work for the character. I'm like, there are aspects of Quentin Flynn's performance that go a little bit too overboard, but a lot of it does work, I think. A lot of it does fit with the character. Just like just a different interpretation. Eden Knight with the 2 months, thank you. If we don't hurry, it'll be the last we see. And I won't let you be just a dream. Yeah, the Japanese version of this game is particularly interesting. You know, there's a lot to talk about with regards to the differences and how those differences are often, like, core to the story. You know, like, they have a big impact on the story. Solidus being, I'm sure DRK was talking about that earlier. Or maybe he wasn't, but, you know, Solidus and Solid both having the same voice actor in Japanese, which really ties into the story and adds to the confusion regarding Solidus taking the name of Solid Snake, and how you don't see, like, you hear Solidus's voice several times before you see him in person. Which just adds to the whole confusion regarding Pliskin and who these people really are. You know, because you meet Pliskin, and then an hour later you hear Solidus, and you hear that he has the same voice as this Pliskin character you've been talking to. In English, it's immediately obvious that these are completely different characters, that these are all completely different people. But in Japanese, they have the same voice actor, so it's a bit more confusing. And then you have the story of the game telling you that Solidus is Solid Snake. So, yeah, a lot of that stuff just works better in Japanese, I think, because of that. However, I still really do like John Saigan as Solidus. He's great. But it would have been interesting hearing Hater play Solidus. What that would have been like. Would have been interesting to see that. You have other things like Ames and the President. In Japanese, Ames is played by the DARPA chief's voice actor, and the President is played by President Baker's voice actor, which again ties heavily into the story because Ames is the stand-in for the DARPA chief as a part of the simulation, and the president is the stand-in for President Baker as a part of the simulation. So both of them having the same voice actors is meaningful. But it also makes sense that they couldn't do that in English, because hearing the DARPA chief's voice come out of Ames's mouth would have been unusual, to say the least. I guess I'll freeze this bomb. Look at Fat Man just teasing us here. Not hiding this bomb at all. What a flex.
So you're the one. You're right on time, I see. I like a punctual man.
Is he Dead Cell?
I am Fat Man. I am the greatest that humanity has to offer, and can you hear it? Hear this rhythm? It's the rhythm of time and life. Don't you follow this sound? I used to hang around department store clock counters. Life is short. Bombs tell the time with every moment of their existence, and nothing else announces its own end with such a fanfare. Glad you could make it. The party's about to start.
Fucking glasses, man. Is it really worth it playing this game on NG+? We have to put up with this shit.
Good year. Let's drink the Stillman, shall we?
If you destroy the big shell, you'll never collect your ransom.
Ransom? What are you talking about?
$30 billion in cash.
So that's what's going on, huh?
What the hell are you talking about?
Oh, you'll know soon enough. And I could care less what they plan to do. My ambitions are much more simple. To be the most famous bomber of them all.
You're nuts! No one's gonna give a damn about you.
Oh, yes, they will. I'll go down in history as the man who beat Peter Stillman. That's the only reason I assisted them.
Like hell you beat Stillman. He had your number.
What did you say?
You have nothing of his courage. Or... What are you laughing at?
That croc died a dishonorable death 6 months ago.
6 months ago. The liquidation of Dead Cell.
Call it what you want. Only the right stuff survived that hell. Set me free, you know. Open the way to a new dimension. So that I can become the Emperor among detonation devotees.
You're nothing but a common criminal, and that's the only way people will ever remember you.
How dare you! I'm an artist! That is why I dislike boorish military types. It's time to start the party. This is how it works. I plant a bomb, and it'll explode soon after that. If you prefer to stay in one piece, you'll have to disable my bombs. Laugh and grow fat. Let's move!
Let's do it.
Raiden, as you can see, Batman is wearing a blast suit. You can do very little damage through the suit. Use the first-person view to go for the head. The blast suit can't protect him from the impact of the shot itself. A series of rapid fire will knock him off balance and create an opportunity for attack. Use it.
Why are you giving me this information? On New Game, you don't get a call there, and you would need that information even less on a repeat playthrough. Okay, we'll play with him a bit here. We'll give him a head start. Got some more M9 ammo. Uh-oh. 4 5 Don't pull that trigger. Nice.
Where are you hiding?
Right here. Ah!
What are you doing there? Hello?
Hello? Oh no. Okay.
Look, your favorite. Explosive. 30 seconds, and it goes. What's wrong?
Okay, Jesus Christ. It's over.
Raiden!
Raiden! Okay, I'll give him one more head start. Nah, actually, I'm not. No mercy. Fuck! If you shoot his skates right as he's about to take off, you can get a very unique animation where he just flies forward and he sits up on his ass in a unique way, but you have to be very precise. Nice.
Get out of my way!
he'll always come back to his last bomb. So if you have time to spare, it's worth just waiting for him to come back so you can stay on his ass. Like right now, he's gonna come back. Nice. Double headshot. Once again, we probably have enough time to wait for him to come back. Close. Oh, I thought maybe I got the timing right that time. Oh, you fucking asshole. Ah, fuck. Thought I'd try and catch him. Whoa! We're good. We're good. Woo! Jesus. Fuck.
That was close. One.
Boing. I need more ammo. Oh no. This could be bad. This could be bad. Okay, nice.
That was close.
Ah!
Look, your favorite.
Oh, nice. This is the last one. Wow, you asshole. Look at those nails. Look at those beautiful hands.
What's wrong? Little foxhound not up to the task? My suit. Oh no. I've nothing to wear to the party.
The party's over for you.
That's what you think.
What do you mean? What did you just do? What is this?
I have beautiful hands. These delicate hands can craft works of art.
Answer me, what the hell is this?
It's the switch for the biggest bomb in the entire place.
Huh?
No use. Once it's activated, there's no stopping the count.
Where did you plant it? Where is it?
Somewhere in this area. Don't worry, it's very close by. Where is it? Go ahead, shoot me. I'm already dead. Damn! Think you can find it? When it goes off, it'll take the big show with it.
Tell me where I can find the bomb!
That's your problem. This is the highlight of the party. Bring it on, I say. They'll be happy too. I die here and start my legend. Too bad you won't be around to see the movies. Laugh and grow fat.
Okay, where could it be? Let's take a look. Okay, maybe we just need to get a little bit deeper. Hold on. There we go. That should be it. Colonel, any ideas?
Colonel, where's that bomb?
We have no information on that. Sweep the area.
Hurry, Jack.
The bomb has to be somewhere on the heliport. Use whatever means necessary to locate it. Raiden, have you located the bomb yet?
No, not yet.
Hurry, Jack. We don't have a lot of time left.
He wouldn't have had the time to find a good hiding place. It must be somewhere near him. Take a closer look. Raiden, the bomb?
Nothing yet.
Where is that damn thing? We're running out of time.
Have you checked under Fat Man's body?
What? Of course not. It can't be there.
You don't know that.
Okay, what evidence do you have that it's there?
Just a hunch, all right?
Look, Rose, I know what I'm doing, and this is my life on the line. You don't have any experience in this type of work, so
Raiden, don't turn down a good suggestion when you hear one. Check it out.
Okay, I guess we'll check under his body. This seems a little bit far-fetched, though. Oh.
Good work, Raiden. Looks like all the bombs are neutralized. One of their main leverages is now gone. That leaves...
Colonel, Fat Man didn't seem to know about the ransom demands.
Intentionally kept in the dark, I'd say. He seemed to be coming from a very different place from the other terrorists. Raiden, a lot of hostages, our president included, are still in danger. Keep your mind focused on protecting them.
What are my orders?
Rescue the president.
We have no idea where he is.
You haven't been in the Central Core yet. I suggest you start there.
Wait, I have another call. Want me to take it?
No, I'll go offline. Best to keep our presence unknown.
How you doing, kid?
Pliskin, is everything all right?
Could be better. Looks like I was out cold for a while.
How did you manage to stay alive?
Had a little help from a friend.
Friend?
What about the bomb?
Diffused. And Fat Man, too.
That's good news.
How's Shell 2?
It's a mess. The bomb crippled H-Strut.
What about the toxins?
The what?
If the big shell blows up, the explosion is expected to produce massive amounts of toxins.
Never heard anything about that.
Huh?
Well, looks like there's not much danger of that in any case. But the central core is starting to flood. It won't last much longer.
Well, what about the president and the other hostages?
They weren't in Shell 2. They must be in Shell 1.
We need to get the hostages out of here now.
It's too far from Manhattan for a swim.
What about the lifeboats?
There doesn't seem to be any. Doesn't make sense.
So a chopper is our only extraction?
Right. And it comes with a passenger limit. Intel has it that there are about 30 hostages.
It'd take more than a single trip.
We'll have to come back.
Can you pilot a chopper?
No, but I brought a gearhead with me. He's a good guy. I'll introduce you later.
Pliskin, I'm on the heliport right now, but I don't see their Harrier. It's out somewhere.
We better move now, then. Our chances with a Harrier after us are close to nothing.
Do you know where the president is?
No, that one's all yours.
The president is at the top of our rescue list. These are our orders, Lieutenant JG.
Your orders, not mine.
What?
See you later.
Okay. So, before we do anything, let's just call Rose. Follow up on her expert advice.
What's up, Jack? Jack.
What?
You know what I'm talking about.
All right, all right. The bomb was where you guessed it would be. You were right, and you saved my butt.
As long as you realize that.
I was pretty surprised, though. I never expected to find it where I did.
You must think I'm pretty clueless, huh?
Of course not. And I have a pretty healthy respect for the woman's intuition thing now.
That is such a sexist thing to say, you know that?
Come on, don't be mad. I apologized already.
Don't sweat it. I'm just messing with you. I want you to recognize that I can help you through this thing, and that I care about you.
That line delivery.
Rose?
Hang in there, okay?
I'm just messing with you. So, this is a very well hidden little thing in this game. In order for Rose to tell you to check under Fat Man's body, you have to wait until the timer hits the 10-second mark. You cannot get that call until the timer hits 10 seconds. And then, of course, in order to get this save call with her, you have to have done that previously. This save call will only unlock if you've done that call with Rose, because obviously it won't make sense otherwise if she hasn't told you about the bomb, because that's what the whole call is about. But you also have to have done the other 2 calls with the Colonel before as well. So the chances of you seeing that on a first playthrough, unbelievably slim. The chances of you missing it on like your 100th playthrough, also pretty high. But yeah, cool little detail. I think you can trigger all 3 of the calls at the 10-second mark. Like, I don't think you need to have done the other 2 calls before it hits 10 seconds. But yeah, very well hidden. It's really interesting how they have him here breathing if you trank kill him. Even though he's supposed to be dead, canonically, right? Is it all part of the simulation? We could finish him off here. Dead. If we were playing on New Game, we would find that Fat Man drops Stillman's dog tags. I remember that detail really fucked with me as a kid when I was playing this for the first time. I was like, oh my god, is Fat Man actually the real Peter Stillman? Who was Stillman? Was Stillman even Stillman? Is this Peter Stillman? I was like mind blown. Or I was like very confused. I was kind of mind fucked. Was anyone else like that? Did anyone else think that when you picked up the dog tags that this was Peter Stillman? What could it mean? Why does he have Stillman's dog tags? But either way, it is interesting that he has Stillman's tags, right? I guess just tying into the whole idea of legacy and Stillman viewing Fat Man as the inheritor of his legacy. That's why he, felt such a personal responsibility over him, because he felt like he created him, that he was his father in a sense. There's one idea that really gets lost in translation as well regarding Fat Man. In Japanese, he comes across as a slightly more sympathetic character, Fat Man. There's that moment in the scene where Raiden says, "You had nothing of his courage," and Fat Man interrupts him and he laughs. And he says, "That croc died a dishonorable death 6 months ago." And what he should be saying there is, those ambitions died 6 months ago, or something along those lines. And he's responding to the idea of him living up to Stillman's legacy. Like, my ambitions to be an honorable man like Stillman, that died with the liquidation of Dead Cell. And, we find out that was when Dead Cell went completely off the rails, when they lost their leader. The whole group snapped. Fat Man started going insane, went off the rails. And all of that was orchestrated by the Patriots. But Fat Man believes that he was making all these decisions on his own. He says, "That's the only reason I assisted them." Right? Putting himself in a position of power over the Patriots, right? The Patriots needed me, right? And this is the only reason I assisted them, right? No. Fat Man, like, all of this was set up by the Patriots. The Patriots arranged for all of this to happen and had you under their control, and they knew that you would assist them because they set all of this up. The Patriots, they were responsible for the death of Fortune's husband. They were responsible for imprisoning him under false pretenses. And they did all of that in order to provoke Dead Cell, to provoke them into going rogue so they could more easily manipulate them and control them. But yeah, it's just a little line, a little bit of the scene that gets lost there, I think. A lot of that stuff, I'm not sure if DRK talks about this when he plays the game, but a lot of that stuff regarding Dead Cell is inspired by a real life story regarding a similar group called Red Cell. You can look them up if you're interested. There's some crazy shit related to the real life Dead Cell. And just like Fortune's husband, the leader of Red Cell was also accused of misappropriating government funds and sent to jail. But I think in the case of Red Cell, it was true. He wasn't falsely accused. He was really up to some shenanigans. But yeah, the real life Red Cell would do similar things to Dead Cell. They were known for simulating events, staging kidnappings and stuff like that to test the effectiveness of government buildings and to test the security of certain military bases and things like that. Apparently they got into some really dodgy stuff, like they were staging some kind of torture, but then they actually did torture the guy Like it was supposed to be just this simulation, but they ended up like really torturing someone. There's loads of shady shit related to the real life Red Cell that you can look up if you're interested. Yeah, I'd imagine that's why Kojima was inspired by them, you know, because they were all about staged events, simulations, essentially. Reading the Wikipedia article now, yeah, it's some interesting stuff. The leader is a relatively famous guy. Dick Marcinko was the leader, and he's had a video game made about him called Rogue Warrior. The connections to MGS go further as well, because Jeremy Blaustein, who translated MGS1, a lot of his localization for that game was inspired by Dick Marcinko's book, Rogue Warrior, where he borrowed a lot of the jargon and military terminology and stuff. Like, maybe even like just the way he spoke as well. He kind of comes across as a bit of a character as well. Like, he kind of presents himself as this action hero badass, which is probably another thing that inspired Kojima, you know, this sort of confusion between reality and fiction and people presenting themselves as characters. I think that's another thing that's interesting about Fat Man as well. He's kind of presenting himself as this character that he's imagining, you know, he's kind of imagining these movies being made about him. The laugh and grow fat line, it's like he's inventing his own catchphrase. You know, he feels that this will become his legacy. He'll go down in history and they'll make movies about him. You know, he views himself as this artist. He's kind of portraying himself as how he wants to be seen. He's kind of playing a character. But yeah, that line is interesting. It's the only reason I assisted them. I have power over the Patriots. You know, I could choose not to, but all of this was set up so he would make these exact decisions. He's been manipulated the whole time. And interesting that he has that, like, you get that one moment in Japanese where you get the sense that at one point he did want to be someone like Stillman, or, you know, he had more, at one point he did have more noble goals. Not that it makes him completely sympathetic or anything, but yeah. Alright. Guess we'll keep going. Hold on, let me just scroll up here. What's with the veins on his head? I don't know. He's just a big, crazy, fat man who has veins bulging out of his head. You can see that Snake was telling the truth about his manicures as well. See, look, he has... Look at his fancy-looking nails. Another thing that's kind of obvious, but maybe some people didn't pick up on it, you know, his first line when he introduces himself, I am the greatest that humanity has to offer and the lowest. He's talking about the atomic bomb there. He's talking about himself, but I think it's also a, you know, a metaphor for the atomic bomb. The, this incredible creation that humanity has made, but it's it might be great in one sense, but it could also be seen as the greatest and the lowest of humanity. To create something so amazing and incredible, but something that's designed to wipe out the fucking human race. You passed with flying colors.
You passed with flying colors.
Identify yourself.
I'm like you. I have no name.
Are you Mr. X?
If you like. But come, let's get out of the open. Follow me.
Are you with Foxhound too?
Neither enemy nor friend. Just a messenger from the Lali Lulelo. This is safer, I think.
Safe from what?
Eavesdropping, of course.
All right. Why did you contact me?
I've been ordered to give you backup, including the relaying of necessary intel.
Ordered by whom? Why won't you identify yourself?
There is no need for you to know.
I'll decide whether I need to know.
You are not yet trusted to make such decisions. I'll tell you something you do need to know instead. The current location of the president.
What?
Or rather, the person who knows the current location of the president.
Who is it?
A Secret Service agent named Ames, currently being held with other hostages.
Secret Service, huh?
The head of the president's security detail, Ames has been fitted with the same type of VIP nanomachine system as the president. If you're within range, you should be able to communicate.
Why are you telling me this?
Do I need to repeat myself?
There's no reason for me to believe any of this. You understand that?
Of course, but you also have no choice but to believe. Do you have any other leads?
Where are those hostages?
The hostages are being held in the B1 conference hall in the Shell 1 core. You'll find Ames there.
What does he look like?
We don't know if it is indeed a he. I've never met this person either.
How am I supposed to look for someone without even a description?
Use your ears.
What's that supposed to mean?
Ames has a pacemaker. You'll be able to hear the machine sound in the heartbeat.
You expect me to walk up to these hostages and listen to every one of their heartbeats?
The sound is too minute to detect unamplified. You'd be captured immediately.
So what am I supposed to do?
Use the directional microphone. There's one somewhere in the core. Take this. This security card will unlock all level 2 security doors, including the one into the core. It's called a PAN card. It works together with your body's own electronic field. And watch yourself. The core is more heavily guarded than any other section of the big shell. You'll get nowhere just like that. Try this instead.
One of the terrorists?
The surveillance camera won't let you on the elevator without the right uniform.
You want me to disguise myself?
Men assigned to the core and those on perimeter duty are given different colors to wear. Your new outfit will work in some areas, not others. The uniform alone won't fool them either.
You're talking about weapons.
Right, you need an AK.
But I saw them carrying an AN-94.
All men assigned to the core section carry AKs.
So without an AK-74U, someone will see through me really quick.
You could take care of the weapon issue yourself. One other thing.
There's more?
You'll also have to pass a retinal scan to get into the conference hall.
Biometrics. Crap.
Nothing but the real thing will suffice. Deception is not an option here. I suggest you hurry. They have a nuke on their side.
The nuke? They have a nuclear weapon with them?
You didn't find their continuing presence here unusual? Even with the president as hostage, this is an island, and they have no visible means of escape.
Even if they do have a nuke, the warhead is no good without an access code. The security lockout can't be bypassed.
They don't need to. They have the code. You saw it too, I believe. The Navy man with half a handcuff. The other half of it is on the football, or the black case if you like. The nuclear button. And now they have it.
Why did they have to bring the football along? To a decontamination plant of all places.
But they did have to. Because, after all, the big shell is the farthest thing from a cleanup plant there is.
What?
Dead Cell didn't have to bring a nuke along with them. It was right here to begin with. Nothing in this affair is what it seems.
A cover-up? But why? For what?
For Metal Gear that is housed here.
Metal Gear?
The very same. Bipedal capable vehicle of Shadow Moses infamy. This place is the R&D center for its newest incarnation.
What the hell is going on?
Better ask Ames the rest.
What's this for?
You might be glad you have it. Keep the controller's vibration function on.
What do I need a cell phone for? Colonel, who was that man just now?
He's not one of ours. No, we have no one like that in our unit.
He said that the big shell was housing a new model of Metal Gear.
First I've heard of it.
Colonel, what are you not telling me?
I've been completely open with you, Raiden. I've told you everything.
Is that everything you know? Or everything I need to know?
Snap out of it, Raiden. I'll have the Metal Gear rumor looked into. You need to make contact with this Ames.
So you believe that ninja?
Since we have no leads on the President's current location, we have no other alternatives. Right now, collect as much data as you can, including anything on Metal Gear.
Are those my orders?
Yes, they are. Disguise yourself as an enemy soldier and infiltrate the Shell 1 core.
Understood.
All right, we're back. Hold on a second, chat. There's an interesting little moment in that call there with the Colonel where he's talking about the ninja and he says, no, we have no one like that in our unit. Even though Raiden did not say anything about him being in the unit or like he didn't question him on it. So it's another instance of the Colonel repeating lines from MGS1 devoid of their context. The Colonel being a stupid AI. Just repeating the MGS1 dialogue where it doesn't really make sense. You know, in MGS1 it made sense. Snake was questioning him about it. And there was this whole mystery regarding Fox, whether he was a part of Foxhound. And, you know, what Baker said, that's Foxhound's dirty little secret. So then Snake questions him about it. But in this call, it didn't really make any sense because Raiden wasn't really asking him. Predictive text, yeah. Let's give Snake a call.
Pliskin, do you read me?
What's up, Raiden?
I just ran into a guy decked out like a ninja.
A ninja?
Yeah. Do you know anything about this?
No. Can you trust that costumed freak?
I don't know. But the Colonel told me to follow the guy's instructions.
And like a good soldier, you'll do it right. I'll let you in on a little secret, kid. The ninja that was publicized in the Shadow Moses incident no longer exists. The guy you met has no connection whatsoever with the incident.
And how do you know that?
Because I do.
Huh?
Just be careful who you trust, okay?
I think it was Naomi that said that line, yeah. And it even sounds weird the way the Colonel says it. Like, he says something else before he says the line, and then he says, no. We have no one like that in our unit. And it kind of seems unnatural, like he is switching to dialogue that should be spoken by someone else. At least I think, anyway. It's kind of weird with how he just suddenly kind of switches to that line. It kind of feels unnatural, the segue to the line. And maybe that's partly why. Because it's, you know, he's standing in for another character that should be coming in. Let me call Snake again.
Pliskin, do you know anything about a Secret Service agent named Ames?
Ames?
You've heard of him?
No.
Listen, if you know anything...
No. I got the name mixed up with someone else. Forget it.
Yeah, it often feels like that whenever he's repeating lines that are word for word from MGS1. I remember seeing a video as well that had the overlapping scenes. Like it had the both pieces of dialogue from MGS 1 and 2 overlapping, and he said the lines at the exact same rhythm. Sometimes, for one of the lines at the bottom of Strut A at the start of the game, I think when he's explaining the radar. If you overlap the two bits of dialogue there, they're like both spoken at the exact same pace. But yeah, he often sounds more robotic when he's repeating those lines.
The consumption of the when you swing up.
Yeah. Okay, next we are going to get the digital camera, which is a must-have for the next section of the game. To get one of the most perverted Easter eggs in the whole game. Like how we can look through the box while we're being transported here. Ghost Babble time, oh boy.
Nothing here.
Nothing here. Oh, wait, no, we don't need to go and get the camera because we're on NG+. And I guess we already have the camera. Yeah, we do. Okay. Well, I guess it's worth showing anyway. If you were playing on New Game, this is where you would get the camera. Use the Zone of the Enders box. I think... I want to see where this one takes me. I don't know where it takes me. Strut F. Oh god, stop.
Nothing here.
Alright, of course, here... Wait, hold on, maybe. Yeah, it will. Oh, it takes me to Strut B, this one. Oh, God. I really don't want to be in Strut B. But, it's okay, I guess. I think it must be this one that takes you to Strut F? I can't remember. Strut F is where we need to be. Oh no. Okay, we'll do a few of the uniform calls next. Oh, do we still see the glasses here? I forgot about that. Wow. Pretty cool. I wish we got to see them on the codec screen.
I see you're wearing the enemy field uniform. Looks pretty good on you.
Cut it out. It's bad enough that I'm dripping with sweat, wondering when somebody's gonna see through my disguise.
Don't worry. And quit being so sensitive. At least your walk won't give you away.
My walk? What do you mean, my walk?
Nothing. Forget I said it. I'd worry more about the fact that the uniform's a little small for your size. It just might come off when you bump into an enemy. Normally, a proper fitting uniform is issued to a soldier. You're just going to have to fit your movement to the uniform.
I love how he doesn't really get sensitive until Snake tells him to stop being so sensitive. Stop being so sensitive. At least your walk won't give you away. My walk? Once again, Raiden filling Meryl's role here. Just like Meryl was the VR-trained soldier in the first game.
If you see a likely handhold while you're
Yeah.
Raiden, make contact with Ames and find out where the president is. Our information in...
He doesn't have Meryl's ass, though, that's for sure. Snake gets the big juicy ass in this game. Although Raiden's ass does look pretty good outside of the suit when we see him naked. But in the suit, he looks very flat compared to Snake. And that was that was one of Kojima's demands to the artists, that Snake have a more perfectly rounded ass than Raiden. It's very deliberate. Just one of the many details to highlight Snake's superiority. You know, he gets a larger health bar at the end of the game as well. Bigger ass, larger health bar. Raiden has to be beneath Snake in every way. The larger health bar thing always cracks me up. There's no way to get to that part of the game without having lost some health as well. You know, at the start of Arsenal Gear, you always get punched by Olga. So by the time you meet Snake, not only is your health bar smaller than his, but you always have a little bit of damage taken.
Find yourself an AK.
Yeah.
Raiden, Make contact with Ames.
Colonel, should I really believe what he says?
The fact is that there is no other option, unfortunately for us.
I'll understand once I go to see him then, right? Colonel, Pliskin wasn't killed.
You look happy, Jack.
Yeah.
Raiden, don't trust him.
What?
Don't you think it's suspicious that he alone came out unscathed? Things don't add up. Raiden, don't put any faith in that guy. You will carry out your mission alone. Do you understand?
Bam, bam, bam.
Shell 1's core has extremely tight security. Impersonate an enemy personnel to infiltrate the section. Even the most successful disguise can't protect you if you decide to blow your own cover by attacking the enemy. Do not engage the enemy while you are in disguise.
There's one particular call I want to get here.
Raiden, don't act in any way that will excite the enemy's suspicion. A perfect disguise can be ruined by a single odd behavior. Be careful.
Ah, you asshole.
Colonel, who's that person, Ames?
I checked the roster of Secret Service members serving the president. There was definitely a person on the list named Ames.
So what that ninja said then was not a lie after all.
As far as the roster goes, no. Rose, do you have any other information?
All right, I'll look into it for you.
I'm counting on you.
If you make physical contact with the enemy while in disguise, the disguise will be deselected. Keep that in mind.
That uniform's probably not even close to your size.
Yeah, to tell you the truth, it feels pretty tight.
It's probably a better fit for Rosemary here than you.
Excuse me?
Colonel?
Just an observation. Let's get back to the mission, shall we?
That was inappropriate.
There we go. That's what I was looking for. Let's do another save call, then we'll keep going.
What can I do for you, Jack?
I love you.
I want to hold you in my arms.
Got a minute, Jack?
Rose?
I found some information on where Solid Snake is interred.
Great. Shoot.
I've located the grave site.
And the body?
Exhumed for DNA testing.
Well, do you have the results?
The right arm was missing, but there was no doubt that it was him. That body belongs to Solid Snake.
So the head of the terrorist group must be...
An imposter.
Right.
You sound disappointed.
I guess I was kind of hoping to meet the legend in the flesh.
I get you. But it looks like he's not behind this incident.
Raiden, the president needs you, I think. Disguise yourself as enemy personnel and infiltrate the core section. Your priority is to contact Agent Ames.
I think... Yeah, it's supposed to be a sarcastically delivered line there, I think, but... It's just funny because the Colonel is so robotic. He's not really thinking, you know? He's like, you know, could we get a move on, please? That's the kind of feel he's going for there. Like, the president needs you, I think. Can we wrap this up? Sir Eisgrim, if that is how I pronounce that. Thank you very much for the tier 1 sub. Much appreciated. I think I might have some other people to thank here as well. Woko Ama. Hold on. Oh shit, Sir Ice Cream with the $5 donation as well. I could listen to your ass studies all day. Thank you. I'm glad you like the ass studies. Thank you. Greg with the 29 months. Woko Ama with the 4 months. No Limit Noir with the tier 1 sub as well. Thank you. Ralphie with the 5. Screwy Louie. And I think I'm up to date. Cheers, everyone. Shoot the wall to distract this fool. Oh boy. I might get caught. Okay, we're good. Nice. Oh, really? What happened?
So, you've got an AKS-74U. If you wear an enemy's field outfit and carry an AK, you can pass for one of them. The AK is an outstanding rifle in terms of precision and reliability, as evidenced by widespread licensed manufacturing, not to mention large quantities of illegal reproductions. The AK is in high demand around the world. It is often used as reference for the design of new rifle models. Designs for Israel's Galil, Finland's Valmet, and other rifles are based on the basic structure of the AK. You have a smaller model of the AKS-74 that was designed for use by Special Forces personnel. The stock will only extend to a maximum length of 726 millimeters, a feature that makes the rifle easier to handle in small spaces. The AK can be fitted with a suppressor. With a suppressor, you won't have to worry about your gunshots being heard. Listen up, kid, and don't forget this. Only the guards in Shell 1's Corps are armed with AK rifles. The others are armed with the AN-94, the official rifle of the Russian army. If you hope to disguise yourself as the enemy, you don't want to be carrying an AK outside of Shell 1's Corps.
He called him out for, like, babbling or something. What was that line? What a long-winded babble. Oh my god, I don't think I've heard that before. I swear every time I do these thoughts, I hear things that I haven't heard before. You know, there are... You can only hear certain thoughts during certain types of calls. Or, you know... That's not the best way to describe it, but, like you... How do I really describe what I mean here? Oh, fuck it, I give up. You know, you'll only get certain reactions from very specific types of calls. Get real! Yeah, and there are probably just certain calls where I just don't do them. I'd really have to spam his thoughts for like a whole playthrough, I think, to really understand where you can trigger all of them. But yeah, like that long-winded babble one, you probably can only get that during long-winded babble, right? During one of those snake calls, for example, or he's just going on and on about technical detail. Like, maybe that's the only kind of call where you can trigger that dialogue. Nice. I want to hold you in my arms.
That's a claymore mine.
No.
The claymore is a directional mine that can be set up on the ground. It's mainly used for ambush or defense.
Yeah.
It can also be used against light vehicles and other soft-skinned targets.
That's wrong.
This mine goes off when it detects someone approaching from the front. The explosion fans out shrapnel and metal balls to create a fan-shaped destructive zone. An important thing to remember is that the sensor is not selective. The mine will attack friend or foe. What I'm trying to say is, don't trigger your own trap. You can recover a set claymore by crawling up to it carefully. That means you can collect enemy claymores for your own use if necessary.
What's that supposed to mean?
I wonder if some of these are like NG Plus only as well. Oh, that's great. Does Snake talk about the coolant at all?
Jump down right onto the enemy's head from hanging to knock him out. Look down in first-person view to aim well.
Okay. Yeah, maybe he only says stuff like that. Like, I don't feel like it when they're giving him... Because he said that as Snake was telling him to look in first-person view. Maybe when they're telling Raiden controls, you get those very specific reactions that you can only hear there. Or when he's, like, just being commanded to do something. How do you like my shades? You better loop a doo doo doo. Ooh, what about this? Publication with adult-oriented material, full of girly photos and interesting columns.
Raiden, what have you got there?
How do you know that? Nothing.
Ah, come on. Don't play dumb. That kind of thinking might even be helpful on the battlefield.
What's up with this guy?
But look, aside from its educational value, you can probably use it to distract an enemy.
That's wrong.
Nice. More M9 ammo. See, for some of these calls, I just want to let them play because I think I'm spoiling them by getting the thoughts. But I also want to see if there are, like, unique thoughts for some of them, too. I really need to do a playthrough sometime where I just spam thoughts for every call. Just to see. Just to see how it all works. See if I'm missing anything.
I see you've managed to get a hold of some C4 plastic explosive.
Whatever.
Composed of 91% RDX and 9% inert plasticizers. It's a white clay-like material. It's a very stable explosive with over 1.3 times the power of TNT. Immune to heat or shock, C4 will only explode when triggered by a detonator. Since your wireless detonator is equipped with both a scrambler and encryption, you don't have to worry about the C4 being accidentally triggered by other wavelengths such as those emitted by jamming devices. You set the C4 with the weapon button and detonate it with the punch button. One other thing, don't get caught in its blast.
What?
What about stun grenades?
A stun grenade, huh?
Not a chance.
It's a non-lethal weapon designed to daze enemies with a blinding flash of light and an ear-splitting bang. When it goes off, it emits a flash equivalent to 2.5 million candelas and an explosive sound of over 160 decibels.
Not sure how I
In
feel
simpler
about that.
terms, that's over 120 times the brightness of a police flashlight and the sound of a jet during takeoff.
Yeah.
At the same time, it releases about 2,700 degrees Celsius of heat. but that's only at the millisecond level, so don't expect it to ignite anything. The sound emission is also at the millisecond level, so there's no permanent damage to the victim's hearing. Used properly, your enemies will lose consciousness. It's not a lethal weapon.
Do you have to wait for a certain amount of time to pass before you get the long-winded babble? That's great. Like, you know, it really does have to be a long call. The call has to reach a certain amount of time before that can trigger. I mean, that makes sense. Skip-a-lip-a-doo-doo-doo. I wonder if you can get that reaction from Raiden during the final call with the Patriots at Federal Hall. I never interrupt that call with thoughts. I just let it play. One of these days I should spam the thoughts to see if you can get anything unique or interesting during that. Ba-da-doo-doo. Let's call the Colonel again here.
I see an elevator over there. You'll be able to travel from floor to floor now. Push the action button in front of the panel you see next to the elevator. The elevator should arrive in a few minutes.
Right.
That elevator is a cut above the usual.
I see.
Do you see that strange-looking surveillance camera above the panel?
That's exactly it. It's not responding when I enter its field of vision. What is it?
The camera apparently goes online only when someone activates the panel. In other words, it's there to check on the person trying to use the elevator.
If you're not disguised as a terrorist, you'll be spotted as soon as you call the elevator.
Okay, I don't usually get this call. I wasn't trying to get that call there. I forgot that there was one where they talk about the camera. That's cool.
Raiden, make contact with... If you make physical contact... Ames is most...
Right. I wonder if there's a reaction now that I've passed the test. Will they talk about it? Probably not.
Raiden, don't act...
You know, I forget what happens if you shoot that camera. Let's go back. Probably just triggers an alert or something. Ah, it's just unbreakable. Okay. What if you throw its shaft? I wonder, is there a unique call or anything? Ah, well, the door is still open anyway. Oh.
If you intend to use the elevator, Raiden, refrain from using chaff on that floor. Elevators on that floor are designed to conduct a camera check whenever someone activates the panel.
Interfering with the camera would prevent that check system from functioning, and as a result, you'll stay locked out of the elevator.
You'll have to disguise yourself and activate the panel if you need to use the elevator. Select the enemy's field uniform.
Right, okay, yeah, so there's a little call about it. Nothing special. What are you looking at?
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Hello?
See the little chat window open there? Snipers with the 23 months. Thank you.
What's up? What's up? Good morning. Good morning. How? How?
There's a desk that stands out.
It's awfully customized.
What kind of dork brings all this stuff to work? Must be a super freak.
So this is all Emma's stuff, obviously. This is her place. She has posters all over the place, just like Otacon's lab in MGS1. Similar kind of deal here. Ghost Babel, Zone of the Enders. I'm gonna get bumped into. Yeah! I wanted to watch the scene though, so I let it happen. It's all your fault.
Someone get over here. Enemy spotted. Requesting backup.
Squirrel Muffins with the Prime sub. Thank you. We have an interesting detail over here. This is the connecting point between the big shell and Arsenal gear. We can see the outline of Arsenal drawn on the door here. Authorized personnel only. Keep out. Of course, this is where we get the scene later on where the ninja jumps down and Raiden gets knocked out. The bro handshake scene. And it's cool if we look up here. You can actually see where the ninja might have been hiding. You've lots of pipes and stuff up there. It's not just a flat ceiling.
Colonel, what's this door?
I don't know.
It's huge. What the hell is it? It's not in our intel.
Raiden, we have no way at the moment to open that door. Leave it alone and proceed with the mission. Understood?
Ba-da-ba-ba. Looks like a dried apple. Arsenal is supposed to be a turtle more than anything, with the shell protecting it up above. The big shell. The big shell protecting the turtle underneath. Snipers, thank you for gifting a sub to JJ Gyre. Oh, you don't get the call about the microphone on NG+, huh?
Good morning. What's up?
Off he goes.
Good morning. Good morning.
Arsenal Gear isn't really a Metal Gear, it's much more than that. Which we'll find out later. Behold the power of the PS2. Look at all this fancy mocap animation. Love the little kind of shivering animations in this. The twitchy animations. And off he goes again. Uh-oh. Oof. Mont with the 10-pack. Thank you. Ba-dum-bum-bum.
Freeze!
Oh! Thanks for the 10 years, Mont. Thank you very much, man. Thank you again. Enjoy whoever got a free sub.
Freeze! Move!
Move! Can easily just call out everyone here.
Freeze!
Ba-da-lam-bum-bum. Fuck. I want to get rid of most of these Z's.
Freeze! Freeze!
Perfect.
You must be Ames.
Top of
You must
locker.
be
Top
Ames.
of locker.
You must be Ames. You must be Ames.
Whoa.
You must be Ames. You must be Ames. You must be Ames. You must be
Top of
Ames.
locker. Top of
You must
locker.
be Ames. You must be Ames. You must be Ames.
You must be Ames.
Yes!
You must be Ames.
Oh, that was quick. Felt like that was faster than usual.
Ba-boom. You must be Ames. You must be Ames.
And somehow this parrot has the fortune tech.
Ba-boom.
We cannot kill the parrot.
You must be Ames. Enemy sighted. Requesting backup.
The bullets just whiz past.
Time for a tweet. It's him. Someone get over here.
And if we use a stun grenade,
Hello?
or any kind of grenade,
Ba-boom.
no ba-boom.
Top of locker. Top of locker.
A dud!
You must be Ames.
If I shoot it, will it go off? No. Normally you can shoot the grenades as well, and they would normally go off when you shoot them.
Top of locker. Top of locker.
I don't actually think that's Fortune's device. I've never really taken it seriously as like with regards to in-world explanations. I'm
Skin cancer.
not really being serious when I say Fortune's device.
You must be Ames. You must be Ames.
I just kind of view it as the developers fucking around. They don't want you to be able to kill the parrot because they want the parrot to be an important part of the story later on. But yeah, maybe you could come up with your own explanation that it is somehow Fortune's device.
Ba-boom.
Or another type of device.
Top of
Similar
locker.
type of
Top
device
locker.
created by Emma. I don't know.
You must be Ames. You must be Ames.
I think what had happened was half a century ago, the Ends parasites attached themselves to his parrot, thus causing it to dodge bullets and age slowly. Right, okay.
Top of locker. Top of locker. Ba-boom. Whoa.
Oh, we can get a call about the parrot as well, actually.
What's that bird?
Parrot, isn't it?
Probably a large budgie. Parakeets get used to humans easily and are talkative, so they are real playful and fun. Hurts when they bite, though, and keeping their cage clean is quite a task. Having one isn't all fun and games.
You sure know a lot about parakeets.
I had my own once.
I didn't know that.
I never mentioned it?
No, this is the first time.
Really?
Yeah, there's probably a lot of other things that I don't know about you yet.
Yeah, actually, well, there's a lot more.
No. Rose?
Jack,
What?
after this mission is over, let's talk about lots of things.
That's wrong. Yeah, let's.
Good luck.
Whoa, whoa. Top of locker, top of locker.
Raiden, make contact with Ames and obtain information about the president. You're in the Shell 1.
If you hold up enough guards in front of the bird, is it possible to get it to say freeze? I love your line of thinking. I have never attempted that. I never thought about it. That's a really crazy idea, and it's probably something that's not in the game, but maybe we could try it. That would be crazy. That would be amazing. Maybe we'll try it. But first we have to do this. Love.
Yeah, baby.
Nice.
Cool.
You won't always trigger the "yeah, baby" line, so I'm glad we got it. They have a few different lines for their reactions here. Ugh, look at the way they shiver. Ugh. Oh, you hurt? Or maybe he knocked into the other one. What a mess. Oh, M9 ammo.
Freeze!
Top of locker, top of locker. Whoa, whoa.
Okay, here we go.
You must be Ames.
Freeze!
Whoa, whoa.
Freeze!
Top of locker, top of locker.
Freeze!
Fuck.
You must be Ames.
Freeze! Freeze!
Venus in Canada.
Freeze! Freeze.
You must be Ames.
There's no way this is gonna work, but I have to try it.
Freeze.
Whoa.
Freeze.
It was a clever idea. It was a clever outside the box idea, so I had to. I have to indulge it.
Freeze. Freeze.
You must be Ames.
Go on, say freeze, you little shit.
Freeze.
You must be Ames.
Freeze.
Whoa.
Freeze. Freeze.
Ba-boom.
Freeze.
Whoa.
Freeze. Freeze.
You must be Ames.
Freeze. Freeze.
You must be Ames.
Freeze. Freeze.
Top of locker. Top of locker.
Yeah.
Freeze.
I don't think so.
Ba-boom. You must be Ames. You must be Ames.
He's about to say it.
You must be Ames.
Freeze. Freeze.
You must
Freeze.
be Ames.
This poor guy.
Freeze.
Whoa.
Freeze.
Yeah, okay, I give
Top
up.
of locker. Top of locker. Good morning. Good morning.
Monty, thank you for gifting a sub to Scotty. Monty as well, thank you for gifting a sub to KFM. Bum.
Retinol pattern recognized. You are cleared to enter.
I want to get the radar here. We need it for one very particular little Easter egg. Ba-ba-ba.
Hold it. What is that weapon? Who is that? I need help. Move! Clear!
Right, I'm just gonna get back in the locker.
Move!
Return to your positions. Increase security. Understood. I'm sending additional men to B1 and the Show 1 core. Heighten security in the crew lounge.
I found some website that lists all MGS2 Easter eggs, and it says the parrot can learn to say freeze. Not sure if it's BS or not. Right, okay. Does it explain how to get the parrot to say freeze? Also, feel free to post the link to this website. Hold up enough guards and it will say freeze. So it doesn't even specify that you should hold up the guards close to the parrot. Okay, hold on. I'm not seeing the thing here. After a while, the parrot will learn to speak the phrase. Also, if you keep holding soldiers up in front of the parrot will also learn to say freeze. A lot of the stuff here seems to be legit, so now I'm thinking it might have, that it might be correct. Maybe we'll go back and try it again, because I think most of the other things that are listed here are legit. And there are subtle things here that it brings up, like very minor things, like the glass window on the submarine at the bottom of strut A having distorted reflections. Like, that's legit, and that's a very, very minor thing. There's a link to the official Konami MGS2 secret site from the early 2000s at the bottom. It doesn't list all the Easter eggs there, no, far from it. But all of the other Easter eggs seem to be legit, I think, so. And some of them are like very subtle things. Okay, right, we're gonna go back. We're gonna go back. I was holding L2, man. What the hell?
What was that, Joseph? It's the enemy. I need help.
Okay, just for anyone, again, that missed this last time. When he opens the door here, a guy appears at the exact same time behind him. And he gets distracted by him. I think that's what's supposed to be happening here. Oh, you can't do it twice in a row. Okay, well, that makes sense. I don't think I ever tried to do it twice in a row. What if I go in the other locker now?
Spotted the intruder. Stand back if possible.
Wait, I made a noise on the locker. I smacked my head against it.
Right, come in. Right. Right.
Okay, right, we're going back to B2. Because we have a job to do here. Okay, watch this. Like, it really should work with just one guard, right? The pirate should just have to hear freeze again and again. Let me just read what it says on this site again. In the Shell 1 B2 computer room, if you equip the directional mic and ask the parrot if it is aims, after a while the parrot will learn to speak that phrase. Also, if you keep holding up soldiers in front of the parrot will also learn to say freeze. Let's try teaching it to say freeze first. I wonder, has it forgotten to say the aims line now that I've left the area?
Freeze! Mo!
Mo!
Freeze!
Okay. I think it's a debate. I used the Wayback Machine and it's not on the official Konami secrets page.
Hold it. Freeze.
What's up? What's up?
I mean, we did it many times, right?
Good morning. Good morning. How?
Freeze.
How?
Freeze.
You must be Ames. You must be Ames.
Hey, he still remembers.
Freeze. Freeze.
Good morning. Good morning. What's up?
Freeze.
You must be Ames. You must be Ames.
Freeze. Freeze.
Good morning. Good morning.
Freeze. Freeze. Freeze.
Time for a treat.
Freeze.
I have the page translated. It mentions aims, the magazines thing, and how shooting at the parrot does nothing. Okay, so it seems like it's bullshit.
Freeze.
Good morning. Good morning.
Freeze.
Venus in Cancer.
Freeze. Freeze.
Venus in Cancer.
Freeze. Freeze. Freeze.
Retreat.
Freeze.
How?
Freeze.
How?
Freeze.
Time for retreat.
It's the other. Are you okay?
I think it's safe to say this is bullshit, right? There's no reason I should have to hold up multiple guards. Right? There's no reason I should have to do it with multiple guards.
Good morning. Good morning.
Communications with B2 of the Shell 1 core have ceased. Carry out an
Yeah,
investigation.
Ah! Yeah, I'm giving up with this one. That would be amazing, though. It's a shame. I really wanted it to be a thing.
It was nothing.
Okay. Let's get the radar again here. And now that we're back here, I wonder, can I trigger the evasion sequence again?
Hmm? It's the enemy. Hunt it down.
Acknowledged. Assault team, check it out. All other units remain in your positions.
Move! Clear!
Yeah. Now he's gonna get distracted by another guy coming in at the last moment. There he is. Who's that?
Return to your positions. Increase security. Understood. I'm sending additional men to B1 in the Show 1 Corps.
Badaloo. Now look at this place. Look at the amount of guards. Look at that radar. How do you not bump into someone here? Oh my god. But this is one of those areas where they have no way to exit. Guards cannot use elevators. They can't go through the doors with the door with the retinal scanner. So to leave the area, they have to magically teleport. They have to despawn. But the game is very committed in that it doesn't want you to see them despawn. So as long as you keep moving behind them, staying close to them, as long as you're looking at them, they will never despawn. So now they're going to try and despawn. They can either despawn in the room with the node or the room to the left. No. Where you think you're going? No, you're not despawning down here. No, no. You think you're going to despawn up here? No. So now you want to despawn down there. I'm not going to let you despawn anywhere. They're very committed to the illusion here. Whoa! Now see, look, when they go into the room there, they'll just disappear. Disappear. You can't see our trick.
Freeze! Retinol pattern recognized. You are cleared to enter.
The B1, or rather the B2 computer room is similar. In that it only has the elevator exit. I think these are the only two rooms in the game that are like that, where they don't have a normal door to go through.
Raiden, one of those hostages in there is Ames. The only thing we know is that Ames wears a pacemaker. His heartbeat should sound different from other people's, so use the directional microphone to locate him. Once you recognize Ames by his heartbeat, Keep the microphone pointed toward him. Then push the action button and call out to him. If it really is Ames, he should respond in some way.
What if it's the wrong person?
The guards may get suspicious and come running instead. Security could get tighter, too.
Try to be sure before you take the risk.
Don't call out to a hostage with the action button until you're fairly sure that it's Ames. If you do make a mistake, switch the microphone for an AK and get out of there before a guard gets suspicious. If you're discovered inside, they'll cut off your retreat and call in the reinforcements. You won't make it out of the room. The mission will be over if you're discovered. Don your disguise and look for Ames while deflecting the enemy's suspicion.
Okay. Let's take a look around.
Reporting no problems in the hall on B1 in the Shell 1 core.
Hello there. What? Was that just a bug?
Reporting no problems in the hall on B1 in the Shell 1 core.
Oh wait, no! It's a different fucking layout. This is Ames. This is Ames. I thought this was the tripping guard. Or the tripping hostage. This is the tripping hostage.
Who's that? Freeze!
No. No! Jack, please answer me! Jack!
The game just completely fucks you over here. There's no indication that that guy is gonna trip you up. It's just the game shitting on your face here.
Reporting no problems in the hall on B1 in the Shell 1 core.
But you can get lucky if the guards don't see it. But yeah, he's the only guy that can trip you like that.
Reporting no problems in the hall on B1 in the Shell 1 core.
There's different death screens in this room. Well, there's just one default death screen, right? With the tanker Gerlukovich guards on it. Yeah, let's beat the shit out of some of these hostages. But yeah, you get the
Reporting no problems in the hall on B1 in the Shell 1 core.
you get the incorrect guards on the mission failed screen here. They have the backpacks while they shouldn't have.
Hey, you! Just wait a minute. What are you up to? Hey, you! Just wait a minute. What are you up to?
Just keeping them in line.
Hey, you! Just wait a minute. What are you up to?
Raiden, you appear to be enjoying yourself slapping around defenseless hostages.
I can't believe you. I didn't think you were the kind of person to do such a thing.
Good thing you saw him for what he really was, huh, Rosemary?
Yeah, I don't know this person anymore. Goodbye.
You're a real egotistical woman.
Who's that? Freeze!
Wow, he kicked me there, huh?
Raiden, what's wrong? Raiden! Raiden!
But yeah, look at the Gerlukovich guards there with their tanker gear. All right, let's go say hi to Jennifer.
Reporting no problems in the hall on B1 in the Shell 1 core.
The door glitch on the door where Solidus talks. Ooh, I don't think so. It's the first time hearing of that anyway.
25. 37.
Reporting no problems in the hall on B1 in the
25.
Shell 1 core.
37. You're Ames, aren't you?
My name's Jennifer.
You're Jennifer. 35.
Stay away from me.
25. 37. You're Jennifer. 35.
Stop! Don't touch me.
37. You're Jennifer. You're Jennifer.
Stay away from
You're
me.
Jennifer. You're Jennifer. You're Jennifer. You're Jennifer.
Hall on B1 in the Shell 1 core.
Raiden, what are you doing? You forget yourself.
I can't believe you. What's wrong with you?
I highly disapprove.
I'm just...
What do you mean, I'm just?
Rosemary, you're right. One shouldn't stoop to vulgar levels just because they've set foot on the battlefield. But I can sympathize with you there.
You what?
Nothing.
How twisted. The both of you.
Okay, so what happens if we take a photograph? That might not be close enough. We might have to zoom in further. Let's see.
Jack, what the hell are you doing? You are sick, you know?
Rosemary.
Colonel, was I wrong in what I did?
Perhaps. There are certain things that a person can and can't do.
Yeah, maybe you're right.
Do you understand?
Yes.
Come out of this thing alive, both for yourself and so as not to waste your training.
No need to tell me that, Colonel.
Right. And I recommend you not throw away that picture.
Colonel?
What?
You're not joking.
Huh.
Are you?
Continue your duties. Understood?
Yes, sir.
One of the best line deliveries in the game. Are you? Look at the measurements written at the back there as well. It's crazy to think that the Colonel AI is also a pervert. Well, the Colonel could also just be reflecting Raiden's own desires as well, you know? The Colonel is in part Raiden's own creation, cobbled together from his own experiences. So maybe in these moments where we're seeing Raiden's unconscious desires or subconscious desires, the Colonel is a part of Raiden. Notice the music there as well. When I take off the uniform. You get more of that heavy violin. The sax is more present, fuller. When you don't have the uniform on, the music gets much more subdued.
Reporting no problems in the hall on B1 in the Shell 1 core.
Not even sure if you get the sax and the violin at all when you have the uniform on, do you? Oh, you do, you do.
Reporting no problems in the hall on B1 in the Shell 1 core.
But yeah, it's cool. Kind of fits it. You feel the music conveys how exposed you are without it. See? That immediate shift.
Reporting no problems in the hall on B1 in the Shell 1 core.
What's up, Jack?
Will the Master Collection have the same trophies from the HD Collection? I have no idea. I'd imagine it'll be more or less the same. It's a nice touch. Yeah, the game does that a few times with the music. The Olga fight, when you hide around the back and lean up against the wall, the music will quiet down. It'll dampen a bit. A few of the tracks will be taken out while you're hidden. You know, conveying the idea that you're hidden, you're not like in combat, so it's less action focused, like you're out, like you've kind of left the boss fight in a sense. And then once you approach Olga again, it kicks back into gear. Twilight Sniping, obviously, plays with the music when you're underwater, you know. Then when you come up above the water, the tracks kick back in. The drums become more present, and the bass and everything. Does MGS3 have do any of that kind of shit? Like the dynamic music? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. In MGS3, the music isn't really as present in that game, you know? When you're in an area normally, you're just hearing the sounds of nature. You'll only get music when you enter a caution mode or an alert sequence. And for boss fights, of course. The fear and the pain. Yeah, the fear's music will change. Depending on the flow of the fight, right? The fear's theme it kind of has its own... Well, no, I think a few of the boss fights are like that, right? Like the Fury. Like if the Fury catches you and he alerts, the music will become alerted. It's like the music enters its alert phase. Yeah, I think a few of the boss fights have music like that, where they kind of have their own alert phases within the boss theme. And then they'll quiet down if you've escaped from the enemy. The Fury's music changes at the halfway point, regardless. You know, it gets much more intense. Once you've gotten him down to around 50% health, the music will get crazier. But I think it might also change depending on his status, like his state of alert.
See ya.
Rose isn't angry. She should be angry here after what just happened.
Jack, do you need to save?
Weird.
Talk to you soon, Jack.
Whatever.
Okay, let's go say hello to Granny over here. I want to equip the sensor just so we... Wow, that's really noticeable that time, that music, when I took off the uniform. Okay.
Then perhaps your aims, right?
And a yellow blotch appears on the radar. Well, well, well. Just like Fat Man's bombs. Activates when equipped. Displays Fat Man's scented C4 on radar. So does this explain it? Fat Man's signature cologne? Is it actually his piss?
Then perhaps your aims, right?
No, it's everyone's piss comes up the same way, you know, so it doesn't have to be the old woman's piss.
Hall on B1 in the Shell 1 core.
He's gonna blow!
In the hall on B1 in the Shell 1 core.
We need to get this as an emote for the channel, I think. Okay, let's put her to sleep here before she explodes. There you go. Let's equip that uniform.
Reporting no problems in the hall on B1 in the Shell 1 core.
They fucked up this flag as well on the HD collection. It's like it mirrored. At least I think, isn't it? Isn't there something up with this flag? It's cool that you can bump into it. Yeah, it is. See, look, just imagine it. Imagine holding out the flag. And look where the stars would be.
On B1 in the Shell 1 core.
If you held it out, it'd be on the opposite side of where it should be. Extremely minor problem, but I don't think it's like this in the original game.
Reporting no problems in the hall on B1.
I think this is another tiny little HD collection issue. We'll see if they fix it in the Master Collection. We know they're fixing the laser sight in the Olga cutscene on the tanker, so they are fixing some of the little details, some of the little issues. You might have noticed a little red scent as well when we had the sensor equipped earlier. And that scent was coming from here. As you can see, there's a flashing dot behind the door here on the radar. That's Johnny.
Reporting no problems in the hall on B1 in the Shell 1 core.
And we'll be hearing from him in the next cutscene when we point our mic over here. But he's in there right now. There's the scent. This was an Easter egg that wasn't actually in the original Sons of Liberty version of the game. They added this for substance. Little Easter egg that they added in substance. Any dialogue? No.
Was there a noise just now?
So Fat Man's scent is Johnny's shit? Well, no, because this is a completely unique scent. None of Fat Man's bombs come up with a red odor like this. But they do all have that yellow marking. Which is the exact same as the piss.
Reporting no problems in the hall on B1 in the Shell 1 core.
Now we're going to just stop and interview some of these people, see if they're aims.
Then perhaps you're Ames, right? Then perhaps you're Ames, right?
Reporting no problems in the hall on B1 in the Shell 1 core.
Ba-da-doo-doo.
It'd be a huge help if you happen to be Ames.
Reporting no problems in the hall on B1 in the shell 1.
It'd be a huge help if you happen to be Ames. It'd be a huge help if you happen to be Ames.
Come on. I love this area, man. There's so much going on. So many little Easter eggs, little details.
Reporting no problems in the hall on B1 in the shell 1 core.
Turn around, please. Just leave me alone here for a minute.
It'd be a huge help if you happen to be Ames.
Hey, you! Just wait a minute.
Who's that?
Oh! Right, yeah, I forgot.
Raiden, what's wrong? Raiden! Raiden!
So hard to find a full LP on YouTube that's of the PS2 original and not the HD collection. Right, I think it is correct on the original version,
In the hall on B1 in the shell 1 core.
but I'm not entirely sure.
It'd be a huge
Hey,
help if you happen
just
to be
wait a
Ames.
minute. What are you up to?
Another little detail are the splashes during the vamp fight. When he jumps out of the water, he should be able to splash your camera. If you're in first-person view, you should see droplets of water run down the camera. But that's not in the HD collection.
No
It'd be a huge help if you happen to be Ames. It'd be a huge help if you happen
Hey,
to be
you!
Ames.
Just wait a minute. What are you up to?
I very coincidentally have a substance save at this spot. Hey, nice SSJ.
It'd be a huge help if you happen
Hey,
to be
you!
Ames.
Just wait a minute. What are you up to?
And oh hey, we're playing on NG Plus, right? So we should be able to
Reporting no problems in the hall.
we
on
should be able to
B1
change
in
the
shell
time of
1
day
core.
and get different people showing up in this room, right? If you're on NG Plus and you're playing this game at midnight or something, won't the room be full of women? Won't it be like full of Jennifers or something?
Reporting no problems in the hall on B1 in the shell
You tried
1
the
core.
freeze thing as well? Okay.
It'd be a huge help if you happen to be Ames. I bet you're not Ames either.
Oh, nice. He's starting to get angry.
I bet you're not
Reporting
Ames
no
either.
problems in the hall on B1 in the shell 1 core.
The codec is funny for that? Funny for what? Love this
Reporting no problems
bird's
in the
eye
hall
angle.
on B1 in the shell 1 core.
I bet you're
Hey,
not
you!
Ames
Just
either.
wait a minute. What are you up to?
Kirby one where Naomi loses her shit. I have no idea what you're talking about. I've just been talking about MGS2. Naomi? I feel like I've been missing something in the chat. The YouTube clip? I have no idea what you're talking about. I thought you were responding to something I was saying. The codec is funny for that? Funny for what? It's like I mentioned something.
I bet you're not Ames
Reporting no
either.
problems in the...
What the hell? I'm not allowed to interrogate anyone.
Frankly, I don't care whether you're Ames or not.
There we go. That's what I was looking for. Jesus, you have to put in the work to get that on this difficulty. My God. Jesus, that took me by surprise that time. I forgot about you. I think after that it resets.
You're Ames, aren't
Just
you?
wait a minute.
Yeah.
What are you up to?
But we're not finished yet. There's still another little thing here. This is another one that's easy to miss.
Reporting no problems in the hall on B1 in the Shell 1 core.
Right? Because if you try and hold someone up here, watch this. When I try and hold this guy up.
Freeze!
You haven't made your scheduled report. What's going on? Respond. Trouble in Shell 1 core, B1 hall. Check it immediately.
Freeze!
Raiden! Raiden!
Yeah, so if you try and hold someone up, the game will cut like that immediately and it won't let you do anything. So you might think, oh, right, the game just doesn't want me to be able to take out any guards or do anything with the guards. But no, you can still knock the guards out. You just have to do it from afar. You can't hold them up and knock them out. I'm not sure why they don't let you hold them up here. Seems kind of weird.
Hey, you! Just wait a minute.
Right, fuck off.
What are you up to?
Reporting no problems in the hall on B1 in the Shell 1 core.
I have to be very careful here.
Freeze!
Oh, I thought from that range I'd be okay.
Oh God, no! Jack! Jack!
Reporting no problems in the hall on B1 in the Shell 1 core.
Okay, one down. Also, doesn't that snoring sound particularly loud?
Reporting no problems in the hall on B1 in the Shell 1 core.
Now, will we go and contact Ames? Now that we've taken everyone out, let's contact Ames, now that we're safe.
You're Ames, aren't you? You're Ames, aren't you?
He can't hear you. The snoring is so loud that you cannot contact Ames.
You're Ames, aren't you? You're Ames, aren't you? You're Ames, aren't you? You're Ames, aren't you?
You're sleeping.
His wake-up call doesn't really do anything, I don't think. But here you... it only takes one sleeping guard. One sleeping guard, even if he's on the opposite side of the room, will be too loud.
Everything's all right.
So it's quite silly, but I love it. They force you to contact him while everyone is awake.
It's that guy. Send the cavalry now. Freeze!
Jack, what's going on? Answer me! Jack? Jack!
Can we kick Ames? Yeah, let's knock Ames out this time.
Reporting no problems in the hall on B1 in the Shell 1 core.
Raiden, one of those hostages in there is Ames. The only thing we know is that Ames wears a pacemaker. His heartbeat should sound different from other people's, so use the directional microphone to locate him. Once you recognize Ames by his heartbeat, keep the microphone pointed toward him. Then push the action button and call out to him. If it really is Ames...
Yeah, right, shut up.
Raiden, retain your cover at all...
Yeah, I don't think they comment on it.
Once you have the directional microphone
That's exactly
selected...
Once you have the directional microphone equipped.
Who's that? Freeze!
Raiden, is everything all right? Raiden! Raiden!
Okay, I think we can continue now. I think we can finally contact Ames.
What's up, Jack?
I want to hold you in my arms.
Jack, how's the mission going?
Fine.
Fine? Is that it?
Look, I really don't feel like talking about the mission. At least with you. I want to talk about something else.
Okay, then. Let's talk about you.
Me?
Yeah, your least favorite subject.
That's not...
Oh, yeah? Then go ahead and say something.
Like what?
Anything. Tell me something about yourself.
I can't think of anything interesting to say. Why do you want to talk about me so badly?
Because I'm curious.
But why?
Is it really that strange to want to know more about someone you love?
No, it's not strange, but...
You know, sometimes Oh, look, now we're talking about me, not you. Why won't you tell me anything? About what you were like as a child? What kind of things you liked to do? What kind of people your parents were? I've never heard you talk about any of that. Why? Don't you think it's just a little bit unusual that I don't know anything about my own boyfriend's past?
Rose, when I get back, I'll tell you everything.
Is that a promise?
Yes, it's a promise.
Reporting no problems in the hall on B1 in the
Someone
Shell
was
1
asking
core.
about the pacemaker and what the pacemaker sounds like when you knock him out. Yeah, I think you get different speeds from the pacemaker when he's anxious. Like if I beat the shit out of him. Let's see.
Reporting no problems in the hall on B1 in the Shell 1 core.
So that's what it sounds like normally.
Reporting no problems in the hall on B1 in the Shell 1 core.
What the hell? I guess I was getting the other guy's heartbeat as well.
What are you up to?
Can you take off the uniform and talk to Ames? You can, yeah. Oh god, there's always so many of them around. And now he's knocked out.
Hey, you! Just wait a minute. What are you up to?
Fuck off. Turn around, please. Let me get...
Reporting no problems in the hall on B1 in the Shell 1 core.
Now, this guy on the right-hand side is coming down. Oh, my God. Oh, Jesus. No! Fuck this. Let's continue.
You're Ames, aren't you? You must be Ames. Keep still and listen to me. I'm not a terrorist. I got in here using one of their uniforms. I'm taking off the tape. Stay quiet.
Who told you about me?
An informer calling himself Mr. X, dressed like a ninja.
I see. Take this thing off me, will you? I'm Richard Ames.
Secret Service?
No, I was sent in by the Lali Lule Lo, just like you.
What?
You're here to find out where the president is. We have little time, so I'll be brief. How about switching to nanocommunications first?
Nanocommunications?
Right, silence beats talk when it comes to safety. Are you on?
Right here. Do you really know where the president is?
Almost certainly. He was moved to the first floor of Shell 2's core section.
The first floor, the core of Shell 2. Is he still there?
I don't know. I can't get a response.
You don't think he's been like the other hostages? A hostage was killed in retaliation after the SEAL 10 disaster, remember?
What are you talking about? Regardless of what they do to other hostages, they won't touch the president.
What makes you so sure?
The case.
You mean the nuclear button they took?
Right. And the case won't do a thing by itself. That case may be the single most advanced example of a weapons failsafe system. The password is nothing less than the physiological data of the US president.
Physiological data?
The president's own vital signs, heartbeat, brainwave pattern, blood pressure, and so on, are constantly monitored and relayed by his internal nanomachines. This information, along with the DNA pattern, serve as a biometric password, unbreakable even by the latest parallel processor supercomputers. The password entry itself cannot be performed unless brainwave patterns and heartbeats fall within normal parameters, rendering chemical and other forms of coercion impractical. In other words, the login must be made of the president's own free will. As a failsafe, the input must also be reconfirmed hourly, even after the initial login. If a valid confirmation is not forthcoming, the system will automatically cancel the login.
And that's why they can't harm the president.
At least until the bird flies.
Is there really a new model of Metal Gear here?
Absolutely. The black case serves as the launch key to Metal Gear as well.
Why would they hide Metal Gear in an offshore plant?
Haven't they told you anything? The entire thing was planned. The oil spill, the tanker accident that caused it, everything. The big shell was built specifically for the development of a new Metal Gear model. The inspection tour was to check its progress.
What's going on around here?
Wait. Here comes Snake.
That's him?
Use the microphone to listen in.
King, Fat Man is dead.
It doesn't matter. Saved us the trouble of getting rid of him ourselves.
Why did he betray us?
Who knows? They're a band of lunatics to begin with. Nothing they do should come as a surprise.
I'll have his background rechecked, just in case.
You think he was working for them?
We can't discount the possibility, especially with that intruder still at large.
Yes, the man in the sneaking suit.
You know more about those suits than I do.
But Foxhound was disbanded 4 years ago, so it must be the Patriots. What about the damage to Shell 2?
The circulation system for the contaminated water has been damaged. The water being drawn in is overflowing, and the lower block of the central section is flooding.
Seal the connecting pathway between Shells 1 and 2.
The Simtex and IR sensors are already in place.
Any effect on it?
No.
What about the President?
The password entry has already been made to the black case. In 1 hour, we'll need a confirmation from him. His work is done after that.
Make sure you keep him alive until then.
Yes, I know.
What about the unit's activation?
Almost complete. The code has already been entered. All we need now is for the girl to start the system.
The usual method, I assume?
No. The drugs took care of everything.
Only a few more steps to outer heaven.
Who is that cyborg ninja, Shalashaska?
I cannot even guess.
What about you?
I'm having the matter looked into.
Olga, don't cast suspicion where it isn't due.
Where it isn't due? When you watched my father die and did nothing.
It's been 2 years ago, Olga. Let it go.
I read the case file for Shadow Moses, by the way.
Olga, how could you suspect me?
I know that the ninja is not one of my men.
How meaningful you make that sound. If Sergei were still alive...
If the old man were still alive, I wouldn't need to take orders from you.
Olga, Sergei was my best friend.
If you sell us out, I'll kill you myself.
Listen, daughter of Sergei. Don't ever let me see your gun pointed at me again.
If you wish, I'll put a bullet in your back instead.
Stop this infighting. I took you both in when no one else would. You think any government would have you as irregulars in this political climate? The worst kind of wet works, maybe. But even that's doubtful. I recommend against switching camps. You've nowhere left to go.
To come all the way to New York just to get hit with a bowel attack. What luck. Oh. This one's worse than that one up in Alaska. Come to think of it, that commander chick really reminds me of someone. Who is she like again? Oh yeah, she's like her. Now that's a time I'd like to forget. Ridiculous that I had to get jacked for everything that was on me. When I think about it, that's when everything started to hit the skids. It's a shame. Up to that point, I was steady cruising on the elite course. Oh, here we go again. Oh. Still, that Russian crew is a pretty decent bunch. The president's escort guys get on my nerves, though. Oh, whatever. For now, just gotta hang in there. Oh, there's no paper.
It's happening again.
This damn right arm. Liquid! It's almost as if it's having its revenge.
How much do you think we spent on that arm in Lyon? The best transplant surgery team in the world.
I never trust a Frenchman. There's something going on. The incidents are becoming more frequent. Maybe that man's presence.
Ocelot, I leave this place in your hands. I have the intruder to take care of.
Yes, King.
Is that really Solid Snake?
That's what he claims.
I thought Snake was dead.
Solid Snake did die. But he's also here in the shell. Either he survived or there are two of them.
Two of them?
And that's impossible. Anyway, what did you manage to catch?
They said password input was complete.
I thought so.
You said the password entry into the black case had to be made by the president willingly.
That's right.
So this means the president is cooperating with them.
It would have to be, yes.
Why?
Probably tired of being a puppet, but it wasn't a smart move to betray us.
A puppet?
We're running out of time. They will fire a nuke. You know what you need to do before then.
Fire the nuke? But it's nowhere close to the ransom deadline.
Ransom?
$30 billion in cash.
What are you babbling about? The nuclear strike is not a threat. It's been the objective all along.
They plan to slaughter millions of people.
No, a high-altitude detonation. You've heard of the Compton effect?
Total disruption of electronic equipment caused by EMMA pulse.
Textbook answer. Well, when an average nuclear warhead goes off within the atmosphere, the result is an electromagnetic pulse of up to 50 billion megawatts. The EMMA field can reach tens of thousands of volts per meter, and most electronic equipment will be toast in an instant.
If one of the key movers of world economy stops functioning, it could mean the beginning of a global depression.
But that isn't their aim. What they plan to do is liberate Manhattan. Pull it offline and turn it into some kind of a republic. Hence, Sons of Liberty, I suppose.
Sons of Liberty?
Damn! Ocelot is coming. I'm going offline. Search my pocket. Hurry! It's a security card. You'll be able to unlock doors of up to level 3 security. Use it to get to Shell 2. Take care of the president before they launch the nuke. He's coming here. Pick up your AK. He's coming here.
You, where are you going?
Freeze!
Raiden, what's wrong? Raiden! Raiden!
You can go much further if you're in the box. They let you sprint all over the screen. Look how far you can go if you're outside of the box.
You, where are you going?
That's as far as you make it.
Freeze!
Raiden, what's wrong? Raiden! Raiden!
Hey, what's up, BizSnez? SSJ, you check the PS2 version, and the flag is fucked in all versions, it seems like, then. Okay, well, the flag is probably never getting fixed.
You, where are you going?
Freeze!
Raiden, what's wrong? Raiden! Raiden!
He's coming here. Pick up your AK.
What do you think you're doing?
I asked him to remove these. I'm ill, you see.
I always knew that the DIA turned out second-rate liars.
What are you talking about?
No need for denials. We know what you are, Colonel Ames. They knew that the President was planning to betray them. So they sent you in to keep tabs on him. Am I right?
You.
Sorry, Colonel. You failed to carry out your duties.
You'll never escape the Lali Lulelo.
Is that so? What the?
You tricked me. I understand now. Ocelot.
You, which team are you with? Show me your face. You know who he is.
No, he is not one of mine.
Identify yourself. We meet at last. Is alive.
Hurry, get away!
You, but you died.
Leave this to me.
Colonel, Ames is dead. Looked like a heart attack.
That's unfortunate. However, we do at least know where the President is.
So there really is a new type of Metal Gear in this place?
Apparently. We're still looking into it.
I've also been told that the nuclear strike was what the terrorists were after from the start, not the $30 billion.
Right. It was a cover-up all along.
Colonel, what are you keeping from me?
I am not keeping back anything. It's not as though I'm told all the facts either. I'm pulling in all the favors I can to look into all this. Just be a little patient. Our priority should be with the President right now. We can take it that they've completed the password entry and are preparing Metal Gear for nuclear strike. Get to the President as soon as possible.
But the president is cooperating with them.
According to Ames, yes. But it's also true that they're about to get rid of the president. There's something else going on here, and the president may be able to tell you what it is when you see him in person. Once they get the confirmation for nuclear launch, they'll do it. You need to rescue the president before then.
Jack, I agree with the Colonel. You need to protect the president for now.
All right.
Okay, we're back. Yeah, Ocelot knows that that's not Gray Fox. Ocelot's just playing the part. Ocelot knows exactly who it is, I think, as well. Let's see. Let's take out this guy first.
Freeze!
If we go back here and look at the scanner, it's interesting. Look, it's completely busted. You would imagine it was the ninja that destroyed the retinal scanner so they could get into the room wearing that suit, not being able to use the scanner properly. Just slices through it and gets into the room, which is probably also designed to mirror Gray Fox busting through the panel to get into Otacon's lab in MGS1. The ninja in MGS1 also does something similar with one of the doors, so yeah. Bam, bam. Do I want to go up? Yeah.
Freeze!
Gotta be very careful here. That guy didn't see, okay. Oh, he did. I did not mean to fire there. Perfect. So, here is where I usually talk about In the Darkness of Shadow Moses, because to really understand what's going on with Ames in that scene, particularly at the end when Ocelot kills him, to really understand what's going on there, you have to read In the Darkness of Shadow Moses, which is a little book that came with the game, which you can access in the special menu, along with a review for In the Darkness of Shadow Moses and another book called The Shocking Conspiracy Behind Shadow Moses. And Ames is one of the main characters of In the Darkness of Shadow Moses. It's a sort of behind-the-scenes look at what was happening during the events of MGS1. You get to see how Nastasha became a part of the Shadow Moses incident, how she was recruited into the operation. And you learn that Nastasha, or that Ames is Nastasha's ex-husband, and he was the one responsible for getting her to join the operation. Him and his DIA boys roll up to Nastasha's house, get her set up with her computers and everything in her living room, and they oversee the whole operation while it's happening. And when it was all over, Ames was supposed to kill Nastasha under orders from the Patriots, so none of that information would get out to the public. You know, Nastasha ended up writing a book trying to expose the truth of what happened during the events of MGS1. Ames was ordered to kill her, when it was all over, but he couldn't do it. He could not kill Nastasha, and to punish Ames, they used him as a part of the S3 plant. They used him as a part of this project to be a stand-in for the DARPA chief and to die just like the DARPA chief did. And at the very end of that last scene, Ames realizes what's happening. Ocelot says, "Sorry, Colonel, you failed to carry out your duties." And that's exactly what he's referring to when he says that. You failed to kill Nastasha like you were ordered to. And now it's your turn to die. Ames realizes, he's like, Ocelot, he realizes that Ocelot is one of them, essentially, that he is with the Patriots, allied to the Patriots. So yeah, pretty cool. But you need some knowledge of In the Darkness of Shadow Moses to understand what's really happening there. You might think on a first playthrough, it's just that there's no real explanation behind it. But there is. Now we need to go and get a sniper rifle. Hold on a second. Yeah, In the Darkness of Shadow Moses is definitely worth a read if you're a big fan of the series. It's just a really cool, different perspective of the Shadow Moses incident. You know, you get to see it through other eyes. You know, you get to see it through Nastasha's eyes, a lot of it. And there's just lots of little details regarding what all the shady higher-ups were doing behind the scenes. Yeah, that's why the Colonel gets so angry later when he says, "I don't give a damn what that piece of trash said." Do you get me? That's why he's so angry, right? Because the Colonel is the embodiment of the Patriots. He is the Patriots, part of the Patriots AI in this game. And that's why he gets so angry, because that information was not supposed to get out. That was information that was designed to be controlled by the Patriots. It was information that slipped away from them, that they were unable to control. Just gonna shoot the ground to distract him. Grab the PSG-1 and get back out. Ooh, Jesus.
There's somebody there. Now!
Mate Mate, if that's how I pronounce your name. Thank you very much for the tier 1 sub, or Mate Mate, however I pronounce it. Thank you. Cheers. I love Dog going insane at the end when voicing Houseman. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I should watch that again. I think it's on my YouTube, isn't it? Nuclear Cinnamon with the 6 months as well. Thank you. Ambient Works with the 37. Cheers. Moto JP with the 7. Vox as well with the 17. But yeah, Raiden of course questions Ames about these hostages that have been supposedly getting killed. And he hasn't heard anything of the sort. Curious. Could the Colonel have been lying about all that? Surely not. Let's get in the box. Much of In the Darkness is like, a lot of it is just an MGS1 recap, and those are the least interesting parts of it, where it's just basically going over scenes from MGS1, and those are really the worst parts of it. But there's a lot of other stuff as well that kind of serves as a bridge between MGS 1 and 2. Little additional details that ties into the story of MGS 2. And it's just cool to get a different perspective on the story. Seeing it from a normal human's eyes rather than Snake's eyes. To summarize, this whole game is a Patriot-orchestrated mission to eliminate Solidus Snake, who turned his back on them. I would say it's an orchestrated mission designed to create an AI that can control society and human thought and behavior, and shape history, control the flow of information. That is the real goal. To create a system that can control people, control information.
Nothing here.
I don't know what I'm doing here. Bo-do-do. We can do a few calls here.
Get out of Shell 1. According to Ames, the president is on the first floor of Shell 2's core. Cross the connecting bridge from the north side of Strut D to get to Shell 2. That's where you need to go.
But yeah, the Patriots are really just using Solidus's rebellion as a part of their simulation. You know, it's just a part of this story they're creating. All these characters are just pawns in their pawns to be a part of their simulation narrative.
Looks like you've lost your balaclava, Raiden. You'll no longer be able to impersonate enemy personnel. Raiden, rescue the president. Head for the first floor of the Shell 2 core.
Colonel, is the president one of them? Ames said that the president entered the code with his own free will.
But you heard how they are planning to get rid of the president, right?
Yeah?
They are going their separate ways?
No. First off, the president is not necessarily extra baggage for the terrorists. If you have your doubts, you should address them when you meet him.
Roger that. Do you think Ames was telling the truth about the football?
Rosemary?
Roger that. Jack, I'll look into it for you.
Colonel, apparently Ames didn't even know that the hostages were killed in retaliation for SEAL Team 10's incursion.
Yeah, the hostages were probably in a different room. Raiden, focus on your duties. For right now, concentrate on rescuing the president. Head for the first floor of Shell 2's core.
Colonel, I saw the terrorist leader. Is that Solid Snake?
Yes. He's the terrorist who sunk the tanker 2 years ago. Raiden, do you think he's some kind of hero? You heard him, right? Solid Snake is a terrorist. You must fight him. Do you understand?
Colonel, the outer heaven that Snake mentioned?
Ah, yes. It is a despotic military state built by a guy called Big Boss, the greatest soldier in history, and Snake's father, genetically speaking.
He tried to restart it?
I don't know. But word has it that his brother Liquid Snake hoped for an outer heaven also. It might have had some special significance for the two brothers.
Some guy, huh? Pliskin? No response.
That ninja helped me again. Do you have any information on him?
Sorry, I've looked around, but nothing.
I don't know what he wants, but he is trying to help you. That much is certain. Don't let your guard down, though.
Strut D is sediment pool number 1. It's a facility where extracted polluted water is stored without being disturbed, so that its large pollutants settle and are purged from it.
Why couldn't I get that call earlier? I called the Colonel like 10 times trying to get that call when he didn't have any other story relevant shit to give me.
Nothing here.
Raiden, can you hear me?
Pliskin, where have you been?
Checking around. I'm in Strut H right now. How's the situation over there?
We have a lead on the President's location.
Where is he?
Shell 2 core, the first floor.
I'm cut off from the core where I am. It's a mess here.
All right, I'm on my way to Shell 2 right now.
There are IR sensors in place on the connecting bridge between Shells 1 and 2. If you break the beams, the Semtex will go off.
Yeah, I heard them talking about that.
Target the control units and destroy them. Make sure you don't shoot the Semtex.
What do the control units look like?
Take a look with your binoculars.
That's the Semtex. And that must be the control unit.
I like how anti-Pliskin they are, but the ninja, A-okay, yeah. The ninja is a part of the simulation. Although you do have to wonder about Snake too, given all the roles he fills. And the Colonel does get angry if you shoot at Snake earlier in the game with the SOCOM. He'll call you out for it, telling you not to kill him. Shouldn't they want you to kill Pliskin if he isn't a part of the simulation? You know, isn't he just disrupting every part of it if he's not supposed to be a part of it? Maybe they think that's too much of a hard task for Raiden. But you know, he was there, fast asleep in front of us. Perfect opportunity. And if you shoot him there, they get really angry. They don't want you to kill him. It's quite interesting how Snake is there right from the beginning of the mission. In the opening cutscene of the game, you swim through the hole that he cuts in the fence. It's Snake who gives you access to the big shell in the opening scene. And then again, he cuts a hole in the fence at the top of Strut A when you have no other way of getting inside. Let's shoot some seagulls. You know, and then he carries out all these other roles that mimic the Shadow Moses incident. Like, you see him go up the elevator at the start of the game, mimicking Liquid going up the elevator at the start of MGS1. He takes out the 3 guards. He's the other intruder besides me. You know, he's the he stands in for Gray Fox there too. He's already taken out 3 people. There's another intruder besides me. He's the 141.80 Master Miller Mentor as well. That's my ultimate explanation for how Snake could be an intended part of the simulation, right? It hinges on the Grey Fox stand-in, right? Because in MGS1, Grey Fox was the wild card character that nobody expected. You know, Snake was sent in with Fox Die to carry out this thing. They knew who all the players were. They knew that Foxhound was there. They knew that Baker, the DARPA chief, Merrill, Grey Fox was the wild card that nobody expected. So maybe Snake is standing in for Fox, and him not being an intended part of the simulation, that is him being a part of the simulation. He's playing the person who is an unintended part of the story, just like Fox. So they're just saying he's not a part of the simulation to reflect that. Well, really, he is a part of the simulation. You see what I'm saying? Him not being a part of the simulation is him being a part of the simulation. Standing in for Fox, who wasn't a part of MGS1's simulation. In the Darkness of Shadow Moses kind of reinforces that idea in MGS1 when, like, because all the higher-ups are behind the scenes and they're all expecting this to go down a certain way, and when they find out that Grey Fox is there, Ames starts losing his shit. Right? He's like, what the fuck is going on? This is not a part of this, you know, he is not supposed to be here. Right? So maybe they're just doing the same thing, right? If they're designing this thing to mirror MGS1, you need a character who isn't supposed to be here. Just like Fox. Hey Hachiro with the tier 3 and the 29 months. Thank you. My head hurts. Yeah, I mean, who knows if that was an idea, but I like it. Was just checking the Ames convo in Japanese and noticed Ames's line, either he survived or there are two of them, could be put as either he survived or there's one more. Feels like that would fit better with Ames knowing all the things and Raiden's reaction to the possibility. One more. Ah, okay, interesting. There was something else I was thinking of there. Now I can't remember. Oh yeah, Bad Humans was posting something interesting recently on Twitter relating to the post-credits dialogue. Otacon's line about their contributors being the Patriots. I'll have to find that tweet again, but that was interesting. Another thing to consider that's interesting to consider is the fact that it was Liquid who lured Snake out here, too. That Liquid is the one responsible for getting the information out to Otacon and luring him to the big shell. Yortiz with the 26 months and the 20 in a row. Thank you. That's why he says, who sent for you? To Snake. Who says that line again? Ocelot says that to Snake, doesn't he? He's like wondering how he got here. Who sent for you? Yeah. Okay. Let's shoot some of these seagulls. Well, I'm talking about the Patriots in this game. I'm just talking about the AI, right? Or the collection of AIs. Here we go! It happened. So this is random. Oh, the double! Sometimes you can get a triple, and I think maybe once we got a quadruple. But that's not the craziest thing about this.
Raiden, you haven't destroyed all the control units yet. Use the first-person view or the sniper scope to look around.
Raiden, is something wrong? Raiden! Raiden!
Okay, let's try this again. You have to shoot 20 times. Someone coming? We're not getting it this time, I don't think. And if it doesn't trigger, in my experience anyway, if it doesn't trigger the first time, it'll never trigger. If I shoot another bird 20 times, it won't happen. I'll attempt it. It's working! Wow! So, look at this guy. He's about to come and peck me. There he is. He's about to peck me. But what if I equip the Zone of the Enders cardboard box at the last second? Get the fuck out of here. Don't even think about it. Now, if I equipped any other box, he would still peck me. He would still peck me. The Zone of the Enders box is special because it has a big image of an eye on it. The eye design is eye-catching. So the bird sees the eye and it gets scared. Like, you know, like a lot of animals are afraid of eyes, eye symbols. Because they think it's a predator. Crazy fucking detail. Crazy detail.
Right, come in.
It's true in real life for a lot of animals, I think. It's like a defense mechanism. But yeah, I think for a lot of birds in particular. Now, let's try and do another method. quick, quick, quick. Come at me. If you dare. Fuck you. Anyone else want some? Probably can't get it twice in a row like that. Okay, I'm gonna do it one more time. Probably gonna blow myself up here. They can also fall on the lasers. I had that happen once before, where they fall on the lasers here. And yeah, they can set the explosives off if they hit the lasers. I think while they're flying in to attack you as well, they can also trip the lasers there.
Raiden! Raiden!
High Lord, thank you for the 29. Mr. Kittenzilla, did I thank you for your 36? Limskis with the 9. Cheers, everyone. And we're getting really good RNG today. There is a random element to this. You know, sometimes you'll shoot them and it just won't happen at all. And some areas are really bad for this. In this area, you get really good RNG, but if you try and do this at the top of Strut A, where there are also seagulls, you'll get much worse luck. Wait. Ah! I think we're getting bad luck this time. I was hoping to get a double. Okay, I'll take it. You can also spray the seagulls with coolant, and they react to the coolant. While they're flying in, you can just spray them with this to deter them. If you trank a bird while it's airborne and it falls into the water, will you still get that call where Rose and the Colonel would be pissed at you for killing birds? Oof, well, you have to kill a lot of birds to get that call. I never tried just tranking birds. If I had the PSG-1T right now, we could do it. Although I probably wouldn't have enough ammo. I want to see if I can get one to land over the lasers. Oh, that was close. Right, I didn't think they reacted to stun grenades, but I couldn't remember for sure. Nice. Did that one land on the pipe or... Oh no, it landed in the water. Okay. Yeah, no, this is too much. Let's continue.
Raiden!
Can you take a picture of them while they explode? Explode. Oh, hey, I actually have a second PS3 controller. So I should be able to show the flag Easter egg. Hold on. One second, chat. I'm gonna have to plug in my charger. Hold on, it'll be worth it, I promise. Okay, hold on. Now, let me see. I've plugged in my second controller. You know, I don't think I've ever done this Easter egg before, because I've never had a second controller to be able to show it. But with your second controller, if you have one, you should be able to control the flag here. It's not working. Can you do it on the HD collection? It does work on the HD collection, does it? We know? You have to spam L1. Oh! There we go! Okay, I thought you had to move the analog sticks. Yes, so there we go. A second controller Easter egg. Very weird, this detail. I think it's the only thing in the game like this that uses the second controller. And the first controller has to be plugged in at the same time, too. Because I tried just switching it to controller I tried just switching the controller ports from 1 to 2, but that doesn't work. You have to have one plugged in at the same time, or at least you do for the HD collection. But yeah, there you go. You didn't know that was a thing? There it is. Cynic, thank you for gifting a sub to Linda. It's Solidus. Don't shoot my fucking flag.
Raiden, you didn't get all the control units. You weren't thorough enough.
I know!
Take a good look at the airborne cipher. You can see the control unit for the IR sensor. The control unit is right above Cypher's camera. Avoid shooting the camera at all costs. Looks like if a Cypher is shot down, the resulting signal will trigger an explosion. The whole bridge would blow. Target only the control unit on the upper part of the Cypher. Aim for the blinking light.
If you leave this area and come back, you'll get a little scene where they quickly highlight all the bombs that you still have to shoot, or all the sensors that you still have to take down. I'm not sure if we can do this easily here by just going back like a couple of areas, but let's try it.
Oh, there's somebody there.
Suck my balls. Okay. I'm not sure if we'll trigger it now. Let's just see what happens. Ah, fuck. Maybe you have to save and reload. Bad Humans, do you know? Does anyone else know? Now you get that little scene? If I save and reload, it'll probably tell me. Thought maybe you could do it just by leaving, going back a couple of areas. Anyway, it's really not that big of a deal. It's not the most amazing thing in the world. But it's just the way that the game helps you. I guess it assumes that you're stuck or something if you save and come back. And if you do that, they'll just quickly flash the locations on the screen. See if I can get the first one with my pistol here. Oh, I knew it was too low.
No, this isn't happening. Jack, you have to answer me. Jack! Jack!
Oh, you can get it just by entering and exiting the room a bunch as well, yeah? Right, watch this. Boom. You have to use a sniper on the second cipher. But you can get that first one with your SOCOM. Oh, game. Yeah, we're doing 12-hour... There it is, right. You have to walk a little bit further into the area. There it is. There it is. Just showing you how many bombs you have left. And maybe helping you to find where they are. Ooh, that was a bit low. So many of them on this difficulty. I already got that one, right? Oh.
Raiden, I found us a ride.
I'm all ears.
One of the enemy's Kasatkas.
Is it in good shape?
Full tank. I'm heading for Shell 1 now. What about that Harrier?
It's not on the heliport here.
Good. I'll set this one down there then.
Can you cover the hostages? They're being held on level B1 in the core. Pliskin, you didn't happen to find any other places where hostages were being held, did you?
No, nothing like that.
Okay.
How many hostages are there?
There's a few short of 30. One dead and several wounded.
The Kasatka's cargo area will hold 13 max.
What about the other Kasatka?
I sabotaged it. It can't come after us if it can't get off the ground. We'll have to make 2 trips.
Can you fly a Kasatka?
I have a pilot who's flown the civilian model, the KA-62 in VR. There's not a whole lot of difference between the military KA-60 and the civilian model.
Cleared for takeoff.
Raiden, let me introduce you to my partner, Otacon.
Otacon?
Hey, Raiden. Nice to meet you.
Intruders!
Over here!
Damn! Raiden, I'll talk to you later.
Colonel, I need some answers from you. Who exactly is Pliskin and his partner?
I know what you're thinking.
It keeps coming back to Shadow Moses. And now this Otacon...
AKA Hal Emmerich, PhD, a Shadow Moses survivor.
Rose?
Snake and Otacon both became fugitives after Shadow Moses, wanted for acts of terrorism.
An anti-Metal Gear organization.
They sabotaged and destroyed countless Metal Gear units throughout the world.
And were responsible for the incident 2 years ago that necessitated the construction of the Big Shell.
Snake and his partner aren't terrorists.
Jack, why are you defending them?
I look back on what I've done here so far, and things like training and sense of duty alone won't get you through a sneaking mission like this.
Jack, are you okay?
You need something higher. I can't think of the right word, but it has to be pure will, backed up by courage, or ideals, or something like that. I'd stake my life on it. The solid Snake that saved Shadow Moses couldn't turn into a terrorist.
Maybe that's true, but they went down with that tanker 2 years ago. We even recovered Snake's body.
And the DNA test results on the body say it's him.
Jack, I know what you're saying, but Snake is dead. He can't be here, not even as this Dr. Hal Emmerich.
But that also means that he can't be the terrorist leader behind this thing.
I've been waiting for you. A messenger from the Patriots. Where do I know him from?
So you're the boss around here?
No, not just around here. I'm the boss to surpass Big Boss himself. Solid Snake. No, that is not Solid Snake.
The shades.
What a pleasant surprise, brother.
Save it. You work of mine.
Don't say you've forgotten me, Snake.
Snake?
Right, take cover. Stop impersonating him. Brother, I'm a whole different game from Liquid. That the best you can do, Snake? Did I get it? We're in trouble. It's the Harrier. The world needs only one big boss. I'll drown you fools for interfering! Right. This is the Stinger missile launcher. The Kasaka can't stand up to the Harrier. You have to shoot the Harrier down.
Snake, we got company.
I'm counting on you.
Here we go. Ah! Fuck, straight up balls at the start of it.
Right. Handguns and machine guns can't stand up to fighter jets. Use the Stinger missiles instead. Don't start scurrying about even after the Harrier is flown away and is no longer in eyesight. When the Harrier is pointed in your direction, it should flash for a moment as it reflects the sun. Don't miss that flash. Locate it as early as possible and hit it with a Stinger. If you delay, you'll be attacked.
I usually don't show the codec calls for this fight because I just like to let the fight flow. Just let it run. But let's do some of the calls this time for a change.
Both wings are outfitted with an air-to-surface rocket pod. The rockets aren't guided, so moving should get you out of their way. Watch out for the blast, though. That Harrier 2 is equipped with cluster bombs. Each bomb is full of bomblets, a combined munitions weapon. A cluster bomb has a huge effective range. There's no way to avoid one on the upper level of a connecting bridge. Escape by going to the lower level.
I didn't know it was a sunlight flash effect. Yeah, it's cool that there's an in-world explanation for the flash, I guess.
The Harrier's exhaust is extremely hot. You cannot afford to get enveloped in it. When the Harrier draws near, run down to the lower level. The Harrier is outfitted with IR flares, a countermeasure that burns in midair with magnesium to deceive infrared homing missiles. Shooting a flare will draw any launched Stinger missiles towards the flare. Harriers are equipped with advanced medium-range air-to-air missiles, commonly known as AMRAAM. This is a type of active homing missile that uses a built-in radar guidance system for a fire-and-forget capability. The accuracy rate is quite high. Electronic interference is probably the only way to evade it. Use the chaff to disrupt the missile's guidance system. When the Harrier is hovering near the connecting bridge, the RGB-6 should also be effective.
Oh, that's cool. I usually don't even pick up the RGB-6 before this point. I should do that next time. I wonder how much damage it deals.
Don't start scurrying about even after the Harrier is flown away and is no longer in eyesight. When the Harrier is pointed in your direction, it should flash for a moment as it reflects the sun. Don't miss that flash. Locate it as early as possible and hit it with a Stinger. If you delay, you'll be attacked.
Although on this difficulty, it's very dangerous to stand in front of the Harrier while he's up at the bridge. Those missiles come out at 100 miles an hour.
Don't start scurrying about even after the Harrier is flown away and is no longer...
Yeah, he's repeating himself now, I think.
Both wings are outfitted with an air-to-surface rocket pod. The rockets aren't guided, so moving should get you out of their way. Watch out for the blast, though.
Pliskin.
Right. I'll back you up from the chopper. If I see you run short of an item, I'll toss it down. Make good use of those. Right. You got those Stingers I gave you earlier, right?
Portable anti-aircraft missiles? I had complete VR training in those too.
Gee, I feel so much better knowing that. Hopefully you'll know how to use them in actual battle conditions too. Shoot the Harrier down with your Stinger missile, but remember that while you're aiming the missile launcher, you won't be able to move around. As soon as you see the Harrier headed your way, find cover. Hit the weapon menu button to do a weapon quick change. Make use of it.
The Harrier 2 is an upgraded version of the world's first practical V-stall fighter plane. By shifting the propulsion of the engine nozzles on the sides, the plane can handle short-distance vertical takeoffs and landings. The payload capacity of the Harrier II is considerably larger than its predecessor due to improved engine output. As a result, it carries more armament, starting with a 25mm machine gun pod on the fuselage pylon. There are air-to-surface rockets on both wings and various pods for air-to-air missiles and cluster bombs. You won't be able to take out one of these with small arms fire. The fact is, you'll need to use Stinger missiles. Right, watch out for the Harrier's cluster bombs. Cluster bombs are non-guided units packed with a couple hundred bomblets for wide-range attacks. The bombs are equipped with timed fuses for detonation following release. The dispenser explodes, spreading the bomblets across a wide area. Cluster bombs cover an extensive range. If you see one being launched, head for the floor beneath the connecting bridge.
Yeah, once he starts telling him what he should do, his reactions change. I don't feel like it.
The Harrier II is equipped with AMRAAM mid-range air-to-air missiles. The AMRAAM is an active homing missile designed to succeed the Sparrow. On the final phase of its guided approach to a target, the missile locks onto the objective with an active seeker and goes into full autonomous flight mode. In short, the AMRAAM is a missile with fire-and-forget capability. This aspect of the missile makes it ideal for fire-and-run tactics, significantly improving the mission survival rate of the firing aircraft. With a high-performance active seeker, the AMRAAM is extremely functional. Once fired, it pretty much zeroes in on its target with deadly accuracy.
And how do you avoid one of these?
I recommend chaff grenades. The AMRAAM's been reinforced against ECMs. In fact, the missile's been designed to home in on the source of electronic countermeasures. But that only applies to air combat. It's highly unlikely that the missile's equipped for tracking human targets with any precision. You should be able to sufficiently throw an AMRAAM off course with a chaff grenade. The minute you see one launched, break out the grenade.
Yeah, I never use chaff grenades for those. I use iframes.
The Harrier II comes equipped with air-to-surface...
Yeah, right. Let's fucking fight this thing.
Damn it!
Fuck. Oh, he does this in the first phase. Wow.
Is that the best you can do?
Oh my god, stop it!
Take this!
Woo! Close. I'm still alive. Not for long. Quench those flames.
I'll let you go out in style. Try dodging this! Damn it! What the? Damn! What the? Oh! Damn!
Stay away, Otacon.
I'll shred you to pieces! Oh! Is that the best you can do? I'll let you go out in style! Ah! Oh!
There's a cool detail here. Notice how they're tracking you inside the cockpit. Their heads stay locked to you.
There's something coming up.
That's Metal Gear! It's already active!
running on water. Raiden, you all right?
Yeah. How about you guys?
Barely managed, but we're all right.
The chopper?
We need some time for repairs.
Oh.
The president's all yours.
Okay. Can I ask you something?
What?
Are you the Snake? They said you were dead.
No, not me. There are still too many things I need to do.
Snake, you're a legend, and that's why I need to ask you this.
Legend? A legend is nothing but fiction. Someone tells it, someone else remembers. Everybody passes it on.
I'm here because I was assigned to this mission, not because I want to. If I could, I'd be out of here in a second. How could you come back to all this? Why keep fighting?
There's something my best friend said to me once.
What?
We're not tools of the government, or anyone else. Fighting was the only thing I was good at, but at least I always fought for what I believed in.
What about the DNA results from that body?
That was Liquid's body. He and Snake are identical on the genetic level.
Liquid?
A deception, for our own protection. We stole his frozen body from some organization. Kind of a hassle, though.
That's all there is to it.
Are you two really an NGO?
Insofar as we're a non-profit organization of civilians advocating a cause, yes. The cause happens to be the eradication of Metal Gear.
We work on our own, but it's a cause worth fighting for.
Why would you stick your neck out for something this risky?
That's the way I used to look at it, 4 years ago. I was holed up in the middle of nowhere in Alaska, drinking too much.
We have a responsibility to the coming generations, to the world.
What responsibility?
To keep track of the mistakes we've made as a species.
We need to remember, to spread the word, to fight for change. And that's what keeps me alive.
You think you can change the future?
Nah, I'm not as arrogant as that.
What you do isn't grassroots activism. It's more like terrorism.
I admit that.
But our group, Philanthropy, received some information. A new Metal Gear prototype was being developed here, and terrorists were planning to raid the facility. The information came from a very reliable source.
So you're here to...
We're here to stop all that. But I also have a personal motive.
Looks like the terrorists have his sister in the big shell. We're here on our own, not under anyone's orders. We have our own battles. Otacon's here for someone. I'm not.
This is a military mission.
Jack, are you all right?
Just barely.
You almost gave me a heart attack.
Sorry, it wasn't intentional.
I know that, and I know I need to stay stronger.
Say a prayer for me, Rose, so I can come back.
You will make it back. I'm with you all the way, remember?
That means a lot to me, you know.
I'm going to save the data, okay, Jack?
Colonel, Metal Gear's already gone active.
It's not too late. You can still prevent a nuclear strike by securing the president and preventing password confirmation from taking place. Get to the president. He's in the core section of Shell 2.
I'm checking the satellite images. Looks like you can get to the core from the other side of Strut L.
The core hasn't gone under yet from what we can tell. Follow the railings down, then jump onto the pipes.
The only viable strut in the outer perimeter is the L. That attack just now doesn't make any sense. It's like they have no more use for this place.
Colonel, you were monitoring the codec calls. That man was the real Snake all along.
Maybe.
Maybe?
Don't let your guard down with him.
Why do you say that?
Because they were never a part of the simulation. They're an unknown factor.
You can take your simulation and... We're out here, we bleed, we die.
Calm down.
I suggest that you do, Raiden. Even if that is Snake, that has no bearing on your mission.
Colonel, you and Snake used to be on the same side. I don't understand. I read about you and Snake in the Darkness of Shadow Moses.
I don't give a damn what that piece of trash said. Do you get me?
There it is. In the Darkness of Shadow Moses used to have only one review on Goodreads, and that review was by the Colonel AI, which said, "I don't give a damn what this piece of trash says." 0 stars. I think now it has a few, like it has several reviews, like proper reviews, but that used to be the only one. Didn't even read it. I don't give a damn what this says. 0 out of 10. Hold on, my phone's ringing. Use the coolant spray to put out fire. Hey, it works. Yeah, the review is probably still there. Anything down here? Oh.
Raiden!
I like how even little things like this change depending on the difficulty. Like, if you play on normal difficulty, you can spend quite a bit of time on the stairs before they break. But if you're on extreme or European extreme, oh boy. As soon as you reach the bottom, you have to be sprinting back up. On the lower difficulties, they tease you with a ration there. There's actually a reason to go down the stairs. So we could try flipping across. Or take the safe path. Okay, easy does it now. Easy does it. Easy does it.
What the hell happened?
Raiden!
What the hell happened? Alright, let's do the flip. Here we can get an AK suppressor, I think. Yeah. Now it's the point of no return. You can't go back. That fire is impossible to put out. Have I already explained what the text means on the death screen? Yes, we were talking about that for quite a while earlier. A lot of seagulls here. A cool thing about the BDU as well, even outside of the core, it still works as camo. You won't be able to pose as one of the guards. You won't be able to just blend in with them. But it will make their vision a little bit worse. Kind of works like the camo in MGS3, where you could imagine a camo index increasing by like 20% when you're wearing this.
This is not a pretty sight.
Hurry up and check the situation.
Okay, nice. Damn, I wish we could go inside some of these struts. Ooh, I'm probably gonna get caught. I thought it was only the first one.
Raiden, what's going on? Raiden! Raiden!
That genuinely got me there. I wasn't putting on a show. Fuck you. It's a tricky little area, this.
Was there a noise just now?
You can get this guy to headbang.
Was there a noise just now?
You can't see him properly from this angle.
Was there a noise just now?
Can you jump through the windows? No, no.
The enemy has already entered the nuclear launch code. Secure the president before they can confirm and finalize the code input. The president is on the first floor of Shell 2's core.
Isaac, thank you very much for the 10 months. Phantom, thank you very much for the 4 months. Linda, thank you for gifting us up to Nixie. Cynic, thank you for gifting us up to Linda. And I think that's everyone. Cheers, guys.
No, Odd, I'm going to go in my pants.
No, Odd!
Nobody's looking, right?
And now we have the infamous scene. The infamous golden shower. Of course, we'll just try and avoid it, right? Ooh. Oh! Fucking brushed my knee. Well, we may as well just get the whole experience then.
Right, my sympathies. Sneaking missions are called wet works for a reason after all.
Don't worry about it, Jack. It's okay.
Rose?
That is, as long as you take a shower the second you get back. Do we have a deal?
I just got a $1 donation from Wings of Redemption. Big ups for playing this. Always enjoy. Can you put a wing on for a cutscene? Or is that too cringe? Also, hi, Emma. A wing on? Can you put a wing on for a cutscene? Oh! A wig? You know, I can't even remember if you see the wigs during scenes. Do you? I never play on NG+. It's very rare. Do you get... You can? Okay, we'll put on a wig for the next scene. We'll do it for the next scene. This is where the piss gets really impressive from this angle. Look at that. Look at those reflecting droplets. Glistening. That's that attention to detail. But there's a bit of a tragedy here. Because on NG+, this is not the scene that we should be seeing. On NG+, the idea was that when you got to this scene, the guard would turn around and act like he was about to take a shit. But then I think at the last second he was gonna go against it. He was gonna pull his pants back up and like walk away or something like that. Kojima recalled this a couple of times in interviews, and he said he was quite upset that he gave someone an order to include this in the game, a guy on the team, and then he came back asking for, you know, an update, and the guy said, "Oh, I thought you were joking." And Kojima said, Kojima lamented in his interview that a lot of my ideas failed to get through to failed to get into the games because of things like this. He said this has happened many times, that he asks for something and comes back and they didn't think he was serious. But yeah, in NG Plus he was supposed to act. I think he did specify that he wasn't going to take a shit, that he was just acting like he was about to take a shit. But yeah, this was one detail he seemed particularly upset about. He really wanted this to be in the game. He's joking again. If the shit lands on you, you lose your entire save. That would have been a really cool detail for NG Plus though. Just, again, just playing with your expectations. It is cool how they changed certain things in NG Plus, like the Ames locations. You might be expecting to see Ames in the same spot, but no, he's somewhere else. Which actually threw me off in this playthrough today. I was wondering why I wasn't getting tripped up, and I was like, oh shit, that's Ames. It's not the guy. It's not the guy who trips you up. You get different bombs as well on NG Plus. Different bomb locations. This is NG Plus, yeah. You still can get shit on in this game, though. You know, the seagulls. The seagulls shit on you, so you can get pissed on and shit on. Ooh, okay. I don't think they add any guards on NG Plus. I don't think they change any guard locations, so the dog tags should all be in the same place, I think. Would I rather get pissed on or shit on? Have any of you guys ever been shat on by a bird? I'm still waiting for the day when that happens. When I'm in some park and there are loads of pigeons around. I'm surprised it doesn't happen more often to people. Damn, a load of you guys have been shit on. That's a good few yeses. Okay. Yes, so it does happen. Now, I hope it never happens to me, man. Like you're out for the day and suddenly you get fucking shit on. Big nasty bird shit on your head. Like what the fuck are you gonna do? How did you deal with the bird shit? Did you, where did you go to get it cleaned up? Hold on, I have to scroll up here. I just wiped it off. Yeah, I mean, I guess their shits aren't that big, to be fair. Did you wipe it off with your hand, Raguchi? With your arm? And then wipe your arm? Did you have something at hand to clean it up? Happened to me 2 times. Corpsey. Oh, man. Mr. Man, multiple times you've been shat on. Maybe I have been shat on before. But, no, I can't recall. I don't think I have. Are there any birds that, like, shit more than, like, common birds? Are there... Like, do seagulls shit a lot? Are seagulls known to be shitting all the time? Hold on a second. I wanted to read that message. When I was a wee lad, I was on the motorway with family and my grandmother was talking. Then she wasn't and vomited in front of her. Turns out a bird shat in her mouth through the sunroof at over 80 miles per hour. Oh my God. I have to read that again. When I was a wee lad, I was on the motorway with family and my grandmother was talking. Then she wasn't and vomited in front of her. Turns out a bird shat in her mouth through the sunroof at over 80 miles per hour. Jesus fucking Christ, what a nightmare. Country boy, I had it happen during a parade. Just standing there enjoying the parade, and then a bird shits in your hair. Jesus. My car is parked under a tree where cranes roost in the evening, so bird shit is a regular occurrence. I even wear a garbage bag into my car to prevent it. Damn, man. Watch out. Good strats, though. There's a game where you fly around as a bird, shitting on people's heads. Somebody made that game for a reason. Birds do it deliberately. They're assholes. That sounds like a fun game. It makes me think of that one game. What's it called? Don't you play as a bee? I played it on stream. It was fun. Don't you play as a bee and you go around stinging people? Or the Untitled Goose Game is a really fun game. Mr. Mosquito. That's what I'm thinking of. Yeah, where you play as a mosquito, and you just... Don't you terrorize the whole family in that game? Like, you start off with the child, and then you attack the mother, and then the father, and, like, you know, the mother is the final boss at the end of the game or something. Yeah, Mr. Mosquito is cool. It's a fun game. There's, like, blood-sucking mechanics. You have to find the right spot, and then you have to stick your needle in and yeah, it's like it's a whole thing. I unfortunately I think that stream is gone. I don't think I saved that. I should play it again sometime. I got shat on my shoulder, and I just took off my sweatshirt. I had more clothes underneath. That's not too bad. Oh man, that grandmother story. Jesus Christ. The fact that just all of that is can happen in the space of like 2 seconds. 1 second you're just telling a story, and then the next second there's shit in your mouth and you're puking all over yourself. All in the span of 5 seconds. Okay, I think I'm ready to continue. We laughed the rest of the journey. Did your granny also find it funny? Fucking nasty, man. Like, vomiting is never fun. Vomiting because a bird just shat in your mouth, even worse. In the car as well. There's so many so many things. My pleasure, big boss. Earth One Carlos, thank you for the 4 months and the 3 in a row. Much appreciated. I think I need to thank someone else here as well. Emon the Rider with the 10 months as well, thank you. Okay, let's continue. Oh yeah, let's put on a wig.
Olga, Snake, he's here. In Shell 1.
My father had some unfinished business with him.
Olga, calm yourself. Change the plan because of your personal feelings.
Then screw your plan. I've been waiting for this day for 2 years, and I will sit bottom of the ocean, right next to my old man.
The launch comes first.
Damn it. Where is Ocelot?
Not here.
I don't trust him.
Don't talk that way about one of your own.
He's not one of my own. He left my father to die, remember?
Olga, we'll talk later. We need to get started on the final checks for the unit.
All right. I'm headed back there.
One is down.
What about the chopper?
The cam-off is out of action. Take the oil fence from Strut L.
I'll tell my men to start pulling out.
Not yet. Their retrieval comes last. The intruder's still at large.
Snake.
What about the other man?
Luck on his side, certainly.
He survived that explosion. Listen, Olga, the code confirmation is in 1 hour. Keep the president alive until then.
I know. No one gets in here. Turn the currents on.
Of course. High voltage currents on.
The door stays shut unless the president manages to take out that circuit panel from inside the room. And it's no job for bare hands.
All right. Come back immediately.
One more thing.
What?
We leave for Russia when this business is done. I want half the money for that.
Of course. That was part of the agreement.
We start living for ourselves after this. If there's anyone who wants to stay here, I want you to take good care of them.
Gladly. Gerlukovich soldiers are the cream of the crop.
It's time they went free.
What happened to rebuilding Mother Russia?
The old man is dead. The world is a different place now.
It's your life.
Just as a reminder, I'm going to say this again, one last time. Don't try anything on us.
The feeling is mutual.
I'm in front of the room where they're keeping the president.
Everything all right?
No sign of flooding, but I can't get close to the door. The floor is electrified.
Don't test it. You'll be bacon.
Any suggestions?
Remember the Shadow Moses VR training.
Take out the circuit panel?
Right.
But there's no way into the room.
Try ventilation ducts.
Yeah, I think I see one.
Look for a remote control missile launcher. You can guide it through the duct into the room.
Then target the circuit panel. Got it.
Right, but make sure you don't hit the president.
The president is wired with nanomachines. If we know the frequency, I can raise him.
We've tried that repeatedly, but there's no response. It looks like the walls have a built-in radio shield.
So that's why Ames lost contact with him.
If you need to confirm his position, you can log into the node.
Understood.
Locate a remote control missile launcher first.
Okay. But first, we have to make some bacon. And I just realized we could turn Raiden into a liar with that scene with Emma later. When he tells her that this is his real hair. What if Emma never sees this hair? We can make that a thing, right? We can have it so the only hair Emma sees is this. And then we'll still get that scene later where she wonders to herself if his hair is real. And Raiden will tell her, this is my real hair. Even though I think that maybe he's still lying when he's talking about this hair. Because maybe this is just another wig. Maybe this is his main wig. You know, it is interesting that they have that scene questioning the reality of Raiden's hair, and then all of his other items turn out to be wigs. His special items. So maybe this is just another wig. Okay, now some box bacon. The close-up that always gets me. And you lose your box. Gets burned to a crisp.
Raiden, what's wrong? Raiden! Raiden!
Oh, the box call with Snake. There are several calls we can do with Snake here. I was thinking that, Titus. The wig
Snake,
should have burned
do you know
too.
where I can find some remote-controlled missiles?
Remote-controlled missiles. I saw something on B1 in the core of Shell 2. But be careful. Contaminated seawater's broken out of the tanks thanks to that explosion. Most of B1 is probably flooded by now.
Hey, that fucking reminds me, man. That was an original idea for the game. You were supposed to be able to lose your hair in this game at one point and go bald. Hold on, I need to find this information again. This was really cracking me up when I found this out. Yeah, if you caught fire and you weren't fast enough putting out the fire, your hair could set fire and then you could go bald. And I think it was supposed to happen in the Fortune fight, if I remember correctly. I guess that's the first time in the game that you can catch fire. Bad Humans was posting about it not so long ago, so I should be able to find it on my Twitter. Oh yeah, here we go. Yeah, unused MGS2 idea. If Raiden's hair catches fire, he will eventually lose it all and be bald for the remainder of the game. From Hideo Kojima's diary entry, January 18th, 2001. And in quotations here. Raiden's clothes were on fire at the Battle of Fortune. I came up with the idea of seeing that. Raiden's long hair, which he is proud of, is also on fire. And if he leaves it alone, his head becomes bald at this point. After that, he will be shaved completely. Including in the cutscenes. However, various Katsura wigs, in brackets, are available as items. Naturally, some of them have Raiden's hairstyle. There is also the Bakadono wig. If you wear a wig, it will fall off whenever you perform actions such as cartwheels. Oh no, it's such a shame this didn't make it into the game. And somersaults. Oh man, as if Raiden doesn't get mocked enough in this game. Just imagine that, man. You're on your first playthrough of the game and you go bald in the first boss fight. Right? The fight already kind of undermines the player, right? Your first, especially if you compare it to Snake. You know, Snake has his first boss fight against this badass woman that he overcomes. And Raiden's first boss fight against Fortune, who he cannot damage. It is impossible to damage Fortune. And so you leave the fight in failure. You leave the fight unable to defeat Fortune. But imagine if you went bald on top of that. She sets you on fire. And you go bald. If the wig that... I'm just continuing here from Kojima's quote. The wig that falls to the floor becomes an item box again on the spot. So you can still get to keep the you still get to keep the wigs that you lose. The good-looking protagonist becomes bald at the first boss battle. Very interesting. It could also be reflected in the poly demo. However, the staff is against it. Is it useful? Question mark. God damn it, staff. Could they have put this in the game, but the staff was against it? Right, I can understand maybe not wanting it for a first playthrough. Right? Might be a bit much for a first playthrough. Kind of like the glasses. Maybe you wouldn't want these glasses for a first playthrough. Because, you know, when we see the cutscenes in NG+, you can't really take them as seriously when you see these goofy-ass glasses. So, yeah, maybe it wouldn't have been a good idea for Raiden to go bald on a first playthrough. But as an NG+ thing, it definitely should have been an NG+ thing. Imagine how funny it would be. Bald, how about that? Bald Raiden with the glasses. Bald Raiden with glasses and wigs that fall off when you do somersaults. What a tragedy. Man. What did I say when I retweeted this as well? I think I retweeted it. Just got me so hyped reading this. MGS2 cut content, man. It just, it makes me so excited every time I learn about it. Some of the cut ideas, like Fortune playing the saxophone, playing her own theme on the saxophone. Oh yeah, I also added some of my own ideas to this. I said, imagine the frantic codec call where Rose desperately tells Raiden how to put out the flames, lest he go bald. Yell Dead Cell blaring in the background. Imagine, man. Yeah, but then again, maybe you deserve it. This was another thing I said here. Maybe it should be a new game, right? Because if, let's say you receive a codec call and they tell you how to put out the flames, it's your own fault if you don't put out the flames. It's your own fault if you go bald, right? So maybe it should be, maybe it should have been a new game if it was really your own fault for not putting out the fire and it was very easy to put out the fire. But what if you didn't have a cardboard box or something? Maybe you'd still be able to have time. Maybe just by cartwheeling around you could put out the fire in time. I'm just picturing Rose losing her mind. You know, Jack, you're about to go bald. Quench the flames. How? How do I do it? Tell me. Oh, man. All right, let's go and get this. Oh, shit. I have food arriving, chat. And give me a minute. I need to go out and grab this food. One minute. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. Let me just catch up with the chat here. You should take a look at what I posted today. I'll do that, bad humans. Neoletta, people complain Kojima is crazy, but I don't think we've really seen him unrestrained. Except maybe in Death Stranding. The man has to have the world's greatest kush. Yeah, no, people are always like, you know, Kojima needs to be reeled in. But the more I read, I'm like, man, I don't know, I think maybe his team is reeling him in too much. Fucking, you know, did we really lose all these bald ideas and wig ideas because of his team? Hold on a second. Imagine the wig falling when the president grabs his balls and says, "Wait, you're a man." Oh my god. Shakes his balls and then the wig falls off. That would be amazing. Maybe that was the original idea. Maybe that's the key to fully explaining that scene and they had to censor it, so now it doesn't really make sense anymore. Bad humans, let me see what you were saying today. Hold on. Let's go and get the Nikita. We'll do some calls as well here.
Remote-controlled missiles. I saw something on B1 in the core of Shell 2. But be careful. Contaminated seawater's broken out of the tanks thanks to that explosion. Most of B1 is probably flooded by now.
Have you ever heard of Outer Heaven?
Outer Heaven?
Yeah. Know anything?
No. What about it?
The terrorist leader mentioned it. Something about being close to reviving Outer Heaven.
Is that right?
Well, do you know anything?
No. But whatever their goal is, they're probably up to no good. We've got to stop them.
Yeah, right.
Bad humans. The one about Raiden's blood, I'm assuming. Yeah, we were talking a little bit about this earlier. Raiden's blood was initially white in MGS2, with there being a link to Redwood's milk blood from Police Knots. Right, yeah, I always figured his white blood in MGS4 was calling back to Redwood. Redwood being like an artificial being. I always figured that was a Police Knots tie-in. There was also a scene planned where Emma would bleed to death, but tell Raiden she was just menstruating. That was gonna be her death scene, like her main death scene, or just like, you know, if she was bleeding in gameplay or something. I'd need to see an expanded... I'd need more information on that. If that wasn't enough, here's also the diary entry in which Kojima talks about adding the King Kong backstory to Raiden and Rose's relationship. Here's a quote from Kojima. Changed the color of Raiden's blood from white to red. I was thinking of linking it to Redwoods in Police Knots, but decided against it. Sprites are additive, so the white color shines too much. I had a feeling it might have been a technical consideration, that maybe they couldn't get the white blood to look good on PS2. So the white color shines too much, especially underwater. Since red blood is currently well represented, we decided to go with red. Remove the milk blood plot from the scenario as well. Instead, we will consider a trick to make blood flow from Emma's crotch in the water. Raiden asks Emma, "Where are you hurt?" She blushes and says, "I'm fine," during the scene of Emma's death after being stabbed by Vamp. When Raiden is worried that Emma has lost so much blood, she says, "I'm fine, it's just my period, it's menstruation." And Emma quietly passes away. When we tell this to the staff, it is almost always met with disapproval. Okay, that is an idea that definitely shouldn't be in the game. Yeah, that's... I'm glad that one was left on the cutting room floor. What the hell, man? And then there's more here. Again, I think continuing with another quote from Kojima. I read an article about people working in skyscrapers. I read the article and added the plot of Raiden and Rose's encounter. I'll embed it in the radio first thing in the morning. Romantic and geeky plot. It would be suitable for MGS2. It's a good idea because Snake is Godzilla and Raiden is King Kong. Yeah, I remember him talking about the Godzilla King Kong parallels in the making of MGS2 as well. Okay. Let's keep going. Interesting stuff.
You know, I thought I heard of AIM somewhere before. DIA would mean we're talking about Nastasha's ex-husband.
Nastasha? Nastasha Romanenko? Isn't she the one who wrote In the Darkness of Shadow Moses?
Yeah, she helped me out during the Shadow Moses incident. She was also actively involved in the philanthropy organization following the incident.
Where is she now?
Your guess is as good as mine, but she's probably still a heavy smoker.
So Iroquois Pliskin was an alias?
Of course.
And the rank of Lieutenant Junior grade?
Made it up.
That's just great. Anyway, I get the Pliskin part, but what about Iroquois?
Iroquois is a Frankified version of the Algonquin word for rattlesnakes. It's what they called their enemies.
Algonquin?
The Algonquin Nation, one of the many groups of Native Americans who used to call Manhattan Island their home. The majority of tribes in what's now the state of New York were a part of the Algonquin Nation.
So this was a stronghold of snakes.
By the way, Manhattan means Island of Hills in Algonquin.
Thank you for the trivia.
Raiden, the node for that air.
Yeah. I'm hungry. I want to eat this fucking food before it gets cold. But I also want to show all the things that you can show. for the president. I'm battle up doo doo doo. Go down and get the Nikita first.
Colonel, B1 is completely flooded from what I can see.
You'll have to swim through.
Swimming isn't my strong point. It wasn't a part of the VR training either.
Stroke the water and move forward by pushing...
Stroke my balls. Yeah, we're not missing anything there. It's just straight tutorial dialogue. Let's put on the blue wig so we have infinite O2 gauge. You can do a quick turn like that with the right analog stick. I think a lot of people don't know about that. This fancy quick turn. Also fuck around with the president a bit. Metaloo. He's asleep now, but we can wake him up. And we can also lure him over here.
What was that?
What was that? Ba-da-da-ba-doo-doo-doo. Listens up against the wall. Can I get him from here?
What is that? Get away! What was that?
Yeah, very smart. Come closer to where the explosion was.
What the hell happened? Raiden! Raiden!
You can also listen in on him with the directional mic, but it's not really worth it. He doesn't really say anything interesting. He walks around and you have to wait half an hour for him to say anything. The most interesting thing he says is, "That bastard." He's probably talking about Solidus. NM-01. Nikita Missile. Nikita Missile 02. Strange things to be having in a facility such as this.
Raiden, that duct leads into the room where the president is being held. Guide the remote-controlled missile through that duct into the room and take out that power source.
I feel like I know this terrain. Wasn't it in the VR training?
Nikita weapon mode, level 4. Do you recognize it?
Oh, so that was another rehearsal for this mission.
No, a simulation. Not the same thing as a rehearsal. Leverage the experience from your VR training, Raiden. A perfectly real VR experience is in itself an accomplished result. Have confidence in your abilities.
Perfectly real VR experience is in itself an accomplished result. Perfectly real VR experience.
What is that?
President Johnson.
Huh? So you're finally here.
You've been expecting me?
Your equipment, that skull suit, isn't exactly standard military issue.
Are you all right, sir?
Is this some kind of sick joke? I thought you came to kill me.
What?
I'm prepared to face the consequences of my betrayal.
What are you... What the...
You're a man? Well, who are you?
Foxhound, sir.
Foxhound? I see. Now things are starting to make a little sense. Switch over to nano-communication so nobody can listen in.
Yes, sir. Do you read me, sir?
Yes.
Mr. President, it's my understanding that the terrorists have managed to input the code sequence necessary for launching a nuclear strike.
That's correct. I punched the sequence in myself.
You're working for them?
If you asked me 2 hours ago, my answer would have been yes. Right now, they're keeping me alive until my vital signs are reconfirmed.
They betrayed you?
I wouldn't quite put it that way. I wanted power. They sought destruction.
But why stoop to terrorism?
I wanted absolute power.
But you're the president. You have power.
No, I'm just a figurehead.
What?
I don't have any control. The real power is in the Patriots' hands.
The Patriots?
The truth behind this country. I'm not surprised you've never heard of them. Very few are aware of their existence, even among those with code word clearance.
Huh?
Politics, the military, the economy, they control it all. They even choose who becomes president. Putting it simply, the Patriots rule this country.
No.
Hard to believe, isn't it? But it's the truth. The space defense, income tax reduction, and national missile defense programs. Every policy that's been credited to me was actually done according to their instructions.
Space defense was initiated by Congress.
That's what the Patriots want the country to believe. It's all a show. Democracy is just a filler for textbooks. Think about it. Do you actually believe that public opinion influences the government?
No.
This country is shaped and controlled as the Patriots see fit. The people are shown what they want to believe. What you call government is actually a well-staged production aimed at satisfying the public.
Huh?
Don't look at me like that. I'm legally sane, you know.
It's not your sanity that worries me.
The Patriots. Even I don't know who the actual members are. Are they financial, political, or military leaders? No one knows who the Patriots really are. Even my instructions come from a cutout. All I've been told is that every key decision is made by a group of 12 men, known as the Wise Men's Committee.
Your office? The White House?
Merely puppets, pawns in a game. By pledging my loyalty, an insignificant son of a senator was awarded the presidency. Of course, that wasn't the only price I had to pay.
What do you mean?
Even if a pawn becomes a queen, it is still just a playing piece. I wanted to leave my own mark in history, but my ambitions were... You'll understand someday. I wished to be a member of the Patriots. I wanted to wield the power of a king instead of being an expendable pawn.
And that justifies acts of terrorism?
Yes. I'd intended to use the new Metal Gear as a bargaining chip.
Bargaining chip?
But I underestimated Solidus. He actually wants to challenge the Patriots, even if it means the destruction of the world.
What are you saying?
Whether you believe it or not, the balance of power rests in the hands of the Patriots. They regulate the country's various interests through controlled presentation, staging a drama that is palatable to the general masses. Can you imagine what would happen if they ceased to function? Picture a massive political vacuum, a space that every powermonger will try to fill for their own greedy ends. I'm talking about an unregulated power struggle, panic, civil war, chaos. Like it or not, the Patriots is an organization that must continue to exist.
So you changed your mind because you wanted to avoid global chaos.
Exactly. When I told Solidus that I wished to prevent disaster, he replied that pawns can never become players.
And who is this Solidus?
My predecessor, George Sears. That was the name the public came to know him by. I knew him by his code name, Solidus Snake. He was the third Snake, preceded by Solid and Liquid, a survivor of the Les Enfants Terribles project. Neither solid nor liquid, he was a well-balanced masterpiece that the Patriots saw fit to entrust with the presidency. However, he fell out of grace with the organization 4 years ago. When acting on his own, he started an incident.
4 years ago? Shadow Moses.
That's right. At the time, the DARPA chief, Donald Anderson, together with certain influential parties, initiated the development of Metal Gear Rex and an advanced nuclear warhead. However, this did not fall in line with the Patriots' plans. What's more, Solidus decided on his own to send his most trusted man, Ocelot, to provoke Liquid Snake, bringing about the said incident. As a result, he succeeded in obtaining Rex and the data on the warhead. But in doing so, he ended up revealing the existence of both Rex and the Genome Army, a blunder that earned him the wrath of the Patriots. Shortly thereafter, Solidus was removed from the presidential office.
I thought he resigned.
That's the story given to the general public. Following his resignation, the Patriots selected me, their new pawn, for the presidency.
But that would mean that the presidential race was...
That was quite a show, wasn't it? It was a well-scripted drama staged by the Patriots for the benefit of the public. Even the Democrats and Republicans were dancing to the Patriots' tune. Everything went according to plan, but for one exception. Following his resignation, Solidus' health was scheduled to fail him, bringing about his untimely death.
Capped?
Correct. But before the Patriots could execute their plot, Solidus went underground with the help of Ocelot. As he avoided pursuit, Solidus gained control of Dead Cell, winning over Colonel Golukovich's outfit. From there, he bided his time, knowing that his opportunity would soon arrive.
What opportunity?
The completion of the new Metal Gear project, an opportunity that would even his odds against the Patriots. By stealing the Patriots' most valued project, he would be able to place them in a very uncomfortable position. It's the only chance he has for survival. Once he has the new Metal Gear, he'll declare war against the Patriots. Needless to say, he must be stopped.
Metal Gear is already operational.
No, not yet. What you saw was Metal Gear Ray, hijacked 2 years ago from the Marines by Ocelot. That was not the new Metal Gear.
Then where's the new Metal Gear?
Right here.
What?
You're standing in it. To be more precise, this entire big shell facility is the new Metal Gear.
What'd you say?
No, I'm quite serious. The upper structure that you've seen is camouflage, designed to represent an offshore cleanup facility. The main structure extends from the foundation all the way down to the ocean floor. The connecting elevator is located on the B2 floor of the Shell 1 core. Arsenal Gear. That's the code name for the new Metal Gear.
Arsenal?
That's right. Arsenal, we're talking about an impregnable fortress carrying a load of over a couple of thousand missiles, including nuclear warheads, all protected by a horde of mass-produced Metal Gear Ray units.
Mass-produced?
The Ray unit was originally designed for the Marines to be used as a countermeasure against the Metal Gear variations throughout the world. The Patriots had Ray redesigned to protect the new Arsenal gear.
So now anti-Metal Gears are guarding a Metal Gear.
Ironic, isn't it? That's not all. Arsenal Gear has full access to the military's tactical network, giving it the ability to exercise absolute control over our nation's armed forces, not to mention our nuclear armament. In short, Arsenal was created to be the core of our country.
What kind of idiotic weapon?
Weapon? No. You're not seeing the full picture. Arsenal Gear is more than just a military tool. It is a means to preserve the world as it is. It will establish a new form of control. The Patriots will use it to keep their place as the country's true rulers. Right now, they feel pressured and threatened.
By what?
They fear an overabundance of digital information. The world will drown in the coming flood of information, and they along with it. The Arsenal plans include a system to digitally manage the flow of information, making it possible to shape the truth for their own purposes. In short, the Arsenal system is the key to their supremacy.
The key?
Yes. The GW system is the Patriots' trump card. Arsenal Gear will be fully operational when GW is successfully integrated. Once operational, it will be a completely new form of power for the Patriots to wield. I had hoped to seize the project from them, so that I would be in a strong bargaining position.
Bargain for what?
I'd hoped to trade my way into their ranks, but Solidus preferred rebellion. Outer Heaven, his plan to unleash a nuclear blast over the skies of Wall Street to break the Patriots' control over the business community, is also a key factor in his offensive effort.
Outer Heaven?
Listen, there isn't much time. The football served as the key for activating Arsenal Gear. I've already input the necessary code sequence. It won't be long before GW begins to establish connections with other external systems, and Arsenal Gear becomes fully operational. Stop them before that happens. That is your role.
Role?
You've got to find Emma Emmerich. She's the only one who can stop that thing once it's been activated.
Emma Emmerich?
She's the system programmer for Arsenal Gear. I believe she's somewhere on level B1 in the core of this building.
I thought the levels below us were flooded.
I'm sure they won't let her die just yet, as she's the only remaining programmer for this project. According to Ocelot, she was being held in a locker room located in the northwest part of level B1. Cut transmission and get moving. This is card 4. It'll give you access all the way to Emma's location. Give this to her when you find her.
What is it?
A program for disrupting the control functions between GW and Arsenal Gear. Take Emma to the computer room on level B2, Shell 1 core. She'll know how to load the program into the main system.
A virus?
That's right, modeled after Foxdie. A biological weapon designed to selectively eliminate personnel with a specific genetic code.
But why do you have it?
The Patriots had it engineered as a failsafe, and Ocelot forgot to search me. You've got to hurry. That disk is the only way you're going to stop Arsenal. Well, I've told you everything you need to know. There's only one thing that remains to be done. Now, kill me.
What the?
There's no time to argue. The final check for my vital ID will start any second. If you kill me now, you'll at least prevent the nuclear strike.
Cut it out!
Do it! That's your role! Pull!
No! Good!
That's abusing your right to free speech, Mr. President. Or is it ex-president?
The president! Why did you...
Alas, my finger must have slipped. I'll see you around, carrier boy.
Forget him. He did us a favor. Without free will, there is no difference between submission and rebellion. My only real choice is to put an end to this charade. Let me at least have the freedom to end it myself.
What are you?
Find Emma. Stop Arsenal. This is my last order as your commander-in-chief. I'm counting on you.
Colonel, the president is dead.
I see. I'm sorry to hear that.
Where do we go from here?
Your mission was to rescue the president and eliminate the terrorist threat. However, given the recent turn of events, we will honor the president's last directive. You must put a stop to Arsenal Gear once and for all.
Do you actually think there's any truth to his story about this big shell facility being a front for Arsenal Gear?
I don't have the security clearance necessary to verify the facts. However, he was the president. I'm sure he knew what he was talking about.
Aren't you forgetting that he was part of the terrorist plot?
All the more reason why I believe his information is reliable.
Huh?
We're talking about a man who chose to die rather than risk a nuclear holocaust. Thanks to his sacrifice, the Nuclear Launch Authority has shifted to the vice president, effectively eliminating the terrorist threat.
Colonel, when you put it like that, it almost sounds like I should have assassinated the president to eliminate the threat.
That was not my intention. I was trying to point out that there is certainly some credibility to the words of a man who chose death to protect the innocent.
The Colonel has a point, Jack.
What about the information he gave me on the Patriots?
That's a new one on me. I'll see what I can find out. Raiden, we're running out of time. Find Emma. She's supposed to be located on level B1, in the core of that building you're in, right? You've got to find her before Arsenal becomes fully operational.
Hurry, Jack.
It's up to you to make sure that the president didn't sacrifice his life in vain.
Understood. Raiden out.
What's your status, Raiden?
Snake, the president, he's been assassinated.
What?
There was nothing I could do.
What about the nuclear strike code sequence?
He died before his vital ID could be reconfirmed.
Then the enemy's lost their nuclear strike capability.
But that Ocelot guy obviously killed the president on purpose.
Why?
It doesn't make any sense. They had to know that they couldn't launch the nuke if they killed the president.
Maybe there's a way to launch without reconfirming the vital ID.
Or maybe they found a more effective weapon within Arsenal Gear.
You knew about Arsenal Gear?
Yeah.
Why didn't you tell me about it?
You never asked.
Am I correct in assuming you also know that the Big Shell's a front for the project?
You mean, did I know that the Big Shell, a fully functional environmental cleanup facility, was designed to camouflage Arsenal Gear? Yeah, I did. It's exactly what the President and Ames described, a massive cover story. The good news is that it hasn't really done much in terms of cleaning up the environment, so we won't have to worry about any toxic gas being released if we have to blow the house down.
Right. And when did you find out about all of this?
It took a while, but we uncovered the info around the time you took out that mad bomber. There's no doubt that Arsenal Gear is being built here. And it was all set up 2 years ago, on that day. All of it.
2 years ago? What really happened here?
I took these photos 2 years ago.
I know these pictures. They were on the news, on several websites. If I remember right, the reporters blamed you for sinking the tanker.
That's right. Otacon, me, we were used.
We'd hoped that by going public with photos of the new Metal Gear, we could persuade the government. At least that was the plan at the time.
I've gone through VR training of the tanker mission before.
Yeah? Well, I doubt it accurately simulates the events of that mission. I'd infiltrated the dummy tanker to obtain proof that a Metal Gear was under development. Shortly after I made it aboard, an armed group led by Colonel Gerlukovich raided the ship and gained control.
Olga and Ocelot were among the raiding party.
Yeah, and him.
Who are you talking about?
A man that was supposed to be dead.
Their target was also Metal Gear Ray. But Ocelot eliminated Colonel Gerlukovich and Marine Commander Scott Dolph, and he hijacked Ray.
So he betrayed them?
I don't know what kind of deal was going down. All I remember is what Ocelot said at the time. Something like, "I'm taking it back."
Ocelot then sank the tanker, along with the soldiers of the Marine Corps.
How did you manage to get out?
Otacon managed to have a small boat ready for me.
That was the easy part. The tough part was not getting dragged down with the sinking tanker. Small miracle when you think about it. It turned out that the whole thing was a setup to lure us. Photos of Snake, taken by the Cypher, were released to the public. In turn, we became the world's most wanted environmental terrorists.
It was definitely a move aimed at putting a stop to our anti-Metal Gear activities.
But why did they choose Snake?
Since the Shadow Moses incident, Snake became sort of a hero. I think the Patriots weren't too happy about that.
You knew about the Patriots?
Well, yes, to a certain degree.
It seems like everyone knows about them except me.
They didn't choose Snake to be a hero.
So they decided to do a smear campaign.
I think the Patriots wanted to make an example of him so everybody would think twice before opposing them.
That's it! They set all this up just to nail you guys.
No, there's more to it than that. The Marines' Metal Gear Ray project, headed by Commander Dolph, was carried out in opposition to the Navy's Arsenal Gear project. To be more precise, the Patriots considered Metal Gear Ray to be a thorn in their side. Hence, they attacked the dummy tanker and stole Ray. They followed this up with a perfect plan. They immediately sent a fully loaded tanker to the same location and sank it. Then set up the facility to camouflage the development of Arsenal Gear.
And we fell for it. 2 more puppets in their show.
Colonel Gerlukovich and his daughter Olga?
Both fell victim to Ocelot's plot.
Was Solidus behind all this? He used Ocelot to get hold of Ray, huh?
No, he was underground, keeping a low profile at the time.
Then it must be the Patriots.
If that's the case, what's Ocelot doing alongside Solidus?
Forget it. We're wasting time. We can figure this out later. The nuclear strike's been prevented, but Arsenal still has a massive payload of missiles to deal with.
Right. If the opposition gets control of those missiles...
Raiden, you've got to find Emma.
Wait a second. Isn't Emma Emmerich...
my sister?
What's she doing here?
You got me. She's a computer whiz who specializes in neural AI and ultra-variable volume data analysis using complex logic. How she got involved in weapons development is beyond me.
Whatever her reasons, we need her in order to stop Arsenal.
Raiden, find her.
I'm on my way.
Okay, hold on a second, chat. I was able to have a nice food break there during that long sequence of cutscenes. It's always a good spot to eat this cutscene. There are a few good spots. The Otacon lab scene is kind of decent in MGS1. Not too long, but still you have a bit of time. Liquid's monologue is another great spot at the end of MGS1. This is probably the best spot in MGS2, midway through the game. The endings of any game, really, I guess, because you have the scene and credits. I had Nando's today, yeah. Which is nice, but it's expensive. Oh wait, no, there isn't anything down here. The stinger ammo is all the way back up here. Gabadaloop-a-doo-doo-doo. Get some Stinger ammo. But yeah, big scene revealing a lot about Arsenal gear. The Arsenal gear reveal. I love so much of the music in that scene. Just when he's explaining Arsenal gear and you get that spooky techno music. All the rays lined up. Nando's hell expensive for the amount of food you get these days? Yeah. But, I use the marathon to justify it, you know? 'Cause I don't have the time. Gabadaloop-a-doo-doo-doo. Do those pipes emit steam? Which pipes? The ones in the president's room? So I get the platinum for MGS2 on PS3. No, I don't really do trophies. I usually just turn the notifications off and don't pay attention to them. But they are actually turned on now by mistake. I don't know how they got turned back on, but they are on. Because I got a trophy earlier and I was very confused. Yeah, I'm not really a fan of trophies personally. I find them just immersion breaking more than anything. I think there's a part of me as well that kind of feels like trophies are manipulative in a way. That they're like this artificial means of extending the game's length. Just like... you know, it's like it's this separate meta game tied to your console. Like, it doesn't feel like a part of the game to me. I think that's one thing I dislike about trophies. To me, it doesn't really feel like they're a part of the game. It's a separate game being played on your console. You know, it's just like a separate meta game. And I don't know, there's just something I don't like about it. It just feels kind of maybe it has to do with all of just like the participation trophies. Like that so many of them are just things that you get for playing the game. You know, I feel like they're there to really... I don't know. Especially if they're just annoying and stupid or just to grind for 10 hours. Yeah, I think it's cool. Like, I'm sure some games have, like, genuinely interesting trophies and challenges to do. But, yeah, I never really liked them. The reason I ask is some of the trophies are really tedious. I like collecting all the tags and everything. Yeah, I've done that before. I don't think I've done it on this account, though. Although, yeah, maybe it is because me and DRK are sharing this account. So if he did it, maybe I have it on this account. I don't know. I don't even know. But yeah, I think it's getting back to what I was saying about them being like manipulative. It just feels like they're there to be addictive, like there's this separate addictive metagame where it's like I just have to make my numbers go higher. I need to have more platinums. I need to have the highest amount of platinums that I can possibly get. It's just I don't know. It just feels like it's there. I feel like it's just designed to be this addictive thing, and I just don't really like it. I think a part of it might have to do with me just having like just that early. I have a lot of bad memories associated with the early PS3 era, and that probably has something to do with it. That early PS3 era just almost killed my love for games. And yeah, trophies just remind me of those times where I was playing lots of games that I didn't really enjoy, and I was just kind of in zombie mode playing games. You know, where I was just thinking back on those days, you know, I don't even when it comes to games that I like, and I played games that, even when it comes to the games that I enjoyed that were released at that time, I'm thinking like, did I really enjoy them when I was playing them? I feel like a lot of those games that I enjoyed from that time, I only really started to enjoy years later when I went back to replay them. Stuff like Dark Souls. Like, I played Dark Souls shortly after it first came out, but did I really enjoy it when I was playing it? I felt like I was just kind of in a zombie state playing all games back in those days. I don't know. Playing games for the wrong reasons. Yeah, I think I became too much of a consumer in those early 2010s, where I would just like play a lot of the new releases. It was streaming that really got me back into games properly, because when I started streaming, I didn't have the ability to play new games. I was forced to play old games. I couldn't afford a capture card or anything like that, so all I could do was screen cap my shitty laptop. So I just went back and played. I really wanted to stream, you know. I found Justin TV and the gaming section on Justin TV. I was like, oh hey, look, there's this video game streaming thing. This looks fun. Just you can, you know. And then I found out you could do it for free. It's like, oh, okay, I think I'll give this a try. And the only limit was the games that I could play. But I was okay with that. I was happy to just go back and play some of the games I grew up on. And that kind of, I don't know, it kind of reshaped my perspective. And from then on, I started to be much more conscious about my tastes and like the games that I would buy. I think in those early 2010s, I was just like, I wasn't really thinking. I wasn't really thinking about what I was playing or why I was playing it. I was just like this zombie consumer. And now I'm a millionaire streamer. Far from it. Hey, Dave with the raid. Thank you. But at the same time, I think it wasn't just that. I do think at that same time, in that early PS3 era, that games were becoming more corporatized. With the online boom and the kind of the beginning of monetization and DLC and all that stuff. And I guess I kind of lump trophies in with that as just this kind of, yeah, I don't know. As this kind of needless, addictive baiting thing to keep you playing the games for longer, to keep you on the console. probably an overly cynical way to look at trophies. You know, I'm sure people just genuinely enjoy it, and there's nothing wrong with it. But yeah, I don't know. You know, I'm sure for some people, trophies I'll get people to enjoy games even more. You know, a game that they might not have played much. You know, it incentivizes them to go back and replay it. You know, maybe I'm trying to think if I ever had an interest in trophies. Maybe my reasoning comes from my own experience of feeling like maybe I did do a few playthroughs for trophies, and I just felt like I was playing them for the trophies rather than for the game. I can't even remember. I don't think I ever got into them seriously, though, because I don't think I even have a single platinum. But yeah, I mean, it's probably different for different people. You know, maybe some people really do just crave that addictive quality, you know, maybe some people do just crave the addictive quality and they just need more and more trophies. They don't give a shit whether they're enjoying the game or not. But yeah, for some people it might get them to enjoy a game more. You know, they see things that they wouldn't have seen. They might replay the game for the trophies, but they end up also replaying it for the game itself. And yeah, I don't know. Raguchi. Yeah, Raguchi, you're big into trophies, right? For me, it's to challenge myself. I have the patience and dedication of a saint. I'm not saying that to bark up my own tree, but it's what's required for some games. Right, yeah. Would you still do other challenges, Raguchi, even if there was no trophy for it? Like if a game had some crazy challenge mode that was really cool, but there were no trophies? Would you still do it? Because if the trophies are like deciding what you're playing and not, I'm not sure if that's the best outlook to have. You know, imagine missing out on some great content just because there were no trophies. Like, huh, no trophies? I'm not doing this shit. You better do the MGS Big Boss runs, Raguchi. There are no trophies for that. Like, yeah, I don't know. Like, do you need trophies to challenge yourself? You know, just getting back to what you were saying there. Like, you're into trophies for the challenge? Well, I mean, I guess it's kind of an inherent challenge that's, yeah, right. Depends. You could do that with every game if the game offers me a reward or incentive regardless of it being a trophy. I think there is a trophy for the Big Boss run in MGS4, right? The other games don't have them, though. Although MGS2's trophy is quite a quest. You have to do all the VR missions, right? Do you have to get first place in all the VR missions? For MGS2's trophy? Yeah, Lone Case. I guess it's nice to have it's just there as another incentive. I think there were very particular things that turned me off trophies as well, like particularly immersion-breaking trophies, where I was just like, you know, fuck this bullshit. One of the funniest examples, I think, is the Silent Hill HD collection. You get to the end of the game and you kill the final version of Maria. Bling! Trophy! You killed your wife! Yay! You know, like, Silent Hill 2 is not a fucking game that should ever have trophies blinging on the screen. Forget even after you defeat the final boss. No, I don't want that. There should never be an outside meta game notification popping into the thick atmosphere of that game. You know, if your game is like, yeah, I don't know, for games like that, like deeply atmospheric games, trophies just are the worst. Yeah, real mood killers. Oh yeah, another one I think which is awful. MGS3 HD Collection, when you kill the boss at the end of MGS3. Shoot the boss at the end of MGS3. Bling! Yay! You killed your mentor and the person you love most in this world. Yay! Just fuck off. Turn those notifications off. Probably only a bronze trophy anyway. Let's do a few calls here. There are some good calls.
Emma's probably being kept in filter chamber number 2 on floor B1 of Shell 2's core.
The rumors about Big Shell being a big cover-up are all true. Otacon? I had Snake check everything out. Sure, there's some facilities to clean up the pollution, but they're not running at full capacity. Don't you think it's funny that even though 2 years have gone by since the incident, they haven't managed to clean up all the crude oil? Of course, the media doesn't report that kind of thing. I think they're having fresh shipments of crude oil brought in to replace the stuff they'd cleaned up. The story you were told about toxic chemicals being released if the plant were blown up also seems pretty fishy. I don't think it's actually true. Information is being suppressed on a huge scale. These guys seem to think that the new Metal Gear is worth all the effort and money they're spending on it.
So I've been lied to all along.
No, I think even your CO didn't know what was going on. And that's probably what he's been telling you.
I didn't mean by the Colonel. I meant by you.
Huh? We never lied to you. We just didn't tell you everything, that's all. You know, you're a pretty interesting guy. You're just like Snake said.
What did he say?
That you're a weak, simple-minded, stubborn fool.
A weak, simple-minded...
Ah, don't worry. He didn't mean anything bad by it.
Nothing bad? Well, what could possibly be worse than that? That lying, useless, backstabbing, mincing son of a...
Raiden, I'm his friend. I know him better than anyone else. I know he's not that kind of guy.
Yeah, so what?
And, by the way, there's one more thing you should probably know about Snake.
What?
He's right here.
Next to you?
Yep.
Did he hear...
every word?
I'm just gonna get back to the mission now.
There it is, one of the best in the game. It's a call that really defines Raiden in this game, I think. He's beneath even Otacon. Otacon can say that just right to his face. Not a care in the world. Because you're a weak, simple-minded, stubborn fool. A weak, simple-minded... Meddle-a-doo. Is it true that there's a codec delay in the PS3 port? Yes. Very much so. Look at this delay. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Emma's probably being kept in
It's
filter
instant
chamber number 2 on floor
PS2.
B1 of Shell 2's core.
It's there's no loading on PS2. You press the button and it's there. Yeah, you have it's pretty bad. You know, and they really add up, especially if you're doing an in-depth playthrough like this, you know. There's a lot of calls. So that's a lot of seconds adding up. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if they can improve on that for the Master Collection. We do know that they are fixing some of the issues in the current HD collection, so that's good. I wasn't expecting that. It's a good sign. Like, very minor things that only super nerds are going to give a shit about, they're actually fixing. We know that the laser is now fixed in that cutscene in MGS2 when Snake is facing off with Olga on the tanker. In that scene, you should be seeing the laser from Snake's M9, but on the HD collection, you can't see it. And that's fixed in the Master Collection. So, yeah, hopefully we'll see some other stuff fixed. One of the worst things, which I hope is fixed, is at the end of MGS3. In the HD collection, you do not have to pull the trigger to kill the boss at the end of MGS3. As a matter of fact, you only have like a 10-second window to kill the boss. If you don't pull the trigger within the first 10 seconds, the game takes control away from you, and then it waits like another 20 seconds, and then the game pulls the trigger. And in those 20 seconds of nothing, you cannot interact with the game. You just have to wait for the game to pull the trigger. It's really bad. I hope they fix the credit freeze. Oh wait, no, I just glanced at your comment. I thought you were taking the piss. I thought you were talking about the parrot saying freeze. The credit freeze that sometimes happens in MGS2. Oh, I think that did happen to me once before. Can MGS2 just freeze? Like, completely freeze in the credits? Ba-da-loop-ba-doo-doo-doo.
As the president mentioned, Metal Gear Ray was created as an anti-Metal Gear weapon. In the Shadow Moses incident, Ocelot returned with a disk containing data of the exercises that were held for Metal Gear Rex and the new nuclear warhead. What's more, he sold that data not only to the nuclear powers, but to other countries as well. Those nations that obtained the data have commenced their own Metal Gear research. Where does it go from here? What happens when the world is flooded with variations of Metal Gear? We'll probably be looking at an era similar to that of the nuclear arms race. That was one of the reasons we organized philanthropy. I understand that Fortune's father, Marine Commandant Scott Dolph, had the same misgivings. That's why he proceeded with the development of the anti-Metal Gear weapon, Metal Gear Ray. In fact, Ray alone can drastically redefine tactics when you consider its seafaring capacity to approach, strike, and break off from targets. I also believe that Ray was a solution for renewing interest in the Marines, whose role as a rapid response force has dwindled over the last few years.
Right, I didn't know about this. The credits froze for DRK when he was on an MGS2 Big Boss run. When he was doing his no save attempts, 1 and 2 in a row. Hold on, I have to take a look at this clip. Meddle-a-doo-doo-doo. Oh, like right at the start of the credits as well. Oh! Anus, 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 anus. damn. Yeah, I think that did happen to me once before as well. But later in the credits. I can't remember. I better loop a doo doo doo. Let's call the Colonel.
Raiden, locate Emma Emmerich and have her put the President's disc to use. Emma is on B1 of the Shell 2 core. The clock is ticking. Locate her before Arsenal gear goes online.
Colonel, I want some background information on Emma Emmerich.
I've got it right here, direct from the National Security Agency's personnel files. Apparently, she was involved in some sort of high-level project, but there's no details on that. Her record shows that she resigned from the agency 2 years ago. Emma Emmerich, full name Emma Emmerich Danziger. Members of her family call her EE. After divorcing Hal Emmerich's father, her mother took Emma to England and raised her there. Danziger is her mother's maiden name, but she prefers Emmerich. After returning home to England, her mother married Robinson, a businessman. The following details are from a report filed with the NSA when she joined the agency. Just before graduating from high school, Emma injured Robinson in self-defense during an alleged assault on her person. As a result of this incident, she followed in the footsteps of her stepbrother, Hal Emmerich, and left home to enroll in Oxford. It is believed that at this particular point in her life, she was extremely angered by the fact that her brother failed to protect her. Consequently, she lost all family connections and is very resentful. She seems to believe that her brother is to blame for everything. While attending Oxford, she was noted for her success in a deciphering event sponsored by British GCHQ.
They may not be blood related, but she sure sounds like Otachan's sister.
There's more. Raiden, do you recall a certain situation that's more or less become a legend among hackers? To refresh your memory, at the time, just about all of our nation's communications and information resources were concentrated at NSA in Fort Meade. In fact, NSA's basement facility operated round the clock to amass data obtained not only from public communications, but everything from satellite to wiretap operations as well. I don't think I'm exaggerating when I say that whoever controlled the NSA facility could move the world. On January 24th, in the year 2000, the facility suffered a total system shutdown for a 73-hour period.
Did they ever figure out the cause?
It's believed that a small group within the government had arranged the incident with the assistance of a notorious group of crackers. The result was a full review of NSA's safety measures, which in turn led to the decision to shift the data-gathering operations to an isolated location that would be safe from physical attack, as well as cyber terrorism.
And where might that be?
My security clearance couldn't get me that information, but I did find out that one of the key members of the hacker group was none other than Emma Emmerich. Although she started off as a specialist in artificial intelligence and complex logic, Emma is now regarded as a computer genius.
That would make her a prime candidate for recruitment in the intelligence community, wouldn't it? And knowing most of the intelligence agencies, I doubt fair play was a major concern in their recruiting efforts.
Your assumption's correct. The government played on her weakness, her strong hate for Hal Emmerich, the brother who left her when she was 6 years old.
She hates him that much?
When she was 6 years old, Emma and her father were involved in a pool accident. She survived, but her father drowned.
What did the police have to say about that?
The report states it was an accidental death.
Isn't that about the time that Otachan left his home and family?
Exactly. But I don't have any idea why he chose to do so.
Does Emma blame Otachan for her father's death?
I don't think so. Her hate seems to stem from the fact that she believes Otachan abandoned her. You see, although the two weren't directly related, they were said to be very close. It's rumored that sibling rivalry was what launched her career as a hacker. 4 years ago, the government leaked her the details of the Shadow Moses incident. In doing so, they were able to recruit her for the NSA. I also have little doubt that they also used the NSA hacking affair as a means to convince her to cooperate.
You think that her hate drove her to frame Snake and Otachan?
That, I don't know.
So there we go. Great call. One of the few calls in the game that has its own unique background music. Love the music that plays in that. There's an interesting detail right at the beginning of the call. Before the Colonel really goes into the backstory, he says apparently she's involved in some sort of high-level project, but there's no details on that. And then he quickly moves on. On a repeated playthrough, you might realize that the project is the game, is the S3 plan, is the story of this game. That Emma is a part of the S3 plan. So just a neat little detail there. Hold on 1 second. The incident that the Colonel mentions that happened at the, when the NSA facility suffered a complete shutdown in the year 2000, January 24th, I think he said. That was a real event as well. I don't think I'm exaggerating when I say whoever controlled the NSA facility could move the world. Which is another line that I think is interesting given the Patriots' goals in this game, to control the world, essentially, to shape history and control the flow of information. But it also aligns nicely with the image that we see later in the game that symbolizes Arsenal gear, the turtle holding the world on its back. Literally supporting the world, moving the world. I'm not sure if that was if that was intentional, if they were trying to allude to that metaphor that they use later in the game, but it fits really well anyway. If you think of the Patriots being essentially being or if you think of the NSA as being the real world counterparts to the Patriots, or if you think of the Patriots in this game as controlling the NSA or having some kind of parallel there. I guess in the world of MGS, they would be in control. A crazy detail as well, which sounds unbelievable, but there are old forums where you can read Edward Snowden's opinion on MGS2. Edward Snowden was a gamer, and he played MGS2, and he spoke in online forums related to the game, talking about how he didn't see Solidus as a villain and you just couldn't make this shit up, it's it just sounds, maybe you could make it up, or it just sounds too absurd, too crazy to be true, but yeah, and I'm pretty sure you can still look up those forums online. If you Google it, Edward Snowden MGS2 forums, you'll find it. I remember reading it before. He was, he was like criticizing parts of the game as well. Like he thought the sword fighting sequences at the end felt a bit forced, came in too late. But I'm pretty sure there's one post where he's like calling Solidus a hero or something like that. Just, I couldn't believe it when I found that out. I wonder if he knew about this call. I wonder if he heard this call in his playthrough. It's a very easy call to miss. Although he probably wasn't working for the NSA at that time. When he uncovered all that stuff in the NSA, I think he was there as like a temporary worker as well. And he had like really super high level access that isn't given to most employees there, but because of his very particular type of work, he could get into all of that high level stuff. One second. I found it. He wrote about it in 2003. It's still there, is it? Yeah? I remember I was watching that documentary a while back. What was it called again? Citizen something? It's what he signed his name as when he was trying to reach out to journalists when he was blowing the whistle. Definitely worth watching if you're interested in the subject. Citizen 4, I think it is. But yeah, it was a documentary made at the time that he was blowing the whistle. And like was covering all of that stuff as it was happening. And shows the journalists meeting him for the first time in the hotel room. It's almost like a real life science fiction movie. I remember he was talking about GCHQ as well, the British intelligence agencies, saying that in some ways they had even they were even crazier than the NSA. But a lot of that stuff I don't think even got out. Let's call the Colonel again.
Select a weapon and switch to first-person view with the R1 button. You can now execute a first-person view attack with the weapon button. In first-person view, you'll specifically be able to target the head, feet, and other strategic areas. You can also aim your strike in directions not available from the regular point of view, overhead, straight down, and so on.
Colonel, did you hear the truth about the Shadow Moses incident?
Yeah.
Snake wasn't a terrorist.
You look thrilled.
Huh? Well, yeah.
So you just believe everything that he told you then?
What did you say?
Don't trust him. He isn't in the simulation.
Simulation again. What exactly are you talking about?
Don't put your trust in him. Just carry out your duties to the best of your abilities. Do you understand, Raiden?
Colonel, why did Ocelot murder the president?
They disagreed, probably.
Exactly the same.
What?
As the Shadow Moses incident.
Don't be foolish.
Are you sure about that? Aim's death, appearance of the ninja, the president's death, and now the virus.
You're reading too much into things.
That's right, Jack. You're tired.
Raiden, don't waste your time thinking unnecessary thoughts. Invest all your energy instead in carrying out your duties.
I really feel for Raiden there. Just nothing he can do. You can really feel the frustration. Just a brick wall of lies. And he can't do a thing. The ultimate pawn. Don't waste time thinking unnecessary thoughts. Hey, Music Box, how's it going?
Colonel, did you find anything about the Patriots?
No, not yet.
I can't find data on them anywhere.
But the president is...
Jack, there is no data.
Colonel, you know something, don't you?
No, I don't know anything. I need a little more time.
The Shell 2 core is where the actual filtration system resides. Or at least it used to. Now it's just a shadow of its former self. Here, water mixed with crude oil was filtered using antagonist bacteria in the microbial decomposition of hydrocarbons. Below the first floor basement is a gigantic vat for this purpose. What happened was that this vat broke and flooded the floor. The first floor, which is not flooded, houses the air purification facility that eliminates the stench from the polluted water. Manhattan is right in our backyard here, you know. There's plenty of reason to be cautious.
You can strafe, left and right, even during a...
Yeah. Okay, I think we're finally good to continue. As someone asked how long I'll be playing for,
without the balaclava.
For another few hours, like another 3 hours or so. And then DRK should be taken over, probably at the very end of MGS2, like the end of Arsenal. Maybe the start of MGS3, I don't really know. Probably around the end of Arsenal, I would say. Something like that. A ba-da-loop ba-doo-doo-doo. I get most of Kojima's analogies and metaphors to real life, but one, what's this obsession with Metal Gear? Well, it's the name of the series. He's kind of obligated to put Metal Gear in all the games, I think, or most of the games. What's the IRL equivalent? Do you know? It can't be nukes. Well, it would really make sense for it to be nukes, right? Because they are designed to launch nuclear weapons generally. Isn't that generally the what they're used for? Or at least the original use at the start of the series, which then, you know, then it morphed and it changed, but yeah, it's yeah, like he's obviously very anti-nuclear weapons, anti-war. And, you know, Metal Gear is the ultimate weapon of war. A nuclear-equipped walking battle tank.
Raiden, are you reading me? This is Otacon. What's your situation?
Wet and miserable. This place is flooded. The seawater that's been pumped up is pouring into the building.
I see. Listen, there's something I have to tell you about EE.
Don't worry about her. I'll get her out.
She's afraid of water.
What?
Yeah. When she was 6 years old, she almost drowned with my father in our swimming pool.
She can't swim?
Well, yes and no. We used to swim a lot together when we were kids. In fact, she swam like a fish until that day when she almost drowned.
That pretty much coincides with what the Colonel told me.
When the accident happened, I was in my room. I learned later that EE was calling me for help. She didn't doubt for a minute that I'd be there. You could see the pool from my room, but I didn't realize at the time that she needed my help.
What were you doing?
I was
jacking off.
So Emma survived the ordeal?
Yeah, but my father didn't.
So you blamed yourself and left your family?
No. EE seems to believe that was the case. The fact is, I betrayed her.
And you think she can't swim because of the traumatic experience?
I haven't seen her since that day, but yes, I think so. I got a letter from Julie, her mother, after they moved back to England. In her letter, she mentioned that EE couldn't swim anymore, that she refused to even wear a bathing suit.
Damn, if she still can't swim, we're in trouble. Level B1 in the core is pretty much flooded.
Look, maybe you can help her overcome the trauma.
You want me to help her get over it?
Well, it's still gonna take some time to repair the Kamov.
Sorry, kid. Emma's rescue is up to you.
Thanks. An underwater mission. Well, this is a first. Look, I'll see what I can do.
I suggest that you drum the map of the building into your head, because you won't have time to look at it when you try to bring Emma out.
I'm counting on you, Raiden.
I covered most of the core when I had to take out the C4s. If there's anything you need to ask me, call me on the codec.
I'll do that.
Striking simplicity, but they also openly talk about nukes. No need for an analogy. I think maybe you're just trying to think of it too much, like it should just be this strictly metaphorical thing. I don't know. Like in the universe of the game, you know, Rex can do things that you normally can't do with nukes, right? You know, it has the ability to launch stealth nuclear weapons. And then in MGS2, it's kind of like a whole different thing with Arsenal Gear and Metal Gear Ray, right? You know, Arsenal Gear is designed to house GW, and it's more about the digital world that it's trying to uphold and the housing of the AI, and then having all these rays to then protect it. They're more there to defend the to defend Arsenal. In MGS4, of course you have Rex and Ray in Chapter 4, but I feel like the Gecko are kind of like the main... They're like that game's Metal Gear, even if they're not really Metal Gears, but... I always liked the mooing that they do. You know how they moo like cows? I always interpreted that as being, you know, because in MGS4, war has become so common. You know, the entire world has been consumed by war. The entire world is a war zone. It's a business that just permeates the globe. And I thought the mooing geckos were probably supposed to tie into that, right? Because in the earlier games, the Metal Gears are like these one-of-a-kind mythical beasts. They roar like dinosaurs. And they're like extremely special. In MGS4, geckos are everywhere, just like war is everywhere. Just like the whole world is a battlefield. So they're as common as cows. They are no longer these special beasts. They are just things, they're just normal animals. I think there's like another more in-world explanation in the database or something that says that it was there, that they moo as like to surprise the enemy. That's probably a part of it as well, you know, to surprise the enemy or whatever. But I would imagine that there's also supposed to be another, that it's supposed to have that more symbolic function as well, because it's quite striking, you know, like why, you know, they could have had another sound that also startled the enemy, but they chose cows. And it kind of fits with the previous Metal Gears also shouting like a kind of beast. But this time it's just a normal animal. And it really works, I think, that explanation. It really fits. Like, it works symbolically. They're just these normal cows. Like, a big part of MGS4 is that war has become routine, you know? It's just rinse and repeat. So the cow fits nicely into that. Maybe that isn't what he was going for, but it's how I always interpreted it. Hold on a second. Why not cat meows? Yeah, maybe that was one of the cut ideas. Maybe Kojima wanted meows, but his team wouldn't let him. I'm just scrolling up in the chat and seeing what I missed. What happens when you try the freezing spray underwater? You can't equip anything underwater, any weapons. So yeah, you can't use the spray. I would imagine another thing, again, just that influenced Metal Gear would surely have to be Godzilla as well, right? I think a lot of that kaiju stuff in Japan has its roots in Godzilla. And Godzilla is also a deeply anti-war, anti-nuclear weapons story, with Godzilla symbolizing the nuclear threat. And Metal Gear always gave me Godzilla vibes. You know, this mythical dinosaur, weapon of war. The Peter Stillman in the New York trilogy has no similarities to the Peter Stillman in this game, in case you were wondering. Right, okay, yeah, I figured it was probably just a name. I must read those books at some point. Whoa, what the hell? Both of you just commented on Bad Human's post. We were talking about that earlier. I read that on stream earlier. You missed it. Snake, it's Stillman.
Snake, it's Stillman. Stillman's here.
Yeah?
He was waiting for me.
Right.
Okay. I still need to know what that call is like in Japanese. Where's Jankal? I think the idea is that, you know, it's just like, what the fuck do you want me to do about it? Once again, it's Raiden calling Snake, asking him to make everything okay. And Snake doesn't have anything to say. Yeah, right, Stillman, he's dead. What do you want me to say about it? Snake has no interest in babysitting him or sugarcoating it. Yeah, it just reminds me of those calls earlier in the game. You know, if you, I'm not here to provide you with a shoulder to cry on or to wet nurse you. If you have trouble with your conscience, don't bother me. Or you know that call that he has. Kind of reminds me of that call. Where Snake just has no time for this. It just has no time for dwelling on what happened with Stillman. You know. Okay, are we ready for the dark room? That's almost like your empty heart, chat.
What can I do for you, Jack?
Or the lifeless room that's almost like your empty heart?
Jack.
What is it?
I've always been alone.
Huh?
I'm so lonely.
Lonely? Rose, we've always...
Not always.
What do you mean?
You've never slept beside me.
What are you talking about?
After we've been together in my room, you stay awake all night, or you head for the door.
Is this really the time to bring this up?
Why, Jack? Why?
Listen, Rose, I'm right in the middle of a mission, and
Why? Why can't you relax when you're with me?
Look, the mission,
Why don't you open up to me?
Rose, I just can't.
All I ever wanted was to share your dreams, to spend a meaningful evening with you. I just wanted to find you by my side when I woke up. Is that asking too much?
It's the night. I'm scared of the night. It's got nothing to do with you.
Scared of the night? What's that supposed to mean?
I can't relax when I'm with someone.
Jack, you wouldn't even let me in your room.
I need privacy. I just can't be bothered.
Bothered?
Wrong word. What I wanted to say was that there are certain things that I have to keep to myself.
Do you remember that time I forced my way into your room? We'd known each other for almost a year, and you blew up. It was the first time you ever raised your hand against me. I was so worried about you.
Look, I'm sorry.
It wasn't your violent nature that scared me. It was your room, your heart.
Stop it.
There wasn't anything in your room. Only a bed and a small desk. It looked like a prison cell.
Rose?
No television set. No family pictures. Not even a poster.
Rose, I only use that room for sleeping.
A lifeless room. Almost like your empty heart.
That's why I tried to keep you out.
I thought I was beginning to understand you. Until I saw that room.
Would you have been happier if I had a picture of you hanging on the wall?
That's not what I was trying to say.
Enough, Rose. We'll talk about this later. After the mission.
Right. After the mission. I understand.
This thing is too cool.
Still ticking, huh?
Unfortunately, hell had no vacancies. I thought so. Human muscles are quite eloquent. They speak out clearly what a person's next move will be. They even tell me which way a gun is going to be pointed before the trigger is pulled. But your muscles, they're different. This should be fun. Well worth the wait.
Coming?
You've become a nuisance. I can't let you interfere with Arsenal gear. The girl is just ahead. She is of no use to us now. But she served us well as the live bait for the big catch. Crazy Ivan sometimes speaks the truth.
Emma's alive?
She was some time ago, but the flooding has become quite serious. I wouldn't be surprised if she's a mermaid now.
What?
Did you really think killing the president would prevent a nuclear strike? Think again.
I didn't do it.
Arsenal is still armed with a purified hydrogen bomb.
Purified hydrogen bomb?
This is no ordinary nuclear bomb. This weapon is capable of heavy hydrogen nuclear fusion using lasers and magnetics to generate heat-insulated compression. It was a top-secret project initiated by the current president, and Solidus has no idea of its existence. The clean thermonuclear bomb is at an experimental stage and is handled differently. Specifically, it becomes launch-capable when Arsenal is activated. A nuclear threat still exists. 6 months ago, we lost everything we believed in. We were abandoned to take the fall in their cover-up. We were labeled as killers, responsible for the mass murder of civilians as well as our own allies. And the public believed every word, turning a deaf ear to whatever we had to say to the contrary. Our only goal is to wipe them from the face of the earth and destroy this world of deceit they have created along with them.
You're insane.
Insane? We might be the only ones telling the truth.
Final check for activating Arsenal has been completed. All Arsenal personnel report to your stations.
Well, it sounds like Arsenal's ready to go into operation.
Damn it!
You're still hoping that the girl can install that virus you're carrying around, aren't you?
You know?
It's a shame you're not going to be around long enough to hand her the program. That isn't seawater, you know. It's a byproduct of the microbes contained in the pool. Buoyancy is practically non-existent thanks to the high oxygen content. Once you fall in, you don't come up. Take a good look at your grave. Show me what you've got.
Let's do it. Exquisite. With the 2 years and the 20 in a row. Thank you very much. Hold on a second. Bam, bam.
Vamp seems to be anticipating the trajectory of your shots from the minute movements of your muscles. There's no such thing as a perfect system, though. There must be a way to throw him off and land a shot.
There's no such thing as a perfect system, though. Is Vamp a computer? Snipers, thank you for gifting a sub to Laser Pants and to Biped and to Barn. And Sam Jono, thank you for the 6. Striking Simplicity with the $5 as well. Thank you very much. Thanks. Here's a bit of support. Thank you very much. Kylo Ren with the 7. Salpo with the 4. Psycho Man Nips. Thank you for the Prime. Grummies with the 3. Rolla with the 6. I'm a little bit behind on thanking people. Thank you, everyone. Lil Kutenga, Hyrule. Cheers, guys.
Remember what Vamp said. That light reaction tank is a death trap. Make sure you don't fall in there accidentally. You can shoot down the knives Vamp throws. Aim at them in first-person view.
I want to get the call that we were talking about earlier, the one that I forgot about, where he talks about the shadow stitching move.
Right. Don't use the target locking function. He'll be able to read your trajectory. Aim from first-person view instead, and fire off a barrage with the automatic if necessary.
That's key to this fight, especially on the higher difficulties. If you hold the lock-on button, he'll dodge everything you fire at him, like Psycho Mantis. But if you let go of the lock-on button, he can no longer read your moves. Don't use the fancy lock-on tech.
Right. Don't use the target locking function. He'll be able to...
Yeah. I probably have to...
Remember what Vamp said.
Oh, okay.
That light reaction tank is a death trap. Make sure you don't fall in there accidentally.
Light reaction.
You can shoot down the knives Vamp.
Yeah, I think I probably have to get hit by the move in order to get the call. I'll do it.
Right. Don't you...
And Nick, thank you for the Prime sub. And Fresh Brand, thank you for the Prime. Weird, I'm not seeing your sub on my dashboard. I'm seeing it in chat, but I'm not seeing it on my dashboard. Okay, so I'm gonna leave the lights on just so I can show this attack. So we can get the call. Oh, I thought he threw it. battle. Bam, ba-dam, ba-dam. Damn. I'm not sure how to get him to trigger the move. It's been so long since I've seen it. Whoa! I was talking about this during MGS1, but it's worth bringing up again. This room, if you never noticed, is just like the room where you fight Ocelot in MGS1. He has the entrance right down here. This is where you would blow open the wall to get into the room down here. And then you have a door up there, right at the same spot. And the central square is where Baker would be, which is a death trap in MGS1. You touch the wires in the central square, everything goes boom. You want to stay away from the central area, and you just want to run around the outside. And this is just the same. Oh shit! My shadow, man! Do the thing! Damn, I don't know how to get him to do it. Nice!
You can shoot down the knives Vamp throws. Aim at them in... You can shoot...
No! Maybe Snake can tell you about it?
It looks like he's anticipating the incoming bullet's trajectory.
Probably Snake.
From the movement of your muscles. Relax, though. He doesn't have you all figured out. Right. Don't use the target locking function. Vamp will anticipate your trajectory if you do, and you'll never manage to land a shot.
Yeah, maybe you don't even need to get caught by it. I should have tried Snake first.
You can't move once his knife nails your shadow.
Shadow binding? Are we talking about some kind of ninjutsu?
I don't think so. It's probably some form of hypnotism.
Hypnotism?
I'm guessing it's the power of suggestion, augmented by his speech and movements, coupled with the manipulation of the light reflecting off the blade of his knife.
What should I do?
I can't think of any way to break his spell on such a short notice. The easiest thing to do is to make sure his knife doesn't hit your shadow.
Oh.
Right. If his knife nails your shadow, you won't be able to move for a while. If this happens, your only option is to rapidly press a button and move the left stick around to free yourself from his spell.
What if I quickly shot the light?
I can't move.
Ah! Oh, I can't aim!
Freeze. Yeah.
Oh! Oh my god. Yeah, I have seen that call before, but I completely forgot about it. Okay, I'm gonna play it super safe. Bum, bum, bum. I should really shoot the lights again, man. I forgot.
Yeah.
Ah! Okay, we're almost at the final phase. Nice. Is it going to be the final phase? It's always hard to know. Okay. It will be after this. Woo! Oh no. Oh, thank God. That last phase is always so scary.
Colonel, they've apparently completed the final check procedure for arsenal gear.
Find Emma on the double. You've got to get her to install the virus program that the President gave you. When you find her, take her to the computer room on level B2 in the core of Shell 1.
Snake, did you catch all that? I didn't make it on time. Arsenal's going active.
Yeah, I heard. The hostage rescue's gonna have to wait.
I'm going after Emma.
We'll secure the computer room. Looks like we can't install the virus program without Emma.
Can't your partner do it?
I would if I could, but the security for this system is no joke. I need more time.
That's why we need her.
Understood. I'll make sure you have your family reunion. What's up?
A lot of years have passed between EE and me.
Then you should see her, right?
I don't have the right to see her.
We can talk about this later. Raiden, I think you'd better get moving. Emma's in the locker room to the north, right?
I'm on it.
Okay. Yeah, the thing that makes that final phase rough is that he's invincible 99% of the time. The only time you can deal damage is right before he's about to throw the knives. So you just have to stay locked onto him, and then when you realize he's about to throw the knives, you quickly let go of lock on. Otherwise he'll dodge the move, the attack, and then pull the trigger. And then quickly lock back on again so you can keep track of him, because he just jumps all over the place. It's very easy to lose track of him. It's scary. It's particularly scary on this difficulty because you have to work so hard to get to that final phase. And it's just a couple of hits, you know, he's not in that phase for very long, but he's so dangerous in it. Let's see if we can flip across. Oh, nice!
Jack, what's going on? Answer me! Jack? Jack!
The flip here has to be incredibly precise. You know, you know the flip after the Harrier fight? How you can jump across the platform? That is a piece of cake compared to this. Yeah! Nice. It's harder back the way.
Raiden, what's going on? Raiden! Raiden!
I have to get it both ways, then I can continue. Wow! Ooh, it's very close. Very close. Landed on my toes. Okay, maybe it's not as bad as I thought it was. It still has to be more precise than the Harrier jump, though. Oof. Wow. Fuck. I was just about to give myself a compliment.
Raiden!
Snake would never be able to do this. No. He can't cartwheel. He just dived head first into it. I love how this room looks. The reflections. The lights. Originally you were going to fight another boss here, Chinaman. Chinaman who was Vietnamese. He just lived in Chinatown. And he was going to have like a dragon tattoo or something that would come to life and chase you around in the water. There were also going to be sharks in the water around this area, in this swimming section. But all that was cut. If you got hit by a bomb in the water, the sharks would come after you. Like, the sharks wouldn't be that much of a problem unless you got hit by something else and you lost blood. But then if you lost blood, the sharks would be onto you. You know, they'd smell the blood. The Dragon of Dead Cell. Yeah, if the team had a bit more time to work on the game, maybe we could have had those two Dead Cell members that they cut. Old Boy, Chinaman. Maybe we would have had more of those. We would have been able to explore more of those shells in Shell 2 as well. Those struts, I mean. There are a lot of those struts in Shell 2 that we never get to explore. Old Boy would have been crazy. For those of you that don't know, Big Boss's mentor was originally going to be a character in this game. Old Boy. An idea that they then reused and changed a bit for MGS3, but yeah, the original idea was that Big Boss's mentor was a man, and we were going to kill him in this game. He was going to be a part of Dead Cell. You can see why they wanted him to be a character in this game as well, given that this game is, there are a lot of mentors and students in this game. Pseudo-father figures. Fat Man, Stillman, Solidus, Raiden. Like non-genetic familial relationships. Even Otacon and Emma, not related by blood, but they're still brother, sister. I guess Raiden and Snake as well. Snake being another one of Raiden's mentors. Well, hello there. Look what we have here. And if we keep staring at her...
Jack? Jack?
Oh, Rose, is that you? What's up?
What's up? You were looking for a pretty long time. Something catch your eye?
No, just, scouting for the enemy.
Somehow I have a hard time believing you.
Enough. Hurry up and return to the mission at hand.
Don't call me unless you need something.
I love you.
What do you want?
I want you.
That's exactly what I want.
Goodbye.
That's so cute, I can't bear it.
What, need to save?
How cute. I love you.
Yes?
I want you. Get real.
Alright, let's go get some body armor. You really want body armor in this game. On these difficulties. Oh, God! I was wondering what this floating shadow was. Oh! Oh. Well, we don't need this health anyway. Better watch out for the sharks now. The blood looks great in the water. The blood effects in this game in general are really nice. The blood clouds when you're sword fighting the Tengus. The spurts of blood, the clouds that come out of them. Just the standard blood effects that get sprayed on walls, you know, if you're shooting guards. Looks very real. That's where we were looking from. She was sitting over there, sitting on the steps. Did she hear us coming? Let's log into the node. Naughty jury. No. It's on PS5 and everything other than Switch. The game will be 60 FPS, 1080p. And nothing is going to be censored. There'll just be like a content warning. That some of the things you might see might feel somewhat outdated. It's just, there'll be a content warning, and that's it. None of the stuff is going to be taken out. There will be archival footage missing from MGS3 and MGS2, maybe from MGS1, because they lost the rights to play some of those scenes. You know, like when some of the real life footage that they show. You know how MGS3 has a lot of that wartime footage, shots of JFK, Khrushchev. Lots of real-life documentary footage. Apparently, 8 shots are going to be replaced. And people assumed that it was because Konami was cheap and they didn't want to, that they couldn't afford the rights, or that they didn't want to pay. They didn't want to pay for the licenses again or whatever, but apparently that's not it. Apparently the companies that they bought the scenes from initially no longer exist or something like that. So, fair enough if that's the case, if they just simply can't renew those same scenes. But I think they said that they'll be trying to replace them with scenes that are as close as possible to what are, to what's in the games. So maybe if there was a shot of JFK, they would just pick another, like a different shot of JFK. If they had to remove one particular shot, they'd just go for another one. They'd find another one. I think that's what they said anyway. I remember Nitroid and Fingers released a pretty in-depth video talking about the Master Collection. I think that's what they said, because people were wondering, are these archival scenes going to be replaced with artwork or something, or will they get other scenes? Will they get other footage? But yeah, I think they're getting other real life footage. They said they replaced missing footage with new ones. If true, I don't think it was a money issue. Right? Yeah. Based off how they said it, based off what Nitroid and Fingers were saying, it seemed like they were being truthful with what they were saying about the footage. But yeah, I guess we'll see. There's also Y2K footage in this game. Yeah, a lot of the real life footage that you see in this was actually taken by the team, by Kojima's team. They went, they took a trip to New York and took some shots, some photographs, videos. They were there, they were in New York for research, taking pictures of the bridges and all of that. So all of that endgame stuff in MGS2, that'll still be there because that was actually shot by the team. But yeah, maybe some of the stuff from the Emma scenes will be removed, which we'll see soon. MGS1 has a good few scenes as well, depicting missile silos and nuclear disposal sites. But something tells me that footage is like pretty stock, stuff that might be available to everyone for free. The stuff that we see in MGS1. Yeah, all the Gulf War footage. Hey, give me those thermals. There's a nasty stealth claymore in here. Look at that. Invisible. The caribou will be replaced with fake bears from Chinese zoos. I hope so. And the dialogue stays the same. Except, no, when there's dialogue, you're not seeing real-life caribous. That'd be funny. Ah, it's the caribou! And it shows a picture of something that is definitely not a caribou. But no, when Snake is talking about caribous, we're actually seeing in-game models of caribous. Well, there's someone in that locker. We can tell by looking at the radar. There's another neat little detail here if we use our directional mic. We can hear her heartbeat. And if we shoot at her... speeds up.
Are you all right?
Who are you?
Raiden, I'm getting you out of here.
Get me out. You're lying. Where are you taking me this time?
What are you talking about? I'm here to help. Here, I'll prove it. Do you have nanos?
What?
Well, do you?
I do. Everybody on this project has them.
Okay, good. Let's try. Can you hear me now?
Nanocommunication?
That's right. I have nanomachines too.
Then you're not one of them.
That's what I've been trying to tell you.
And you came to rescue me?
Actually, I need your help to stop Arsenal. I understand you're the only one who might be able to do it.
And who told you that?
The President.
Really?
I need you to come with me to Shell 1. Your brother's waiting for you there.
My brother?
Come on! We have to get moving. This place will be flooded soon. Better move.
I can't swim. Leave me.
You can swim. You used to love it.
How do you know?
Your brother told me.
He's really here?
That's right. He's here to rescue you.
I don't believe you. He would never come for me.
And I'm telling you he's here, waiting for us at Shell 1.
No! He left me, my mother, when we needed him the most. When my father died, all he could think about was himself.
Emma, we can go over all that later, but first we have to get out of here.
No! I hate water! It's hopeless! I can't swim! I can't swim!
You can do it!
I can't!
Come on, deep down inside, you know you can swim.
I can't keep my eyes open in the water. Endless blue. The water, it wants me. It won't let me go.
All right, then close your eyes. I'll guide you.
I was injected with something. My legs. I have trouble moving them.
Listen, Emma, just hold your breath. I'll do the rest. First, we'll head to Filter Chamber 2. Then we'll take a break.
And all I have to do is hold my breath.
That's right.
How long?
Just a little while.
Are you sure?
Of course I'm sure. That's how I got here.
I don't think I can do it. I'm not good at holding my breath.
Look, Emma, I have an idea. Put your ear against my chest and listen to my heartbeat.
Your heartbeat?
Count the beats. Don't think about anything else. When you reach 100, open your eyes. By that time, we'll be on the other side. Give me a signal if you think you're running out of breath.
What will you do then?
I'll swim faster. Hang on tight. Okay, let's go.
I'm closing my eyes.
Take some deep breaths. 1, 2, 3.
Wait!
What is it?
Let me take off my glasses.
You know, you should wear contacts.
There's nothing wrong with my eyes.
Hmm?
I wear them for show.
Trying to be different from the other girls?
No, it's not like that. I like glasses. And there's this guy I liked who used to wear them.
Your first boyfriend?
No. Somebody more important. Anyway, they bring me luck.
I see. Okay, let's go.
I forgot the wig. Yeah, I'm sorry. I mean, we could still put on a wig for that one scene to make Raiden look silly. We can still make him say that his hair is real even though he's wearing a wig. A battle at a bam bam bam. Twilight Sniping, the classic. Bam bam bam.
You did good.
I concentrated on your heartbeat. It reminded me of when I was a kid. I remember my brother giving me a piggyback ride. I was sleeping with my ear against his back. I could hear his heartbeat.
Sounds like you were close.
We were, back then. We were stepchildren in our parents' second marriages. Wherever my brother went, I used to tag along. My brother didn't have any close friends, so he used to take care of me. We both wanted to be loved so much. So much that we used to pretend.
Pretend?
Yeah, we used to play house. My brother was the husband and I was the wife. But it was always just make-believe. We were only kids. You know what I mean.
I never had a family, but I think I know what you mean.
Raiden, what's your status?
Colonel, I've got Emma Emmerich here. We've managed to avoid drowning.
Good job. Get her over to Shell 1 as soon as you can.
That's going to be hard with the connecting bridge on the upper level destroyed.
Didn't Olga say something about taking the oil fence at the bottom of Strut L?
Yeah, I remember that.
You should be able to go down by way of Strut L. Try and get over there.
What about Emma? She's been injected with something and she can't walk without any help.
Take her with you. Free your hands of any equipment and hold down the action button to give her a hand. To release your grip on her, take your finger off the action button. Emma can sit and wait until you help her back up.
Take your
and
finger
be
out of my ass, Colonel.
You won't be able to use any weapons while you're leading her. Now head for Strut L.
We're on our way.
Raiden, we've infiltrated the computer room. What's your situation?
Emma's safe. We're heading your way.
Good job.
Shell 1's deserted. Looks like everybody's aboard Arsenal.
I had a look at the system, but there's nothing I can do. EE's our only hope.
Right. I'll put her on then.
Huh? EE? What? How?
I'll use my Kodak as a relay. Here she is.
Hal?
EE, is that you?
Hal?
EE. Why are you involved with Metal Gear?
Huh?
You knew our family's dark history and still got involved? What's wrong with you?
I should have known.
Answer me. Why are you repeating the same mistake?
I wanted to hurt you. I wanted to see you suffer.
E.E.?
You abandoned me.
No, that's not what happened.
All right, that's enough.
Who are you?
I'm a friend of Otacon's, Emma.
Otacon?
Enough with the sibling rivalry.
That's not what this is.
We haven't got time for this. Raiden, get her over here right now.
I...
Gotcha, Snake. I'll head over there with Emma.
Most of the enemy's aboard Arsenal, but I suggest you be careful. Make sure Emma gets here in one piece.
Raiden, take care of my sister.
Don't worry. I'll get her there.
Someone was asking in the chat there about the original Japanese for that dialogue. Yeah, in Japanese, that line is not strange. We managed to avoid drowning. You can kind of tell. It's a very awkward translation. I forget exactly what it is in Japanese, but it's supposed to be like he's kind of joking, I think, in Japanese. I think in Japanese, he's like making light of the situation with that dialogue. And kind of joking, but I forget exactly how it's written. If Jankal was here, he would probably know. Let's check in with Rose.
What can I do for you, Jack? Jack, about trying to break into your room.
Rose, just forget about it.
No, listen to me. I said I did it because I was worried about you, but it wasn't just that.
What?
I was suspicious. I thought there might be someone else.
Someone else?
Another woman.
Rose.
I really thought so, because sometimes you're so horribly cold.
You know I wouldn't.
I'm serious. Sometimes I feel like you're pushing me away. So I...
Did you get in?
Yeah.
Are you satisfied now? There wasn't anyone there, was there?
No. No, there was no one there. There was absolutely no one in your room. Not another woman, not me, not even you.
Rose.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to apologize, that's all. Talk to you later.
Thanks, Rose. Great apology. To be fair, if Flynn delivered the line differently, it could have come across in a similar way as the Japanese one. He delivers it very seriously, which is the problem. Yeah, you might have a point, Mr. Man. Like, if he delivered it in a more sarcastic tone. Yeah, like, we managed to avoid drowning. Like, that kind of tone, like. But still, I still feel like it's phrased strangely. But yeah, that would have been better. Instead of the completely earnest and serious. We managed to avoid drowning. Yeah, maybe if it was a bit more sarcastic. We managed to avoid drowning, at least. Gumbaloo.
Emma, Snake and Hal are waiting for us in Shell 1's computer room. I've got this disk that the President gave me. This disk is supposed to contain a virus that can corrupt Arsenal Gear's operating system. We need you to...
This is my program.
What?
Why did the President give it to you?
Huh?
Did something happen to the President?
President. He's dead.
What?
You actually wrote this virus?
It's not really a virus. It's more like a worm cluster. It's actually a delayed effect autonomous program that's designed to invade GW's cerebrum and render its nerve connections useless.
You know what GW is?
Of course. I created it.
Huh?
You look surprised.
Well...
Cat got your tongue?
I'm sorry, How about the Patriots? Ever heard of them?
Yes, but I only know what I've been told.
Can you tell me what you know?
Sure, but it's hard to put into words.
Right. Are you reading me, Emma?
Yes, loud and clear.
The President said that Arsenal gear was the Patriots' key to supremacy.
That's as good a description as any.
What exactly is it?
It's a massive data processing system capable of controlling information on a global scale.
A data processing system?
That's right. The system's a social device for maintaining the Patriots' control.
You've lost me.
Well, in this day and age, information emerges from every direction and is freely distributed. A variety of information gathered by servers employing the latest in high-speed communication networks and P2P technology is rapidly circulated to individuals. In fact, the speed of this circulation process is accelerating on an almost daily basis. The Patriots seem to be afraid of this development. Apparently, they believe that their role will shift from dominant to dominated.
Huh?
Let me give you an example. You're aware of Solid Snake's anti-Metal Gear activities, aren't you?
Yeah, I know a little about it.
Well, that's just a small sample of uncontrolled information. I can guarantee you the Patriots did not want Solid Snake's name publicized. Now, look at it like this. Political scandal, corporate corruption, up until now, the Patriots have managed to keep a lid on these and other self-serving events. But with their existing data processing system, they're no longer able to effectively control the flow of information generated at the individual level. With the newly created system, they can fully regulate digital information. High-level information can be categorized in stages, given clearance levels, and deleted as necessary, never to be seen by the public. By deleting such information, the Patriots can shape the course of history as they see fit.
Somebody's bound to catch on.
No, the memory capacity, not to mention the lifespan of the average individual, is extremely limited. On the other hand, digital information lasts virtually forever. It doesn't deteriorate.
So?
The alphabet, 26 letters, right? It could have been 30 letters. What if the 4 deleted letters were controlled by a program?
Impossible.
It's not. In fact, something similar is already underway. Do you know how many genes exist in an individual?
About 30 to 40,000?
Right. That's what was announced at the turn of the century. But there's actually 100,000 according to the original theory advanced by the scientific community. Information regarding the remaining 60,000 was suppressed by the Patriots.
No.
Why? How would you know? Do you know what a gene looks like? Did you count them yourself?
There are research organizations.
Of course. And their reports have already been subtly altered. They're even beginning to believe the doctored reports. GW is a system that allows the Patriots to decide what will be recorded in tomorrow's history.
So what we're talking about is one huge censorship system for deleting information which might be inconvenient to the Patriots.
Exactly. The actual physical core for handling the task, GW, is installed in Arsenal. It's the only system in the world with an optic neural AI that has a parallel processing capacity of 980 trillion Hammets.
I suppose that being a specialist in neural AI and complex logic played a significant role in your association with the Metal Gear project.
That's not the only reason.
What do you mean? I guess there are plenty of other reasons.
Yes, there are.
I understand.
Do you?
So Arsenal gear was actually designed to protect the GW system, wasn't it?
Yes. It's armed with everything, including nuclear weapons, and is fully equipped with cyber-terrorist countermeasures. Physically and logically, it's the ultimate fortress for housing GW.
But is the AI actually capable of controlling everything?
No. GW is only the system's core. It's only for deciding what data is stored or deleted. The actual subsystem for executing the task exists within our social structure.
What?
Do you remember the panic that gripped the computer industry prior to the end of the century?
You mean the Y2K problem?
That's right. If you recall, our government supplied the world with a countermeasure program, using the internet at full capacity. The program was distributed to every governmental organization, every key facility throughout the world. In addition, the same program was included in an OS application for distribution among the public.
Let me guess. The Y2K countermeasure contained a program designed by the Patriots.
Yes, and everything supplied from that day onward contains the same program.
Impossible.
Do you know how a computer operates? Do you really know the basic principles on how data is exchanged? Nobody's aware of it, but there's a subsystem in place, and it's about to be activated.
Is that why Solidus wants to burn out every electrical circuit in Manhattan with a nuclear blast?
Probably, but the overall system isn't actually complete.
What?
It still lacks the necessary factors for judging situations. I heard they were planning a major experiment in the next few days to provide complex data for GW to study. And suddenly all this happens.
Emma, it's not your fault. If it wasn't for the terrorists...
Yeah, you're right. Well, I think that's about all I know.
Right. Thanks. I think we'd better head for the computer room.
My bird in the computer room. Is he safe?
That noisy, overgrown parakeet?
Excuse me, he's a parrot. And he's my best friend. My only friend.
Well, the bird's okay.
Good. Did you know that in the old days, miners used to take a canary into the mine shafts to detect toxic gas?
That's what he's for?
No. I really needed someone to talk to.
Right. I think we'd better get moving. We've got a little longer to cover than the last time.
I'll give it my best.
Whatever you do, don't open your eyes.
Why not?
A dead body, not a pretty sight.
Oh.
Once we get past it, it'll be too dark to see anything. What are those sticks in your head?
These? They're lacquered chopsticks. They hold your hair in place. Did you know that they're pretty popular in Europe and South America?
Can't say that I do. You're not only cute, but smart too.
Oh, I'm much more than cute.
Okay, let's go.
Okay. All right. I was gonna say something, and now I can't remember what I was gonna say. Damn. I'm getting kind of tired. Been playing for 10 hours. I won't have to go for too much longer. DRK should be here in a couple of hours. We'll probably be finishing this off midway through Arsenal Gear or something. Let me thank some people here before we continue. Shin Akuma 805 with the tier 1 sub. Thank you very much. Does she actually close her eyes when near Stillman's body? I don't know if you can ever really see her eyes when you're swimming. You can't move the camera around to see her face here. So, I don't know. I don't know what she's doing with her eyes. I think we'll just have to assume that she does. I feel like she'd probably close her eyes for most of the trip. Hold on a second here. Oh yeah, someone asked me to do the we managed to avoid drowning line in the yes we did it Otacon voice. I don't know if I can do that. So I'd have to practice the yes we did it voice first. Yes! Wait, no, that's not right. Yes! We did it! Hold on, wait, no, I'm way off. I need some practice. Yes! 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 We did it! No, I'm not getting the tone quite right here. I think it's the pressure. I can do it when I can do it when I just do it, you know, when I want to do it. Yes! We did it! Okay, so how would I do that with the drowning line? Oh no, I don't know how this is gonna come out, man. Oh, I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. Okay, hold on. Oh, can I say yes, we did it first, and then continue until we manage to avoid drowning? Yes, we did it. We managed to avoid. Oh no. Okay. Let me try it again. Yeah. I can. Okay. Stay calm. I'm thinking about it too much. No, I can't do it. We're gonna have to do some calls. I'll just burst out laughing every time I try to do it.
Raiden, take Emma and go to strut L. There's a ladder down onto the oil fence on the ocean surface from that strut.
I need to stop thinking about it for a minute. Yes! We did it! We managed to avoid drowning! There you go, you got it.
Okay, Raiden, let me talk to Emma.
Sure. One condition. No arguing.
No problem. Put her on. EE, is that you?
Yes? What do you want?
Why did you get involved in weapons development? A lot of people will get hurt. Even more will die. I'm talking about the destruction of homes and cities, radioactive contamination for years to come. You, of all people, should know the horror of nuclear weapons. You know about our family's dark history. Why, EE? Why?
You left me. You made my life a living hell.
I didn't have a choice.
Don't lie to me. The pool, you could never look me in the eye after the accident. You took the easy way out so you wouldn't have to face me. That way you could avoid responsibility every day. You ran. You ran away so you wouldn't have to face the pain.
No, that's not why I left.
You left me and took the easy way out.
That's not true. I left the house because...
You're a criminal, just like me.
A criminal?
I know what you did. You manipulated our account on the network.
But...
Look at what you're doing now. You're nothing but a cracker.
No, I'm just applying my knowledge for the cause.
The cause? What cause? Justice?
For peace, EE. I'm not like Snake. I can't carry a gun and face the enemy. That's why I do what I do best.
Oh, right. Nice justification, Hal. Forget about being a criminal. You'd make a great lawyer.
All right already. That's enough.
Round 2. Fight!
What's up, Raiden?
Out of my way. Let me talk.
You want to talk to Otacon?
Yes.
I'll put him on.
Yeah? What is it?
Up to now, scientists have continued to be active participants in war. What's your opinion?
There's no doubt that war has been an ideal event that fuels the progress of science. But therein lies the trap. We scientists must establish some form of work ethic. It's a tragedy that both the government and the military act as sponsors to modern science.
What are you talking about? The atom and hydrogen bombs were born from laboratories owned and operated by universities and private enterprises. Los Alamos and the Lawrence Livermore labs were run by universities. There's nothing strange about that.
Weapons development and universities. This may come as a surprise, but science requires that information be exchanged freely.
You're referring to the will of Professor Oppenheimer, aren't you?
For me, science and weapons always existed at different levels. I never thought that my research results would bring about misfortune to others. That was until the Shadow Moses incident.
I have no regrets.
That's where you're wrong. We scientists know the dangers of a nuclear threat. It's up to us to protect the people. We can't allow it to be exploited by nations or their politics. Man and nuclear weapons cannot coexist. Mere mortals were never meant to handle nuclear fusion.
Science defines me. My government respects me. Can you tell me what's wrong with that? Can you?
Okay, that's enough.
Final round. Fight.
Snake.
Let me talk to him.
Oh, yeah.
Otacon's busy right now. You'll have to settle for me.
What? Okay.
Right. Now what do you want?
Hal's wrong. Science doesn't exist to benefit the world.
Then what is it for?
Science is for the individual. For me, it's a way to realize my dreams.
That sounds pretty greedy.
You can't realize your dreams without greed.
And what's your dream?
Take revenge on Hal. To beat him in his own game.
Revenge?
I am gonna make him regret the day he left me. I am gonna make him realize he was wrong.
Of all the idiotic...
I think that's enough.
Idiotic? It's my goal, my reason for being alive. Hal is wrong. He's only being used by his country. He's pitiful. Even you guys are using him. Me? I'm using science to achieve my own dream.
Real bright, lady. That's exactly the line that scientists are never meant to cross.
Right. I sold my soul for revenge. I will never forgive him.
I'll pretend this conversation never happened.
No, you tell my brother exactly what I said. You...
Emma!
What?
You're speaking your mind, not your heart. Just leave it at that.
Okay.
Snake wins. So, there we go. Let's catch up with Rose as well.
What's up, Jack?
I love Raiden's silent look of admiration at the very end.
Well, Jack, it sounds like you and Miss Emma are getting along just fine.
Rose?
I've been monitoring your every move in conversation. I can't say it's been fun.
Give me a break. I'm only trying to keep her spirits up.
Is that right?
Absolutely. My mission is to get her to the computer room.
That's all?
Yeah.
You're lying. You're attracted to her, aren't you?
I'll admit she's cute.
Cuter than me?
Rose, you're beautiful. You know how I feel about you.
Have you remembered yet?
You mean April 30th?
Yes.
It's your birthday, isn't it?
Wrong. You're not even warm.
What is it then?
Forget it. It's nothing. Maybe I'm just a little jealous.
Rose.
You'd better get moving. Good luck.
Genesis, thank you for the 10 months. Alright, let's keep going. Some people like to theorize that the whole thing about deleting letters from the alphabet, you know, when Emma brings that up, how you can delete letters from the alphabet and all of that. People theorize that it's supposed to tie in with the lale lule lo concept, how it's like a phrase that literally cannot be spoken. The Patriots being a phrase that can't be spoken. It's an idea that doesn't fully translate into English. Like, it's another thing that works better in Japanese. Because in Japanese, the L sound doesn't really exist. I'm sure someone in the chat can do a better job than me of explaining it. But it's why you often get L's and R's confused in the translations for Japanese games, and it's why you see that Japanese people often have trouble with their R's and L's when speaking English. It's because that it's not in their language. There's a sound that can be like a kind of half L or R or something like that. But yeah, lale lule lo. It's like a phrase that cannot be said. But yeah, it doesn't really. The concept doesn't entirely translate to English. The letter R has a sort of L-like sound in Japanese instead. Necromancer, yeah. I'm not sure if that is supposed to tie in with what Emma was saying about deleted letters, but I remember seeing people theorize that it might have related to that whole lale lule lo concept. R's and L's are basically the same way in your mouth. Hides in the language. It can be written but not spoken. Okay.
Bugs! I hate bugs!
Come on, you're a programmer.
Oh no, bugs! I can't handle bugs. I hate them.
I'm sure you've spent many days getting rid of bugs. Programming GW, come on.
Oh no, bugs! I can't handle bugs. I hate them.
Like the name Rui, for example, is said in English Rui, but in Japanese it's almost a rolled L sound, almost like a Louis, but the L almost rolls. It's hard to explain in text. Yeah. Thanks for going into it, though. Olga's getting sick of my shit here. Use the coolant spray to drive bugs away.
Oh no, bugs! I can't handle bugs. I hate them.
Come on, Emma, conquer your fears.
What do you think you're doing? Bugs! That hurt!
Cute.
I don't think I like you.
That's so cute, I can't bear it.
You suck!
You're a real egotistical woman.
Don't ever speak to me like that again. What a psycho.
That's so cute, I can't bear it.
Did Dog do the "I'm feeling kind of funky" internal thought on the tanker? I didn't play the tanker. DRK did the tanker, so you probably got that thought. I think Snake... I'm not sure if Raiden has any new thoughts on NG+. We got one earlier that I didn't remember. Where it was... What was it again? Like, stop with this long-winded babble, or something like that. Which you can get when characters ramble on about technical details. You can get them during Snake's weapon calls. When Snake keeps going on and on about the weapons, Raiden will comment on how he's incessantly babbling. I can't remember if that's also a thing you can get on New Game. I don't remember getting it before. But I feel like I'm always hearing new thoughts when I play this.
That's so cute, I can't bear it.
Please, don't.
What do you think you're doing to her? What do you think you're doing to her?
Right.
What do you think you're doing to her?
No doubt.
What do you think you're doing to her?
This is Raiden's revenge for what Otacon said to us earlier, calling us a simple-minded, stubborn fool.
What do you think you're doing to her?
Should have thought more about that, maybe, Otacon, given that your sister's life is in my hands. Maybe not so smart, insulting me like that.
What do you think you're doing to her?
Yeah.
Raiden, you didn't!
Oh, I have to go all the way back. Let's cheat and wear the blue wig. Oh, Emma, do you not have a blue wig? Swimming animation is pretty nice, yeah. You have a fancy 180 kick turn as well. Look at that. One thing that they could do for the Master Collection is darken up this section of the game. It should be way darker down there when you're swimming. It's really dark on PS2, yeah. You find night vision goggles down there, too, to help you with the dark. But if you wear them on the HD collection, you go blind because it's so bright. On PS2 CRT, it looks like mud, water, and blue. Yeah, like it's supposed to be hard to see. Oh god.
Who is that?
I didn't go far enough.
There's someone else here. Shut down.
What's going on? Respond. Communications with the first floor of the Shell 2 core have ceased. Carry out an investigation immediately.
Huh? Huh? Enemy personnel on board. All units, maximum alert. Send backup.
Oh, somebody already found Emma. We're fucked.
Oh God, no! Jack! Jack!
Can you drag her through the bugs while she's sleeping? Yes. Nothing unique really happens, but yeah, you can. Gabaloo. Emma is behind Raiden's box. Will they see her? I have never tried that, but I would imagine so.
Freeze!
But it might be something to try. Okay, I'm gonna try it. Oh god, this is just gonna end in disaster. Oh, he turns up there as well. Maybe when she gets on the ground. You know, because she will get down. It takes her a few seconds to go down, though. Oh! God, okay. I thought he stayed for longer up there before turning around.
I got him. Send reinforcements.
Okay, just kill me. Let's do this again.
I have an unknown target here. Raiden!
Raiden! Oh yeah, someone asked me to do the line in Code Talker's voice as well. That should be easy. We managed to avoid drowning. Yes, we did it. Get on the ground! She's taking cover behind me. Hanging?
Raiden, what's wrong? Raiden! Raiden!
Hanging? If we don't hurry, it'll be the last we see. This is such stupid bullshit. Why am I doing this? Get on the ground! Oh, we're too far away anyway. How long does it take for her to get on the ground? This is... It's, oh my, yeah, it takes her so long. Okay. Get up! Get up! Jesus Christ. Okay. Perfectly set up. Fuck, they see her. They see her. Why'd you let him see you?
Emma! I don't believe this. Jack, what did you do?
No gasp. Oh.
There's somebody there.
There's somebody there.
Huh?
Oh.
Communications with the first floor of the Shell 2 core have ceased. Carry out an investigation immediately.
Oh, hello there, sir. Forgot about you. This area is rough.
Jack, what's going on? Answer me! Jack? Jack!
What was that? What was what?
They're over there. Oh, hot. I'm going to go in my pants.
Freeze!
Oh, that was close.
Freeze!
No!
Sounded perfect. Yeah, that was a pretty good one, I think. I think I was going too high-pitched for Otacon earlier with the yes. Yes! 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 I'm not finding it today. We did it! Wait, actually, hold up. Let's go back. Let's just go back in here for a second. This guy's still asleep. Nice.
Emma, you okay?
Yeah, sort of.
How cute. Emma, this is about GW, but is it really possible to automate the scale of censorship? Do we have that kind of computing capability?
Of course we do. and it would be impossible to do this unless it was automated. There's too much information for human beings to handle. Let's take your specialty, military operation, as an example, shall we? The US military began to aggressively adopt the digital model in both combat and daily operations at the turn of the century.
That's true. Battlefield networking, the revolution in military affairs, and of course, the VR training regimen. Information is the deciding factor in the outcome of conflicts. It's because of that reality that the military's invested trillions of dollars in high-tech weapons and equipment. There's no night or day in war or information.
Right, 24/7. There's nothing that we couldn't see through electronic eyes and ears.
And that's what gave us the capability to collect, analyze, and understand tactical data in real time?
No, just the opposite. What we ended up with was too huge a load. We knew literally everything, from the position of every platoon on both sides to the number of clips every infantryman had left. As a result, nobody could figure out what the big picture meant. Not even the most experienced and skilled general could, because we're flesh and blood.
Humans can't adapt to the information age. Is that it?
Basically, no human being can make an intelligent command decision in the information overload of digitized wars. So R&D into computerized systems to assist in the process was initiated. The Defense Department tested a large-scale AI-driven system for troop logistics during the Gulf War. Apparently, they got the results they were looking for.
And you're saying that worldwide information censorship can be performed the same way?
Yes, it's possible given GW's capabilities. Do you get it?
Jack, do you need to save? Jack, how far do you think the Patriots' digital control extends?
I don't really know, but it probably influences a lot of what goes on in our everyday lives.
Even mundane things like which movies and songs become a hit and what kind of clothes we wear?
I think taste would be the easiest thing to manipulate. I mean, think about the kinds of film and bands everyone wants to go to see. It's whatever's at the top of the charts.
And if the charts are made up...
Exactly.
But you can't really control individual taste. It's too closely tied to personality.
I don't know about that. Trends have always been about following the leader.
Not necessarily.
The age of direct personal interaction is over. So is the idea of word-of-mouth communication. Rose, you have any friends you've met online?
Huh? Yeah, I do.
How many?
Well, if you count only the ones I talk to a lot, I'd say about 20.
How many of those have you actually met?
1 or 2 tops.
Uh-huh. That's how it is for everyone, I guess. And even if your online buddies had fake identities and were circulating false information, you'd have no way of knowing.
Fake identities?
Right. And there'd be no way for you to know for sure.
Well, what about people who do meet face-to-face then? Like us.
Us?
Have you ever really shown me the real you?
I wouldn't even know the real me myself.
But you're being honest with yourself now. Well, that's how I see it.
Well, how am I being honest?
I've never seen you show so much feeling. Fear, anger, even a kind of giddiness. It may seem a strange thing to say, but you're living out loud for the first time that I've seen.
I'm just trying to get the job done. This is war, you know.
I do know that. I'm just saying you're different from your usual restrained self.
What about you then?
I always want to be open with you as much as I can.
It's a good call. And Rose is right. When do you see? It's a very unique call for Raiden. He starts having things to say during this part of the game. Once you meet Emma, he starts opening up a lot more. Ba-da-lam-ba-doo-doo. Her answer there is such a red flag. There are a lot of them. Remember the call after Stillman confesses about his leg? You call her after that scene and they start talking about lies. Snake. I'm getting tired.
Raiden, take Emma and go to Strut L. There's a ladder down onto the oil fence on the ocean surface from that strut. Raiden, I may have to sign off for a while.
Anything wrong?
Just a small errand. Don't worry about it.
What's it about?
Here goes. I'm going offline.
Yeah. Get real.
He runs out of patience. Fuck this. Don't talk to me then. Cool, you see their little makeshift repair job here on the bridge. Love how the shell looks at sunset here.
Raiden, remote control missiles cannot be used outside the big shell.
Why?
The signal will be scrambled. There's electronic interference surrounding the big shell.
Done by the terrorists?
Perhaps. Probably to prevent any UAV or other searches by us.
But they use radios and ciphers too, right?
Of course. They wouldn't set it up to interfere with the several channels that they are using. The only thing affected is your remote-controlled missile. Fortunately, the interference isn't too strong. While inside the big shell, you should have no problem using a remote-controlled missile.
Interesting little call. But you can still fire your Nikita missiles. You just can't travel to other struts once you leave the area. Set up by the terrorists, this technology, Raiden asks? Yeah, perhaps. You'd think just another part of the Patriots' system here.
Damn it.
What's wrong?
This door is security level 5. I don't have card 5. Damn.
giving up already? Ta-da!
What the?
Are you impressed?
You should have told me you had it.
Well, the truth is, I just remembered it myself.
What a strange little scene. Which takes a bit of explanation. It can be a little bit confusing as to what's going on there. Why did they make a whole cutscene where Raiden gets angry at Emma for not telling him that she had card 5? It's kind of weird if you stop and think about it. Well, it's another, as many of you know, another Shadow Moses parallel. Emma here is filling the role of Meryl. Remember, MGS1 also had an escort sequence where you meet up with Meryl? Well, Emma is sort of filling in for Meryl here. And when you meet Meryl in the bathroom for the first time in MGS1, she gives you card 5. She gives you card 5. So, that is what Raiden is kind of getting at when he says, you should have told me you had it. This should be going according to my VR training. And I don't think he consciously realizes that. He can't see that this is just like his VR training. It's more of like a subconscious thing, like he's being controlled by his previous experiences unconsciously. It's like an unconscious reaction. Emma's dialogue as well exactly mirrors Meryl's dialogue when she says, "Are you impressed?" That's word for word what Meryl says when she crosses the little minefield before she gets shot. You know, both cards lead to sniping sections where both women get injured. In MGS1, you have a choice whether she lives or dies. In this game, Emma always dies. You have no control over it. But yeah, interesting little scene. I never thought of Emma's injury as a stand-in for Meryl getting shot. Yeah, it kind of... It makes more sense when you see all of these other details as well. That alone might not make you think of it, because it's not just standing in for that, right? Very few things in this game are like a one-for-one. Oh, this character is standing in for this character. This character is standing in for that character. Usually a character will take on multiple roles. You know, in one scene, Snake is filling in for Grey Fox. In another scene, he's Master Miller. In another scene, he's this. You know, because it's all the stuff with Emma also mirrors what happens with Wolf and Otacon. It's one thing I actually dislike about Emma's death scene is how on the nose they are with the Wolf comparison. You know, when Otacon is like, why, Wolf? I'm always the survivor, you know? And they flash back to that scene with Wolf. I would have preferred maybe if they left that out, you know? Because you don't really need to see that flashback to get it. But yeah, obviously Otacon loses someone just like he lost someone in the previous game. And I think you could say as well, Emma stands in for Otacon, too, as the developer that you have to meet up with, the person who is in charge of programming the big bad in this game, the big, evil, scary weapon of technological weapon. You know, in MGS1, you meet up with Otacon, the developer of Rex, the guy who knows everything about Rex. In MGS2, you meet up with Emma, the person who knows everything about Arsenal gear and GW. Her frequency, her codec frequency as well, is actually Nastasha's frequency, which is interesting. You might think, so why does she have Nastasha's frequency? What's the similarity there between Nastasha and Emma? And again, I think it's related to like the theme of the game. You know, Nastasha is your nuclear weapons expert in MGS1. And MGS1 is very much about nuclear weapons, much more than this game, which is more about information and the internet age and censorship and all of that. It's less about nuclear weapons. It still has that element to it, but you know, it's not like as central to the themes. But Emma is all about information, you know? She's all about this game's main theme. Whereas Nastasha is all about MGS1. So I think that's probably why she has this frequency. I'm thinking of the opening blurb as well at the start of the plant that draws that parallel between the development of computers and the development of nuclear weapons. You know, computers and the atomic bomb, both products of World War II, grew up together. They also both pee themselves when you meet them. Yeah, they both have nerdy computer offices with police knots posters.
I have a question for you.
What is it?
How do you feel about heights?
I can't say I like heights. The water's higher on my phobia list. Why?
Well, we have to go down a ladder.
How far down?
Just a little bit.
Why do I feel like we've had this conversation before? How little is little?
About 130 feet. Think you can do it?
Would you take no for an answer?
How are your legs?
Better. The numbness is gone. I can climb down on my own.
Okay, follow me.
Sunset. It's beautiful.
If we don't hurry, it'll be the last we see.
If we don't hurry, it'll be the last we see.
Enemy soldiers, gun ciphers. I don't think we're gonna be able to slip past all that. Looks like it can barely support one person. How much do you weigh, Emma?
Are you gonna ask me how old I am next?
If you go alone, I think you can make it across. This is Raiden. Do you read me?
Yeah, what's up?
We've made it to the lower part of Strut L. We'll have to cross the water from here.
Can Emma walk?
Yeah, she's okay. The pontoon bridge doesn't look too sturdy. Emma's gonna have to cross it alone.
Right. The oil fence.
There are ciphers and several guards.
Raiden, you're carrying a PSG-1, aren't you?
Yeah.
It's time to play sniper.
Not bad. This spot gives me a good view of the targets.
You're going to have to cover Emma until she crosses to Strut E. I'll get there and provide some support of my own.
Thanks.
Think you can handle it?
Yeah, I know the drill. I faced a similar situation in Advanced Mode Level 4 VR training with the PSG-1.
VR? Guess it's better than nothing. Make sure you don't hit Emma. Right now, with Arsenal's boarding in progress, security should be at a minimum. That doesn't mean it's going to be easy. Given the situation, they've probably got claymores in place to make up for the security shortage. Make sure you use your thermal goggles.
Right.
Okay, I'm heading for Strut E.
Emma, are you reading me?
Loud and clear.
I'm gonna clear a path for you from here.
How?
Sniper fire.
You're kidding.
Trust me.
What if I fall into the sea? I can't swim.
You were doing pretty good a few minutes ago.
Okay.
Think you can do it?
Would you take no for an answer?
No. All right, get going. You'll be fine.
Let's do it. If we don't hurry, it'll be the last we see. I really tried to do a restrained one that time. I really tried to just mimic him, not play it up. Because he doesn't really say it like that. He doesn't say, if we don't hurry, it'll be the last we see. That's how I often do it. If we don't hurry, it'll be the last we see. Okay, right, let's do it. Let's do it. Oh, you bitch. Don't even think about it. Hold on a second here. Oh, Emma! Jesus. Oh, I'm not thinking about this properly. Let's see if we can still pull it out, though. Oh. Nice. Okay, that could have been worse. That could have been a lot worse. Oh, you fucking bitch. Emma, are you okay? Okay. Got it. Worst claymore in the game. You can only see it from over here. And even from here, you can't see the whole thing. You can only see like half of it poking out. And if she hits them, one hit kill. Actually, maybe not on Extreme. It's one hit kill on European Extreme. I can't remember if it is on Extreme. I think it is. Still one hit.
Phew. Safe, I guess. If I've managed to get this far, it must be thanks to that Raiden guy. What is the deal with him? He's got a weird name. Dresses pretty weird, too. And I'm not really sure about the way he holds my hand and things. He's easy on the eyes, though, so I guess I can let that slide. But I got my own ideas about that hair. I wonder if it's... well, it must be. I could ask him later, but he'd probably get ticked off. I'll leave him alone.
Emma, about what you said behind that column there.
Huh? What are you talking about?
Can I just say something?
Sure.
This is my real hair, okay?
Of course. As if I said anything about that.
No, it's just another wig. It's his main wig. Oh, they shouldn't have cut that idea, man. There should have been bald Raiden in this game. What a tragedy. Ciphers are going to pass overhead any second now, I think. Oh, we also need to kill some birds. We haven't done that yet. Shit. Now, any second, some guy's going to come. Yeah. Oh, I forgot about you. Another one creeping up behind her.
Raiden, do you actually enjoy abusing helpless animals?
I don't believe this. I had no idea you were that kind of a monster.
I don't understand you, Raiden. If you're satisfied, get back to the mission.
What a dimwit.
What am I doing here?
Oh, let me control it.
Freeze!
Ah!
A girl? What are you doing here?
It's not by choice, thank you very much.
Oh,
You're not gonna shoot me.
no.
Why not?
Stay away from good-looking women when you're fighting. Otherwise, you'll get hit with diarrhea.
Huh?
One of the few things I learned from Shadow Moses.
What are you talking about?
Ancient history. Don't worry about it.
I have no idea what you're talking about, but does this mean you're letting me go?
Well, you could have found a nicer way to say that, but sure. Better hurry.
Thanks.
Don't mention it. Just run like hell.
Oh no, my stomach! Not again!
This place is about to sink. Just get out fast, okay? Oh.
Wait!
What?
What's your name?
Don't have one.
Huh?
Okay, fine. It's Johnny.
Oh, I'm not gonna make it.
Hey, if we run into each other again... Huh. What a weird guy.
Kenny Uest, thank you for the tier 1 sub. And Gurk, thank you for the 5 months. No, you won't be running into anyone again, Emma. I hate to say. You don't need to worry about that. You won't be seeing him again. I did get all the claymores, right?
This is Snake. Can you hear me?
Yeah, nice and clear.
I've reached my sniping position on Strut E. I'll provide support fire from here.
Right. Do me a favor and take out whatever I miss.
Just call me when you want me to shoot.
Do I need to clear things with Otacon before I ask her out?
Oh, look at him with the shades. They don't look so great from here. I'm not sure what's going on with that texture. Another HD collection issue? Alright, I'll do it then. She's probably gonna die. Oh, nice.
Raiden, Emma's been stabbed.
That bastard! How bad is it?
She's conscious, but the bleeding's bad. I'm bringing her over there right now. Raiden, get that disc over here as soon as possible. I'm afraid her time's running out.
I'll be there. Snake, what's your situation over there?
Emma seems to be, doing something to GW's defensive capabilities. All we need now is your disc. You'd better hurry. I don't think she's gonna make it.
How's the bleeding?
Just get over here. You'll find the coast is clear with everybody aboard Arsenal right now.
Understood.
Okay, hold on one sec, guys. That little scene of Snake running across the bridge, that was not in the original Sons of Liberty. That was something that they added for substance. To explain how Raiden suddenly appears over here in this strut. In strut E. Just a small little scene of him sprinting across. One second. And even though we're on a timer here, there are some interesting little details. If you do stop and take your time here while this timer is running, there are some interesting details. First, you can see that the conveyor belt has been turned off, right? You know, Solidus ordered everyone down to Arsenal. And all the guards are gone, apart from this guy. All the machinery is turned off. Everything has been plugged out. But this guy obviously didn't get the message because he's been listening to his music. Oh, poor guy. And look what happens if he sees us.
There's somebody there. Who is that? It's the enemy. I need help.
He calls for help, but all we hear is static on the radio. And now he's very confused. Where's my backup? Anyone coming from outside? And nobody comes. I love this little detail here. Putting this here during the countdown sequence, like nobody is gonna stop to pay attention to this shit. Not on a first playthrough anyway, most likely. Knight, thank you for the raid. Welcome anyone coming in.
Hey, Jack.
Rose, can you hear me?
I'm right here.
Actually, that's okay. Forget it.
Jack, what is it?
You wouldn't understand.
Try me, Jack. Please.
I can't, not to you.
Please, tell me. I can help you.
No, there's no way you'd understand.
You can tell Snake, but you won't tell me?
He's different.
Why? I'm in this war too. With you.
No, the war is out here, not on a live feed to some control room.
You want me to pick up a gun and fight? Is that it?
Lord, no. You're the one person that I'd do anything to keep out of this place.
Then what is it?
I'm a killer.
But...
I see men hit, I see them die in agony, and I don't feel a thing for them.
Don't think things like that, Jack.
I'm a born and bred killer. Nothing like Snake. He fights for something he believes in.
So do you. You're doing your duty.
No, I'm not. Somewhere deep inside, I'm enjoying this. This game.
It's me. He can sense me. He can sense that he's being controlled by me. They put way too many codec calls during this part of the game. There are loads of optional calls, and there's no way to naturally pace them out. And it just feels silly that you're doing so many calls in a countdown sequence. But we'll go through them all anyway. For all the other countdown sequences in the game, there's nothing of interest on the codec. But for this one, there are 3 unique save calls. Three unique save calls with Rose that you can only trigger during the countdown sequence. And there's a load of calls with Snake as well, or several anyway.
Raiden, we're in the computing room on B2 of Shell 1's core. Emma's not doing so well. Get over here as soon as you can. Most of the enemy personnel's been moved inside Arsenal gear, including the search and destroy teams. Even if you're sighted, you won't have to worry about the backup being called. Just hurry over here.
But you have things to tell me, Snake.
Arsenal's launch has initiated a security lockout. Otacon's managed to override anything that leads to the computing room. This is no time to get sidetracked. Hurry!
It is, though, because you have really unique things to say that you won't ever say at any other part of the game. This is a time to get sidetracked. Fucking asshole. Don't have things to say if you don't want me to get sidetracked.
How's Emma doing? Not very good. I can't do a detailed examination here, but it looks like the damage to her muscle tissue is equal to the actual size of the wound.
What are you trying to say?
That there's the possibility of intestinal damage. Added to that, she's bleeding bad, losing blood pressure. She needs abdominal surgery, but this ain't the place to do it. I've plugged the wound as best I can, but it isn't going to be enough. She's running out of time. We have to hurry.
Raiden, I asked EE about the disk you have in your possession. Basically, it's a set of computer worm programs. Each worm is structured to mimic the data units that compose GW. As a result, GW scan agents are unable to detect the program. In short, the program doesn't trigger GW's antibody production system. What's more, the program can penetrate the bit-brain barrier that surrounds GW. Once the worm program enters the neural net, it transforms the surrounding neurons. The transformed neurons become solid and can no longer function as neural nets. As time passes, the neurons transform and perish, stripping the overall system of its power to define and comprehend data. This in turn causes language disorder and memory loss, leading to the shutdown of functions as the system becomes unable to maintain itself.
How do you know that?
There, we got the line again. What long-winded babble. Anything else?
Arsenal's launch has initiated a security lockout. Otacon's managed to override anything that leads to that.
Oh, no, that's it. Okay, so now we just have the 2 save calls to go through, and we're good.
Jack, I guess you need to save. Jack, I've been thinking for a long time. You've got a no trespassing sign pasted on your heart.
What?
No entry beyond this point. You've got it written all over your heart.
That's ridiculous.
Don't try to deny it. You know I'm right. Stop lying to me. Why do you do this? Don't you trust me?
I don't know. I like you. I really do. It's not that I'm rejecting you. It's just that...
All right, I understand. Forget about it.
I'm sorry.
But someday, do you think you might let me in? To the other side of that sign?
Yeah, someday.
Okay.
Good God.
Someday. Promise me?
Yeah, I promise.
Okay, last one. I really like this last one with Rose, actually.
Everything all right, Jack? Jack, it must be hard for you.
Yeah, when I watch people die like this.
No, I mean, it must be hard for you in general.
What?
You always seem like you're trying to deny something within yourself, but can't. And I have no idea what's making you suffer so much. That's hard for me. If only you'd talk to me about it.
There are some things I want you to understand without me having to explain.
You can't possibly expect me to...
Rose?
I guess you're right. Maybe if I were a better match for you, I could understand without being told. But I guess I'm not. I guess I'm just too different.
Rose, that's...
Not true?
Yeah. You're perfect for me. The ideal woman, so to speak.
Ideal?
Yeah.
If...
Huh?
If I was...
What are you trying to say?
Nothing. Never mind. Sorry, I was about to say something stupid. Get back to the mission.
How's Emma?
I think he got some internal organs. We can't stop the bleeding.
Fucking glasses, man.
I'm here.
Got the disc. Emma set everything up. Apparently all you have to do is pop in the disc. That should insert the virus into the AI.
Is it working?
Just leave it to Emma. What the?
An antibody agent?
Damn! The connection's been cut.
Is the virus upload complete?
I don't think so. The count stopped at 90%. Otacon.
I don't think Emma's made any mistakes.
But
a portion of the worm cluster might have been altered after the disc left Emma's hands.
By the Patriots?
Will the virus still work?
I have no idea.
Hal, is everything all right?
It's all right. Everything's all right.
Good. At least I won't be adding another page to our family's dark history.
Yeah, that's right.
What if the virus doesn't work?
Either destroy that thing, or take out Solidus and his men.
How do we get on board?
I don't think we can. Unless somebody inside gives us a hand.
Hal, I always...
What is it?
wanted to see you again.
You don't hate me?
Never. I never wanted to get in your way. I never wanted to hurt you. I thought that with Arsenal, if I followed in your footsteps, I could be closer. I just wanted you to look at me. Look at me as a woman.
I could never do that.
Don't be so honest. It hurts.
What's wrong with EE? Emma? 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 Answer me! I didn't leave you. Because of the accident, I had a relationship with your mother. She seduced me. And it went on. My father's death was no accident. He took his own life. It was my fault, all my fault. Forgive me, Emma.
Attention! Arsenal gear is ready for launch. Evacuate the upper levels immediately.
Sounds like they're cutting this area loose. What do you mean?
It means we're gonna sink.
We have to get the hostages out.
What about the camera repairs?
Done.
We won't be able to get everybody aboard.
We'll just have to take as many as we can.
My sister won't be able to come with us.
We will be commencing the countdown shortly. Personnel in the upper levels, head for the evacuation area immediately.
I'm always the survivor. Why, Wolf?
Otacon, take care of the hostages.
What about you guys?
We got other arrangements. There's our ride out of here. Anyway, we're gonna have to sink that thing if the virus doesn't work.
I should be going with you.
You've got your job. We've got ours.
You mean I'd only get in your way?
Wrong. Only you can save those hostages. Got it?
Right. Listen, the two of you won't be able to destroy that thing. Eliminate the enemy. That's your only option.
Raiden, take off those glasses.
How?
EE? Damn!
Otacon, try to get as many hostages out as you can. It's a short flight to the shore, so don't worry about overloading the Kamov.
Leave it to me.
I repeat, personnel in the upper levels, head for the evacuation area immediately.
I'm counting on you, Otacon.
That could be you, Raiden, if you got a new pair of glasses.
I miss you. Hal? I miss you. I miss you. I miss you.
You and me, we're the same.
Both you and I, we were always alone. Always. We only wanted to be loved. We were always waiting. Waiting for somebody. Somebody who would love us, but we were wrong. You can't wait to be loved. You have to go out and find it. 4 years ago, I realized that you can't just wish for a happy family. You have to make it happen. I only wish I knew that sooner. I learned that I could love, as you probably did, Emma.
You think he's gonna be okay?
He's tougher than he looks. Consider it done.
Now, how do we open this thing?
You can come out now.
A ninja? What the?
Arsenal's going to take off. We still need you to take care of a few things. This time, don't fail us.
Snake, what's this all about?
Bedtime, Raiden. I wouldn't do that.
You're changing sides now?
Change sides? I don't recall saying I was on yours.
Damn it. You!
Ready for some shut-eye?
Jack, are you reading me? Do you want to save your mission data up to this point?
Not a chance.
Actually, for a change, I am gonna save. Never mind. Because Dr. K is gonna take over for Arsenal gear for the rest of MGS2. And I'm gonna get some rest. And then I'll be back later for MGS3. I'll be taking over midway through MGS3. DRK will be with you for the end of 2, and he'll be doing a big chunk of 3 as well. Let me just see here as well. I don't think I have anyone to thank. So yeah, I'm going to save here and exit.
Your mission data's been saved.
Oh, that's a... She has a unique line there as well. She doesn't usually say it like that. Very robotic. Kind of reminds me of how she is on the main menu. On the PS2 PAL version. Okay. Guys, just give me like a couple of minutes. 5 minutes. Probably a little bit less. While I just sort out this save and send it over to DRK. So he can pick up right where we left off here. And we always share our saves. So we're playing the exact same file. Yeah, just give me a couple of minutes here, guys. And then we'll switch. I'll play some tunes while you wait. Wait, I'm having a strange issue actually, where I can't seem to minimize my OBS. My OBS is completely maximized, and it's not letting me minimize it or click any other window. Just bear with me here, chat. You might have to wait in silence. Hold on.